the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always do the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
We live from the boxing section, you dusty ass niggas. What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? Man, we back again. We took a couple days off on accident. Nigga was sick. Still sick, but we pushing forward with this content, man. Shout out to my boy D-Man Jr. Salute to my brother. Big news today, man. AB got some money. Let's see what he does with it. See if he could revise his career, or is he gonna fuck it off? So that's yet to be seen. But listen, BLK Prime, from what I know, from what I've been privy to, is going to be a game changer in the game of boxing. All right, this is not no low level shit. They're coming in for the takeover. The people that are backing it are major players in this boxing game. So it's gonna be great to see. It's gonna be good to see something new, maybe something that can come into the game and change the minds of boxing fans. Listen, they gotta start somewhere though. Shout out to my boy Deshaun Brown. Shout out to my boy Brandon Washington. Fuck you, nigga. Join the panel, nigga. You got something to say, nigga. How about that? Oh yeah, it's coming. The check is coming. Don't trip. Don't even trip. Don't even trip, man. Sign, seal, deliver. I'm yours. But what I say is this though. All right, I'm very excited for what's about to take place. We need some more things to shake up the game of boxing. You know what I'm saying? Tom Brown, salute to my brother. Boxing has been able to do whatever it wants to do. So maybe, just maybe, the fans can finally get what we want and what we deserve. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what we can get. Maybe, just maybe. You know what I'm saying? We can get what we deserve. And that's a big fight. All right. Listen. Buzz signed with this company. All right, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? But now, where do we go from here? All right. Where do we go from here now? You get what I'm saying? Now, what are we doing? All right. We didn't get the fight that we want, but I think we should support this fight because this could move on to bigger things for the fans. Okay, because we can like control the narrative. You know what I'm saying? Ray, man, I salute to you, Ray. Appreciate you, big dog. Tom Brown, salute to you. This is probably what boxing needed, man. Boxing needed this, man. Oh shit, hold on. Because I ain't got the right drop for you though. I don't have the right drop for you, but I'm gonna give you this one though.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
My motherfucking dog. What's up with it, bro?
What up, though? Hey, man, listen. You need to disclose if they cut you that check. If they cut you a check, I respect it. You know what I mean? Because we know the moves. So if they cut that check, but other than that, if Black Prime ain't cut this check, man, fuck Black Prime. Don't nobody want to see. Last time I seen AB, we seen AB. He was drunk, wasn't he? At Cowboy Stadium, they were holding him up and shit. So come on, man. Nobody give a fuck about no drunk ass AB or no Bud ducking ass Crawford, man. And also, I'm gonna say this: this not gonna be no game changer. What this is gonna do is just create more division, like the Zone did, which is the reason that Tank and Ryan is having a problem right now, and also because they can't come to terms because of who they with that across the street, different network type shit. So that's the same thing we finna watch. But them signing a washed up ass Broner, man, don't nobody give a fuck about Adrian Broner. Adrian Broner is living. He think it's 2015 or something. When it comes to
But
Bud,
check it out.
nobody. Go ahead.
But B-Dub, what Triller was trying to do is what they about to do. This is what, bro, I'm telling you, bro, we need this, bro. Boxing needs this. They need somebody that's not a part of the status quo. They need somebody that's going to jump in here and shake some shit up. That's what we need, man.
But it's a way to go about it, though, bro. They do it tacky and this. I mean, you don't do it this way. Have some class about it. Even when Al Heyman took all the Golden Boy fighters, he didn't present them like that. He presented them in suits. He showed that the PBC was an organization, an entity. He didn't just roll some shit out with the old wrinkle ass press conference thing. This shit just look, I hate to say it, this look like some nigga shit, man. This look like a nigga production with some niggas that's running the company. Matter of fact, we already looked up the CEOs of the LinkedIn and all of that shit. These people ran a failed fucking charter school. So Kyle, let's just cut the BS. We hope it works. You just hope it works, but do I think it's gonna work based on what we've seen with the zone and all and Trill and all the rest of them? Hell no. Nah. Boxing is dirty, and whoever got the most money comes into boxing and tries to take over boxing because it's corrupt and dirty. So nah, I'm not interested in this shit. I don't even care. I'm just tired of people coming in, dropping their bags on boxing and thinking they finna come over and do a takeover, and they not.
But how you do this in the middle of a negotiation? That's my question. The timing is odd. He was negotiating. What time he had to do that?
Hey, listen, you know what's funny about us, man, as people, man? We so fucking high and mighty because we done the same shit, bro. We done the same shit where we done interviewed with 2 jobs at the same time and took the better offer. Come on, man. Stop this shit, man.
No, man. We need that fight. We need that fight, Kyle. That's the fight.
Let's be real.
It ain't the same thing, man.
Kyle, if I'm in contract.
How is it not the same thing? Ain't nobody saying
you got to explain the contract to do? I got to explain it Pittsburgh. I'll let you take it, Pittsburgh. Explain to him how it's not the same.
Listen, Kyle, if I go to Warner Brothers and I'm negotiating with Warner Brothers and you ABC Acme producer, and I'm negotiating with Warner Brothers and we ain't getting along, and I say, fuck you, Warner Brothers, y'all been screwing me. And I go to Acme, you a startup company with 5 cameras, and I'm jumping off with you. And I gotta see it's different in boxing because these guys got a lifespan. So his lifespan ain't the same.
Let me add Max on. You can go ahead and talk real quick, though.
Going again? Yeah, we gonna run that train again. All right, man, enough's enough. This is my girl now, all right?
¡Viva la México!
Viva la Mexico!
Next.
Hey, but listen, this is what I'm saying though, Pittsburgh. Go ahead, finish what you were saying.
But this is what I'm saying. These are fighters. They got a shelf life. If these guys don't fight this year, when are they going to fight? In the middle of negotiation, when they're both closer to their prime, they're not fighting. Somebody he pulled out of the fight, went somewhere else. Now we trying to spin this into some business and groundbreaking. Don't nobody care about that shit, man. Them dudes are supposed to fight. The business part of it, that's the business part.
This is the problem with us, man. This is what I'm saying though. When did everybody become so business minded?
We're not. That's what I'm saying.
We're not getting fight. We don't care. Y'all keep pushing the business on us. You the one telling us about Black Pine business, Blue Blood Black Pine business. Nobody care about that. We want the fight.
We want the
Y'all
fight.
pushing that business shit on us. You telling, oh, it's a game changer. We need this. That's business. You doing that, Kyle, not us. Stop pushing that shit, bro.
Y'all keep talking about this fight, bro. Like if the PBC want this shit to happen, bro, they would have made it happen, dog.
This ain't got nothing to do with the PBC.
It ain't got nothing to do with the PBC.
This don't have nothing to do with PBC, Kyle.
It does. Hold on. Let me go. Y'all can go. Let me go. Y'all can go. All right. Listen. Like I always say, there's blame to be had. In the words of the great philosopher Donald J. Trump, there's good people on both sides, and there's blame to be had on both sides, bro. Listen. everybody's got a fault in this fight not happening. Let's just be real about this whole thing, bro. Listen, as much as we can say, oh, we the money, oh, he don't deserve this, he don't deserve that. We don't know what the man deserved. I ain't seen that man paychecks. I ain't seen what he was able to revenue. I don't know all that shit. All right, neither does anybody else. For real. Nobody on here could really say for real, fact for fact, unless it was the numbers that the people that make the numbers don't even put out themselves. Okay, this is all I'm saying, dog. At the end of the day, bro, PBC got some fault in this happening, and Terrence Crawford has fault in this for not happening, and also Showtime. But to put all of the blame on the shoulders of Terrence Crawford is irresponsible and outright disrespectful, and it just doesn't make any sense that the suits can once again go unscathed in this whole situation. Steven Espinoza, he sold us a dream. He made y'all think that the fight was going to happen and nothing was etched in stone. There was nothing etched in stone at all. All right? I've done it. Brandon, you done it. Mex has done it. We know for sure Mex has done it. Pittsburgh T, you done it too. We've been in negotiation, right? We had two chicks that we liked a lot. One of them thought we was going to be her boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? She was like, oh my God, I love him so much. This is going to happen. And we had another chick that we felt like was the better option. We said, fuck that chick, and went to the better option. The option we thought was best suited for us, that's the option we went with. Also, when you going on these job interviews, you got multiple jobs lined up. You're not going in one job saying, you know what, this is it. This is all I want. This is all I'm going to do. No, if another job is better, you're going to take the better job. Let's be real. Take your box.
Yeah,
take your
Kyle, that's not true, Kyle. Kyle, you just made up a bunch of Kyle. None of that's true. First of all, let's get to the PBC. Terrence Crawford pulled out of negotiations for a fight. That's not on the PBC. Not only that, he pulled out of negotiations. When you talking about it's on the suits. The suits is now blue blood. So now we have somebody to put and blame this on why this fight didn't happen. Because Blue Blood put out information saying that Terrence Crawford told him that he signed everything. So now he go from signing everything, agreeing with everything the PBC gave him, according to Blue Blood, who talked to him personally, who met him, supposedly bumped into him at a 7-Eleven. Okay, wink, wink. But so then afterwards, then it comes out a few days later. So Blue Blood says that Earl Spence team is ducking. He puts out a video talking about this, how Earl is ducking. Then a few weeks later, then no more than 2 weeks later, Blue Blood puts out a goddamn video after smashing Earl saying we signed Terrence Crawford to our app to fight. So now we're looking at Blue Blood, a suit now, a promoter now, a suit with the side eye. First of all, you manipulated and deceived us with your channel based on your influence and what you have, and you knew you was working behind the scenes trying to steal a fighter so he can broadcast your app that you with for your personal gain. That's what happened. So I'm not proud of these dudes. I'm not happy for these snakes, because what he did was participate. Not only that, it shows you how amateur it is, because he admitted that he's calling around at the last minute looking for a venue. Come on, man. This shit stinks. It smells like shit, and we're going to call it for what it is. I'm not going to let you spin a narrative like this some great, grand, great shit, and that PBC and Al Heyman is at fault, because they not. He pulled out of the fight.
Nigga,
He's starting to go. Wait.
Well, hey, get a nigga offer he can't refuse then.
He pulled. Wait, it don't matter. Then you wait. Hold on. Let me finish, bro. I let you finish. You don't know. You just said you didn't know what the offer was. How the fuck you know what it was and whether he can refuse it or not? How you know? That's what I thought.
Hold on,
you just contradicted yourself, bro. You said we don't know what the offer was. So how can you say what it was?
Listen. Make that man an offer.
How do you know he didn't? How do you know he didn't?
Because if they did, it came out and told you.
How do you know that?
It's still a business, though. Wait, time
out. He refused it.
How
Wait,
you
time out.
know?
It's still a
Man, come on,
business though,
dude.
bro.
Y'all
It's
full
still
of
a
it. Y'all
business.
full of it, bro.
Hold
And
on,
one
Wait a
thing
minute,
is
time
I
out.
got a super
It's
chat,
still a
guys. Hold on.
business.
I got a super chat, okay? Spence.com. Pure special diamond facts.
man, tell Big Dog Willie to stuff it tonight.
What they got?
Shout out to Big Dog Willie, man. God
And what
damn
they
it.
got to do with anything? They ain't got nothing to do with nothing. In this situation, we don't know what he got offered, so we can't say that. And he's not getting. So can we say he getting paid more to fight this fight than he would to get fight? Well, we don't know that. We don't know what the negotiations is.
What
He
I'm gonna
sat up
say
there
is
and
this.
like Brandon Washington just said, they put out this news that he signed, he agreed to all the terms. That's the bullshit that they came out with. So if they lied
Pittsburgh
about
T.
that, why would we believe
Pittsburgh
anything
T.
they said?
Hold on real quick.
Hey,
Before you go, Max.
hey,
Hold on. Before you go, Max, let me say this. There is a guy, a light-skinned guy, with a heavy chain on in the boxing section. He told y'all niggas months ago, a year ago, this fight wouldn't happen. Ain't that what I told you at the fight? Matter of fact, Brandon Washington, you sat right next to me, nigga. You was right next to me at the fight.
Mhm.
What the fuck did I tell you at that fight, Brandon Washington?
I didn't believe you, bro. You think I believed you?
No.
I didn't believe you.
Tell the people at home what I told you. You were sitting next to me.
You told me that you didn't think the fight.
What did I tell you? What?
You did. You told me that you didn't think the fight was happening, that you didn't think it was happening next. That's what you told me. You did. You
got a
did.
super chat, man.
And I said, I don't.
Super chat. This ain't Big Dog Willie. Hold on, real quick. Ray Sanders the second, man. Salute to you, my brother. I appreciate you for coming on and being a new member of the channel. I appreciate you, man. New to the channel. Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for being here. God damn it. Yeah.
That ain't no PBC fault though, Cal. You wrong with that. There ain't no
It's
share blame.
everybody's fault,
Hey,
dog. That's
no,
what
it's
I'm telling
not.
you. You can't listen.
I just
No,
want to
it's
make
not.
this
Listen,
statement.
though. Listen,
No, it's not.
everybody's fault. Everybody involved got fault in this. That's what I'm
I-
telling y'all. Y'all want the PBC and Showtime to be free and clear of all all dealings. They had something to do with this because they got the money. But go ahead, Max.
Yeah, I just want to say, for everyone keeps harping on the point that Bud agreed to everything, it's still possible to agree to everything presented and then add other things in the contract. That doesn't mean that you didn't add something. You can still agree to everything they offered and then say, okay, now this is what I want to counter with and add this. It doesn't mean you disagree with anything. It just means you're adding to that. And then they have to agree with what you added. Maybe they didn't, which they didn't because they didn't want to open the books. Which I do feel like if a motherfucker is taking a percentage of the big pie, of the total, of the total, whatever this fight brings, that he should know how every dollar is spent on that
Well,
fight.
who says that's true, Max? If they lied about what they said,
That's
who's saying that he didn't
speculation,
want to
Max.
open the book?
Everything you said was
Yeah.
speculation, Max. And everything, and then what you said was wrong as fuck.
Too, though.
What you said was wrong. Hold on, let me finish. What you said was wrong as fuck because they said Terrence Crawford agreed and signed the contract according to his new promoter, Blue Blood. That's what was reported. Blue Blood said that Terrence told him that. So what are y'all talking about? If that's called negotiations, Max. I know you didn't know the word for it, going back and forth. It's called negotiations. Terrence Crawford pulled out of negotiations. That's what happened. Period.
They're trying to stall him out. Like I said, you ain't gonna hold a motherfucker forever and think he's just supposed to stick around, bro. Like y'all treating Bud like he's some hoe out here, man. Y'all
What do you mean he
motherfuckers.
getting paid millions of dollars, bro?
Nah,
He's not fighting a better
First
fighter.
of all,
He's not working for
people like
free.
millions of dollars.
people
Yeah,
like
he's
to
a
forget the whole
contractor.
timeline
He
of
was
the
in
shit, though.
negotiations as a contractor.
Nah,
He's
first,
not an employee.
they've been
He's in
trying to little boy Bud the whole fucking
There ain't
time.
nobody
bro.
little. Y'all making up the
Yeah.
narrative, man.
Speculation.
Nah, they are.
That's not.
No, it's not
Where you
speculation.
proof at?
Okay, look. First
Prove
thing,
it.
go get a belt. First
Where
thing,
you
go get a
proof?
belt, right? Go
Who
get a belt,
said
right?
that? Who said that?
Earl.
Who
Earl
said
said go
that?
get a belt.
No, we
Oh,
didn't.
stop,
telling
Max.
that.
See,
Bro, I
Max, you
have
always do this dumb shit.
I have the fucking link, bro. I don't gotta remember it. I have a link, bro. I have a link
You
of the
talking about some shit
interview
from
that
years
he
Bro,
ago.
that link is wrong all the time, dude.
Thank you.
Bro, stop that shit, Max. That ain't, bro. Stop doing that, bro.
Not true, bro.
It's true. He said it in an interview when he was asked about it. He
Who
said
told
in an
him to get a
interview.
belt? Did Al Hammond tell him to go get a
No,
belt?
Earl
Max?
did. Earl did.
So Errol is daddy.
Man.
Errol told him what to
Right?
Earl
right?
ain't his
But
daddy
then
or his
okay, then
manager.
we can skip
He's not
past
his
that. We'll
manager
skip
or his
past.
daddy.
Hey, we can skip past that.
That's
What about
not
when they were
true
face to
because
face?
you haven't
What about when they were
proven,
face
you
to face,
haven't
B?
provided facts on that.
Brandon,
That's not
Brandon,
true.
what about when they were face to face? It's a
Was
video
they
evidence.
negotiating?
What
Was they
happened?
negotiating?
Was
No,
there a
what was said
negotiation?
though? What was
What
said?
did he say, Max? What did he say?
Well, he
What did he
said
say?
that he gonna take the easier route, right?
He did. So what? Now what?
Okay. Okay, so that's ducking the fade, right?
That's not what he
We ain't
said.
never
You just
we ain't
did.
never in the history of we ain't never in the history of boxing ever heard anyone say some shit like
I'm
that,
finna go to
bro.
Why he
work.
picking
Man,
up
we not
belts?
gonna.
He's picking up
Mex is
belts,
telling
Max.
Not
half-ass
every fight he
truths.
fought was for belts. No, I wouldn't have a
No,
problem if he was picking up belts. I agree
that's
with
He
that.
not what
picked
happened.
up,
Not
and he
every
had.
fight he had was a belt, and not every fight he had was a mandatory.
Mex is full of shit. This what he
How many
said.
Mikey
belts?
Garcia
He
had a belt.
said,
Mikey Garcia had a belt.
hold on, let me finish.
Fuck up, nigga.
Mikey Garcia had a belt.
Hold on, Mex. You said that he said that he told him get a belt, right? And when they was face to face, you said that he told him that he was gonna go get all the belts, and then Bud said, and then Earl said, I'm gonna come take your shit after I get all the belts. Is that what Earl said to him?
Yeah.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about?
So how many people did he fight that didn't have
Man,
belts and weren't a
bye, man.
mandatory?
He
All right,
got all the
Kyle.
How
belts
many?
though.
So there
I'm
should
gonna
only
jump
been
in
two
the chat,
One
fights.
Kyle.
person.
There should have only
I'm
been
gonna jump in
two
the chat.
fights then.
I'm gonna jump in
Two
the chat,
fights.
Kyle.
After that point in time, there should only have been two fights. There's only
Max,
two
he
other belts
said
other
he
than
was getting
Buzz.
all the belts, which he did, and he was
Okay,
coming
there's
back to
only
clean
two
up
of
his
them.
side.
Hold on,
It
don't say
doesn't matter.
all. There's
Did he get
two.
all of the belts?
There's
Did he get them
only
all?
two.
It was
There's
only
only
two left.
two.
It was
He
only
didn't
two
have
left.
only two fights.
Max, that does you
Yes
know,
or
and I, just
no?
like
Yes
how
or no?
did
Bro,
he
why y'all
get
put
all
your
of the
cape
belts,
on? Look,
Max?
it's okay to like a fighter, bro. I get we all like
No,
fighters,
man.
bro.
Just
But to
because he
sit
wants
here
to
and act
get
like
all the
one
back,
fighter can do everything that could never do no wrong in any kind of
that's
way
not.
is crazy
First
to
of
me,
all,
bro.
ain't
Because
nobody
first of
say
all,
that,
at
Max.
that point in time, Earl had a belt, Terrence had a belt. There's only two belts. So if he's gonna go get the belts, there should only be two fights, and Bud should be the third. He fought like 5 or 6 fights, bro.
To get
So
the
there was
belts, Max. Just like,
no,
look,
he did
just
not.
wait a minute,
We
Max.
need to
Just like
get
how
the belt.
that just you said that already. Just how they just got negotiations for this fight, there was negotiations for him to get those other belts. In the meantime, he had some fights in between that. That's only
He could
common
have fought
He had
sense.
Bud.
one
You're not
fight.
nobody fights
He
for a
had
belt
one
all the
fight.
time.
No, he only had one fight. He didn't have no belt attached to it.
What fight?
Mikey Garcia.
And Danny. Danny didn't have a belt.
What did Terrence Crawford say? What did Terrence Crawford say about the fight at that time?
Yeah, he said it was over for sure.
No, that's not what he said. He said, I don't want to fight Errol Spence coming off of off the car accident because they're gonna say they're gonna use that for an excuse. That's what he said, bro. So what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
That's
Yeah, Max,
after
you
the fight
wrong
was
on this
already
one.
made.
No,
That's
it
not
was
why the
not.
fight
No,
was
it wasn't.
made.
No, it was not. No,
That
it
fight was
not. It
already made
before
before.
that.
Hold
It
on,
was before that, bro.
no.
What are you
Kyle,
talking
do
about?
your research. That fight was already being negotiated before the fucking accident even happened. That fight
Bro.
got delayed. That fight got delayed because of the accident.
And after the accident, that's what he
Thank you.
said.
So he was
Exactly what
already gonna
Cal
fight
said.
Danny before he even got in an accident. And Danny didn't have a belt, and he wasn't mandatory yet. This is what I'm saying, bro. People want to rewrite history. No. Now that he wanted to clean up PBC side of the street. Okay, Danny, Sean, not Thurman, obviously, whatever. Cool. But my thing is, since when has that ever been a thing when another champion said, I want to unify with you? He's like, hold on, let me get these other people out the way, and then I'll come back around, bro. 5 years later, here we are.
Did that.
5
They all do it.
years.
When you had that
It took
kind
them
of, wait a
5
minute.
years to get the 2
It
belts.
don't matter
took
how long
5
it took
years,
them.
bro. 5?
Max, that's
Didn't he have
not
an eye
unheard
injury when he
of.
was trying to get a belt?
What
Did
happened?
he have to sit out a whole year because of an eye injury to get a belt?
Yeah, he went right to the belt.
So what the fuck are you talking about, bro? That's why
He
it
went
took
right
so
to the
long.
belt after the
He
eye
had the
injury.
car accident. He was out for a year. Shut the Max, bro. You just be talking, bro. You
Okay,
don't
4
even
years.
hear yourself talk
It's
sometimes,
irrelevant,
bro.
man.
You just be fucking talking.
Bruh,
All right,
facts are
Listen,
facts, dog.
Max.
Facts are facts, bruh.
Max, bro.
There's only been one
Listen,
guy that hasn't been ready to
Max,
fight yet.
Max,
And now he
Max.
is. Cool. I'm happy he is now. But you can't say he always was. And he never always was. He said it himself he wasn't ready for this shit yet. That's why
Max,
Bud said,
bro.
smart man. Like, it's cool. It was a business decision the same way Canelo makes business decisions to wiggle around people. But when
Max,
it's
it's
Canelo, we
pointless,
call
bro.
him
Max, you
out.
just
Hey,
talking,
listen,
bro.
they in
When it's
negotiations,
Canelo, we call
Max.
him out, though.
Max,
Max,
when
they
it's,
in
Max, you just
negotiations
talking,
for the
bro.
fight right now. So whatever happened previous, fuck that shit. They in negotiations
nah,
right
those
now.
are done, bro. He already
They-
got a fight.
No, they in listen, we in negotiations right now. Me and you negotiating. Fuck what I said last year. Fuck what I said 5 years ago. Me and you in negotiations. If you backdoor me and dip out the back door, you telling me you got to see my books, you got to see this, and then you go with some no-name ass company. You talking about my books? What books you talking about with this company?
How you know
You
they
talking about
ain't
books?
letting them see it though?
But you just sat up here and said they would let him see the books. That's the narrative you spun.
Here's the other thing with the guarantee versus the back end. The guarantee, that's your money. It don't matter if that company goes under. It don't matter nothing. You can sue them for it is guaranteed.
You're a contractor.
Yes. So you got that though. You got that though.
But no, you
now,
don't.
When you are getting shit off the back end, you're getting a percentage of a pie.
To it, Max. You're a contractor. You're not an employee. You don't dictate terms when you're negotiating. He's not an employee of that company. That's what he wanted.
I didn't say he was. I'm saying they guaranteed him a certain amount of money. They didn't tell him this is what you get on the back end. So really, it kind of don't matter where that money came from. What happens, it's going to be in his account regardless. This other shit when you getting shit off the back end, you got to see what because they can bust your ass with the expenditures. Oh, we spent 25. We spent 250K on fireworks. We got the DJ cost us 100K. He wants to see how the money's being spent. I don't think that's wrong when you're getting a percentage of the pie.
But who said he couldn't do it, Max? That's the whole problem. That's the point.
That's supposedly what has been reported why the shit.
Well, that's what Brandon telling you. We don't believe nothing that comes out of their camp. They also
you don't believe anything contrary to PBC. That's what it comes down
I don't believe what they said during that contract.
PBC has never made an offer to Bud for any of their fighters, not even
Bud said no. Listen, what I'm telling you, Max. Bud put out through Blue Blood that they agreed to all terms that they were waiting on Earl. That's what they said. That came out of his camp. So why the fuck would I believe the shit that they're saying if that's not true? Because they agreed to all terms. Why the fuck we ain't got to fight? That's a fucking lie.
This is what I'm explaining. Agreeing to all terms, saying yes, I'll take that cut on the back end. No guarantee. I agree.
You don't agree to all terms, and then you say, shit.
But let me see the books. You asking to see the books is not you not agreeing to nothing because the books were never mentioned. It's a whole new category. So you can't say, oh, because he asked to see the books, then obviously he didn't agree to everything. The books weren't a part of it, so there was nothing to agree to.
Max, that dude what do you mean? He didn't just start boxing, Max. So you believe
he just started self-promoting, though? He just started self-promoting, though?
Okay, so you believe he started to agree to all terms without realizing that
he went and hired a second lawyer to overlook everything, bro. Like, no, he went and hired a second lawyer to look over everything.
He put that out in the media for it to be distributed that he agreed to all terms. Why would you say that and then come back and say, oh, I didn't see the back end? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I didn't say that. He agreed to the back end. Obviously, the back end split. No, he asked to see the book. Okay, so you think that was part of the contract, Pittsburgh?
Circles, bro.
Pittsburgh, you think that they offered him a contract and said, we're going to do this shit and don't ask nothing about the book.
Matter of fact, hey, everybody, let's say happy birthday to Champion Heart real quick, man. He's supposed to join the panel.
Happy birthday, Champion Heart, my brother.
Happy birthday, Champion Heart.
I've been meaning to call you, man. I've been meaning to call you,
birthday to you.
Man, I've been, juggling.
Let this old ass Vicento say something.
I've been doing some things, man. I've been around the world now.
Yeah, I like that, Centos. Yeah, I like to hear that, brother. You've been putting it down. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, the work. You know what? I'm still good, but I'm not as good as I could be. You dig? I already told him, hey, I gotta go get my little fella worked on. You see what I'm saying? When I find out what's going on with my little fella, they in trouble. They already happy. They're gonna be looking for me in daylight with a flashlight. I'm trying to I ain't even trying to put it down right now. They still like it. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. Because I ain't happy with my performances. But if they say it's good, it's good. Sometimes you just got goodness. I'm just saying. I ain't bragging on both. I'm just telling you what they said. But anyway, hey, what's up, fellas? I miss y'all.
Just listen to Max speculate. Listen to shit that he got off Blue Blood channel. They gave him this cut. They saying this. He ain't heard PBC say nothing. We heard Steven Espinoza on Chicken Talk. Yeah, but then we sitting listening. Blue Blood. Blue Blood said this. Blue Blood said that.
I didn't say Blue Blood said anything. I ain't watch any of that shit.
Let me tell y'all something, though. It's got to be something real about this because, look, your boy Adrian just signed today, and I'm sure they're going after Tank Davis. I'm sure of it. I am sure of it. Y'all don't slip on this, man. business is business, period. And apparently they didn't have their business together because Bud was willing to take everything and did agree to everything. They wanted the only thing he wanted to see what's the back end.
That's not true, Cinto.
I didn't get
That's
that.
blue blood talking points.
I didn't get that.
Those are blue blood talking points, bro.
That's where it came from, though. It came from Blue Bloods.
That's where it
though,
came
Cinto.
from,
No,
though.
I didn't get it from. Look, man.
But I'm telling
I
you,
didn't
that's
get-
the originator of it.
Listen, I didn't get it from Blue Blood. I got this information way before Blue Blood came out talking about Terrence having this new deal. I didn't get that from Blue Blood, fellas.
That Blue Blood was spinning that a long time
Blue
ago.
blood
Cinto.
is the one that's putting this out, though. But what I'm telling you, wherever you got it, Cintos, blue blood is the originator of it. Nobody had to. You can go look at any video, go look at any YouTube, anywhere on YouTube, anywhere. Blue blood is the one driving this narrative. Blue blood is
Why
the one.
wouldn't a man be entitled to see the financials, man?
We don't
If
know
he's
if
gonna
We
that's
get a-
don't know
if he's
the
gonna get a
truth,
percentage-
Cinto.
hold
That's
on.
not
If he's gonna get
true.
but listen, if he's gonna get a percentage,
Cinto, that's not true.
okay, what's true then?
What's true is that we don't know what the fuck is going on, and that Bud pulled out the fight to fight
you go.
David Kardashian. That's what's true.
Because he was told 2 weeks ago the fight wasn't gonna happen.
Cinto, that's not true either.
PBC ain't gave us nothing solid.
They have. Stephen
Like
Espinosa
what?
just spoke on Chicken Talk. That's what I'm telling y'all, man. Y'all got to stop listening to these dudes. They be wrong.
Man,
Blue Blood has, listen to me. Blue Blood has a vested stake in this. So
I
so-
understand what you're saying.
So
I
the reason
understand
that I'm saying, so he's trying to spin a narrative to get the fans to think a certain way because he has a vested interest in this, or else. And then when you come to Broner, don't know about last time me and Kyle seen Broner, he was drunk. They had to hold him up in Cowboy State. That was in April. He was drunk. He had a
They
fight
don't have
with.
anything to do with this deal.
Hold
though.
on, let me finish. He had a fight with Figueroa. Al Heyman had to pull him out of that fight because this motherfucker he was walking around drunk and shit. He wasn't going to training camp. Showtime pulled his date. Remember? And then he started talking so much shit. I'm just telling you what's happening in boxing. This is really the truth.
What I was trying to say, what I was trying to get out, I'm not contesting what you're saying right now. I know we know the history of Agent Broner, but I'm just saying this is my thing. There's something going on at PBC money wise and Showtime that they're not telling us, man. Because I'm gonna tell you something. You know, Brandon, yourself, that fight with Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford is worth way more money. They try to act like they don't have enough money for this, that. Man,
That's
that
not
fight,
true either. Since
hold on. No, hold on, Brandon. Hold on, Brandon.
YouTube people and
No,
you
listen. I'm
speculating,
talking
bro.
about. I'm gonna tell you what I know about boxing. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. You and I both know enough about boxing. No, this is a mega fight. This is a world mega fight. This ain't no state fight. This ain't no 48 continental U.S. Fight. This is a world fight. This is a mega fight. There's no way they cannot. If Eddie Hearn can find money for his guys, why can't PBC or Showtime find money for their guys? Period.
Stephen Espinosa
Just
said
because they're
everything
not-
is
wait a
being
minute.
reported
Brandon,
is
let me
not
say this.
correct, and he's looking at the
But let
contract.
me say this,
Hey,
Brandon.
y'all-
Just because
Everything he said was wrong,
Hold
Cinto.
on,
Stephen Espinosa said that out of his mouth. He said,
I
I'm
didn't
looking
hear-
at
I
the
didn't
contract.
hear
I thought it was
you,
Bob's
Mr.
fault.
He
What
said,
happened to that?
Stephen Espinosa said, I'm looking at the contracts right now. So everything's is
Why he
being
didn't show
reported
y'all? Why he didn't
about
show him?
percentage.
Hey, y'all, I can't hear what he's saying, man.
He said Stephen Espinosa came out and debunked that everything that Blue Blood is reporting and all of this shit about the back end, the 35. Stephen Espinosa said that's not true. I can't get too deep into it, probably because they signed a non-disclosure agreement. So he said that this is what it is. He said, I'm looking at the contracts right now, and I can tell you that that's not accurate. What's being reported as far as the numbers, the back end, the figures, and none of that. He said we were currently in negotiation. He basically said they were blindsided by this, but they were active in negotiations, going back and forth, making little tweaks to the contract and all that. So when it comes to money and all that, that's some shit that Blue Blood put out.
But hold
That's
on,
some
I
bullshit.
do recall Terrence. It wasn't Blue Blood. It was Terrence that put out he accepted the 35%.
Terrence Crawford never said nothing. You don't have him on video saying that.
He had
No, you don't. You don't have him on video saying that.
wasn't
No,
Blue
you
Blood.
don't.
It wasn't Blue Blood. I know
There's
that.
a
It
tweet of
was
his,
Blue.
No, the Blues was saying all
though.
that
He had a
after.
tweet.
He wasn't
You don't-
Blues started talking about this after he met up with Terrence at a bodega or something across the street from somewhere where he was staying. It wasn't Blue to put that out first. We knew about Terrence accepting all that
So
other
where
crap.
did you where did you get it from? So we all confirmed it because I haven't
I'm gonna
seen
tell
it.
you what, I don't want to lie to you guys, so I'm gonna go back and find it. But it was out before Blue ever spoke on it.
Because Terrence ain't never said nothing. He only been speaking through mouthpiece and actual. We ain't got him on camera saying nothing about this. Every time we see him on camera, he say, "Don't ask me about my fight." That's the last thing we seen him on camera saying about this fight.
I'm gonna find what I saw.
This is
and I'll
blue
share it
blood
with you
doing
guys, 'cause
this.
I don't want
I'm
to.
telling you, it's blue blood and it's certain channels spinning
information.
these narratives
Look,
that
I know what
got
you're
y'all
talking
thinking.
about. I remember when Blue first started talking in behalf of Terrence. I remember that video because Blue was always pitching the tent for Earl Spence to win the fight, and he said he told Terrence Crawford to his face that, yeah, I like both you guys 50-50, but I think Earl will beat you. You know what I'm saying? Now what happened after that is another thing. Now,
You know what happened. What happened.
Hold on. My thing is though, Brandon, way before that video dropped, I knew Terrence was taking all this, stuff I didn't think he would accept. Because last year before, he wasn't taking that stuff. He was saying 50%. But he said he wants to fight that bad, and he wanted to fight Earl.
Everything you've heard is speculation. The PBC ain't said nothing. And I just seen listen to me. Stephen Espinoza just said day before yesterday that everything y'all been hearing is not true about the contracts. That 35%, all this bullshit that Bud say he did, that's not true. He said he don't even know where that shit came from. He said that's not true. No, the back end shit, not true. The upfront, no guarantee, not true. The 35%, he debunked that out of his own mouth. Everything you heard, wait. Everything you heard is what Blue Blood said. That Bud told him about the negotiations. That's what you heard. What Blue Blood said.
Let me ask you this, my brother. Is the information that we're receiving right now about him getting 10 million, is that true or false? I'm just looking for yes or no.
That's speculation. It's not true.
Okay.
It's not true.
Okay.
Until they release the person. Wait, hold on, Santos. Until we see when the persons get released from the Nevada, the fucking Omaha Commission, and we see $10 million guaranteed purse. It's not true. Because they said 8 to 10 million. Blue said 8 to 10 million. They said 8 figure and 9 figure, 10 figure, whatever it is. That's what he said. Then the figure became $8 to 10 million. That's what it was.
I've heard the same exact thing you've heard.
It's not true. It's not true. It's all speculation.
Let's say this. If they're saying 8 figures, or if they're saying 8 million, that's still more than what we've been hearing.
You don't know that to be true, Santos.
But what have they released as a number that they were going to pay the guy?
They haven't, because they were still in negotiations. Negotiations are private. No, Santos. When Earl Spence was negotiating,
hold on. The negotiations wasn't private.
Yeah, they was.
No.
Fuck, they wasn't. No, the fuck.
PBC didn't release no number. Somebody else speculated. Mike Coppinger and them did that. PBC didn't say shit.
But hold on. Let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you this
question.
Go
look it up.
Let me ask you this question. Was it not, or was it a representative of PBC a few months ago that talked about Terrence Crawford wasn't worth X amount of dollars?
No. That's not what he said. He don't represent PBC. No, but you calling him. First of all, you got him wrong. That's the vice president of communications, not the vice president. Hold on, Santos, let me fix it. Santos, because I heard you say this and you was wrong last time, and I wrote in the chat and tried to correct you. First of all, he did not say. No, you did it last time. His name Tim Smith. First of all, Tim Smith is not the VP. Tim Smith is not the VP of PBC. He's the VP of communications for PBC. And the interview that you saw was him saying that we don't want to disrespect Terrence Crawford by coming to him with a number that he's not used to, and that this fight is going to be hard to negotiate and sell because of piracy. People are going to steal the fight on a fire stick. That was what he said, right?
He said that too.
Okay, let's put this shit in context, man.
He also talked about how low his numbers is, and he wasn't worth this, that, and the
He didn't say that. That's not true. That's a lie. That's a lie. He didn't say that. That's a lie. He didn't never say what he wasn't worth and that his numbers were low. Don't tell that lie. He didn't say that, Santo. That's not true. He didn't say that. That's a lie.
Talking about how lower the value is. For
He didn't say that. That's not true. He didn't say that. You making this up, Centos. He didn't say that.
They have been speaking in
They
behalf of
who?
this guy.
Blue blood? Blue blood?
No.
You talking about blue blood?
Blue spoke on negatively about Crawford too during
Yeah,
that time.
that's who you got to be talking about, because PBC ain't saying nothing negative
I'm not talking
about
about
Crawford.
Blue necessarily. I'm not talking about Blue necessarily, but he was speaking negatively about Terrence Crawford and his value, and he needed.
And now he flipped because he got a check. See, that's what it is. When you write us a check, you will show us why integrity is. Now, most of us would say, I would have took the check too. But then you got some of us with integrity. I don't know. I don't know how much money you put in front of me with enough zeros will I sign. I don't know. I would like to hope that I would have some integrity though.
It ain't a one of us, but it ain't a one of us on YouTube right now. That if the numbers were right, just to get in between the business aspect of it and put something together, that wouldn't take that deal. Because I mean,
that don't make it right though. But that don't make it right. But that don't make it right.
Hold on, Brandon. No one's dying. No one's getting sick. And
I was feeding your family, not making it right.
Hold on. No one's family is in jeopardy. If I'm able to get a commission for putting two people together, look, you and I, we put two people together every day. We don't realize, because you got friends that may be trying to get a hold of other friends. You know what I'm saying? You might tell a friend about this friend, and then y'all get together. They get together, and next day, you don't made a connection for those guys, and we do it for free. So why, if somebody gonna give me a few thousand or a few million, why not do it? It ain't hurt nobody. It's just business.
Hey, what if Bud just wanted to take the easier route?
I don't think. No, it ain't got nothing to do with that, man. It ain't got nothing to do with that. But I think Bud truly.
But I'm saying, but if he wanted to, why can't he just take the easier route? No one cared that Spence took the easier route for 5 fucking years, and y'all tripping off one fight.
Hold on, bro. I know you won't get.
But you had like.
Let me tell you something, Max. When you say stuff like that, you start a whole new narrative story, and you need to put that to. Don't do that, man. We got enough confusion with this fight as it is. So don't do stuff like that, man. That ain't what this about, man. So this man ain't fought in a year. This man wants to fight. If this man felt like he wasn't gonna get to fight this year, and he felt like he would need to get a fight in, I understand that. As a fighter, I understand that. And then if you can get a nice, healthy check out of it too, whatever, 5 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5, whatever the million, I don't care. It's his money. Get it. Shoot. I mean, we getting our nuts all bound up about somebody else's money. And I understand we all upset about this fight, but this fight, let me tell y'all something. I've been telling everybody this fight is gonna happen this year. Have I not, Kyle? I've been on that, saying it's going to happen this year.
What I tell you,
you said it wasn't gonna happen. You were right. And I saw a few weeks ago it wasn't gonna happen this year. I saw that myself. So if I'm Bud and I got an opportunity to fight this year, make a check, put some on the books for the year of 2022, I'm doing it. So we shouldn't be upset.
You're in the middle of negotiation, though, Centos.
No.
Why you negotiate? But wait, you shouldn't be negotiating.
Hold on, you're a businessman. Hold on, you my nigga.
Yes.
You're a businessman. And
if you if you don't have
you know why you can't do that? Wait, let me. You can't. You know why you can't do that?
Because you're a fan.
Yes, you can. You can't have negotiations like that.
Business 101, Lamar.
You can never have too many clubs, bro.
No, you can't.
Chill out, Max. Let me talk to Lamar. Lamar, you're a businessman. Me and you talk offline all the time. You know what I'm talking about. You know that business 101. If you got a chance to put some money on the books for the year 2022, and you don't have a chance to put it on any money on the books for this year, for the fight you're negotiating, that's some next year money, you taking that deal for this year. You know that yourself.
Okay. But let me tell you, let me explain why you're wrong. Let me tell you why both y'all are wrong. When you negotiate, look at okay, but wait, let me explain to you why.
Asking a question. You take 2022, or you worry about
but that's not how. But listen, let me explain. This is gonna make my point. Let me explain my point. When like right now, Elon Musk was forced to buy Twitter. Why? Because he publicly bought enough Twitter to where he made an innuendo that he was gonna buy them. The board didn't want to sell it. He bought more. He publicly put pressure on them to sell it. He put together a proposal. They was in talks for a deal. He forced the vote. Once they voted that they wanted to take Twitter, He tried to pull out of that. He couldn't. That shit going to court. At some point when you're in negotiation, you cannot pull out of those negotiations. You
I
can't.
guarantee you
And
will
you'll
not.
only hear from one side, because when you don't hear nothing coming out of Twitter. Everything that came out came from Elon Musk's side. So you don't know what they were talking about, what moves they were making, what they agreed to. At some point in negotiations, you cannot pull out because you are liable for it. You can't
But
even
guess
release
what?
the information for it.
But guess what? You and I both know that if they weren't trying to help that man make an income for this year, they got nothing. And I promise you, this case will never go to court. I promise you that. And you know that.
Which
They
case? Which
got
one are you
nothing.
talking about?
Terrence
Which one are you
Crawford.
talking about? Elon Musk?
No, I'm talking about. I ain't Elon Musk. They ain't boxing, man. I ain't in. That's your thing.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just talking about business. When you, yeah, I'm just saying when you in business and negotiations, bro, you can't even talk about that stuff. A lot of times
I hear what
you
you
go
said,
in those
but
negotiations, it's non-disclosure. You can't, like Brandon's saying, you can't even disclose a lot of that shit. So
But
like,
you
so
can
one side,
accept a revenue for the year that you're living in. That's business 101 for look. I don't make the most money, but I do enough business, and I've been doing enough business to understand that. And I've studied
you
accounting, all that. You can make as
Yeah,
much
but you
money as you
can't.
can this year, and you can worry about next year.
And if the date
You
they
talk-
gave him was 2023, then it doesn't really fuck that up at all to take another fight in
Has no
between.
effect. Has no
we
effect
don't
on
know
it.
what can happen with that, Max. But the point is, you can't go in negotiations. Like, listen, that's why you never see nobody pull out no nothing where they just got mock-ups and partial agreements. They don't do it a lot of times because they got non-disclosures and NDAs. They can't do it. So if somebody come out and say something, even if it's fucking wrong, the other side can't say, hey, that's wrong. I got proof. They don't do that shit. That's not what's done.
Okay, what would you have done?
I don't know what they was negotiating, so I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they was negotiating.
If you thinking you're not gonna make any money for this year, and you got an opportunity to make some money this year, what would you do?
But how could I say I'm not going to make any money when I'm literally in negotiations with another party that's willing to give me money? So I can't say I wasn't going to make no money.
If that deal's not going to finalize, if that deal's not going to finalize, so you can put money on the books for this year, what do you do?
But Santos, you're negotiating in bad faith. You can get sued for that. You're negotiating in bad faith when you do that. You can get sued for that.
I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. Y'all can tell that to anybody on this internet y'all want to, but you can't tell that to me. I'm gonna tell you why, because I do business. And I'm telling you right now, I'm taking the money right now, and we'll worry about the money next year. We'll finish.
But you're gonna get sued. That's what I'm telling you. You can't negotiate like that.
No, I'm not.
You can't do that, Santos.
Like you said, I'm still I don't been in any situations, bro. I'm telling you, I've had 2 situations in my life like that. And I have been able to do the money right now and finish up the negotiations and agreements for next year's money. And it hasn't been a problem. So y'all can tell that to anybody y'all want to. I know better. I ain't gonna argue about that. My situation worked out fine.
But that's in the business that you're dealing with. You might not have been able to do that.
He ain't gonna have no network. He ain't gonna be able to fight with no networks. He ain't gonna be able to fight with no other stable top. Bob Arum just came out against him and said that he's doing this shit because he don't have a promoter. They said that shit wouldn't happen. That he wouldn't have done that Black Prime deal had it been with Top Rank. Eddie Hearn already said he don't want nothing to do with him. That's the zone. Al Heyman. Okay. Where the fuck else was he gonna
Shut the fuck up, you little prick.
Brandon, guess what?
Oh, that was a good drop. I like that drop too, Kai. That was hard.
Brandon, they said the same thing about Bob Arum was saying a whole lot of stuff about PBC when they first come aboard too. Remember? If anybody could, they said a lot of stuff about the zone. Hold on. Think about all the stuff we said about the zone when they come on. These companies come in with this money,
and it don't work. And the zone failed. And the zone failed. The zone failed. They have a pay-per-view model. Wait a minute. Since I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna let you get off on that one. Let's talk about the zone. Yes, they said the zone was gonna fail. The Eddie Hearn did not know what he was doing in America. They was coming over and signing fighters all willy-nilly, upsetting the boxing market, and then he's fucking with other promoters. The same thing Black Prime is doing. Now let's talk about what happened to Eddie Hearn, and let's talk about what happened to the Zone when they did all of that. The Zone came in with the model that they were not going to do pay-per-view. They was going to have all these great fights free, all this bullshit. Within 3 years of that, they failed. Eddie Hearn does not have a major American star, nor has he a footprint. And now they fucking pay-per-view, and they use the same pay-per-view model that PBC and Top Rank is using. So they failed. So it failed just like everybody predicted it would. Just like this is gonna fail. Just like I believe this is gonna fail.
I'm not saying you're wrong about what you just said because you're right about all that, but I'm gonna say this. As far as the failing part, I may not 100% agree with you. I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's still in business. And the other part is, did those fighters that they offer all that money to, did they get paid? As far as I know, no one's complaining about their money. So regardless of what they're doing now,
all of them got paid. Canelo complained. Wait, you said Canelo sued them. Come on, man. Let's be honest. Stop doing this. Canelo sued them. No, he sued the Zone too. No, he sued the Zone too.
He sued the Zone.
He got out of a 10-fight contract with the Zone. So come on, let's be honest.
He sued the Zone because of the deal that Sissy Boy had for him.
Okay.
That's why
but they still got sued.
Look, he still don't do business. You've been doing business with them through Eddie Hearn. So I mean, we can't say he's all out on the Zone like that. But at the same time,
I didn't say that.
Hold on, Brandon, you know this yourself. Every business that has come into boxing with all this money, they have come in offering a bunch. Every new entity that's come into boxing, they come in offering a bunch of money. That's how they all do. PBC did it. The Zone did it.
That's true.
And now you got
I don't like it. And I don't like it.
But ain't nothing we can do about it, though. Ain't nothing we can do about it.
I don't like it.
Hold on,
no,
let me ask you. Hold on, Brandon. Let me ask you a bona fide question, my brother. If you had an organization come in and say to offer you some money to let's say to buy you out. Let's just say to buy you out. But you can still run the company. And they're gonna give you a boatload of money. Let's say they're gonna give you $5 million. You still run the company and they buying your company out. What you gonna do? Knowing you don't have all that overhead to deal with anymore yourself, but you got $5 million and you're still in control. What are you gonna do?
With the way that deal sound, the way you made, of course you tell someone to take.
Don't do that, Brandon. Don't do that, Brandon. I'm asking you a question what Brandon would do. I'm talking okay, then.
I'm gonna take the money. I'm gonna take the money. But I can because of the way it was put together. It was disingenuous. That's all I'm saying. And the way that it looked. Don't tell us that you negotiating in good faith. Don't go to the YouTuber. Wait, what I'm saying? Look how it looks. He's posting what he did. That's all we have a problem with. If it's about the money, my thing is, then make it about the money. Then you go tell Stephen Espinoza, look, I want to fight this year. I'm going to put these negotiations on hold, and we're going to do this. And this is my plan. But you don't run out the fucking back door with a YouTuber. You don't do that. What the fuck are you doing, bud?
Fuck Stephen Espinoza. Nigga, he ain't shit. Fuck him. Who the fuck is he? Man, y'all niggas got, man, listen, y'all got
the money ain't right. The money ain't right over there, man. The money ain't right.
Now let me say this shit, man. Brandon Washington got his head so far up Stephen Espinoza's ass when he fought, he smiled. Man, I'm sick of this shit, man. I'm sick of y'all being so far up PBC's ass. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. Man, fuck the PBC, man. If they ain't got my check.
Oh, you've been sniffing that, you've been drinking that barbershop juice. Every video Fred make is an eye hanging fish. And you know it. He might well rename his channel dedicated to eye hanging.
Listen, I know you ain't talking Brandon Washington. You drunk the Reggie Owens juice. Every video Reggie talk about is fucking Red Hawthorne. So I want to hear shit from you or Reggie, goddammit.
That's a fact. I support that. I ain't gonna lie now. See how I kept it real? I support that.
Hey, Brandon. Hey, all I'm saying, Brandon. Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing you December the 10th, bro.
Yeah, in Omaha, bro. Come on, bro. It's too cold. You know I can't do that, bro. It ain't gonna be number 5 people there anyway.
Hey, I'm gonna be one of the 5. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go to that fight, man. I'm gonna go.
It's
You know
gonna be
what?
cold as fuck. It's gonna be like 4 below zero there, man. I'm from Texas.
Hey,
We don't get that cold.
hey,
Kyle, light skinned ass, definitely ain't gonna be there. His chain gonna
hey.
freeze and fall off.
It's
Hey,
December.
listen,
It's December. It's
I'm
December,
gonna be in
man.
Omaha, Nebraska with an all access pass, nigga. I'm be able to go wherever the fuck I want, nigga. Shout out to my dog, Blue Blood Sports TV, goddamn it.
Look at
Hey,
that's
what
a
you say?
damn shame. Look at it. Bought and paid for. Man, y'all just some bought and paid for Negroes. Well, I tell you.
Oh, you know
Shit,
what?
bought me blue blood. Bought me
Hey,
blue
hey,
blood.
the PBC ain't never
The reason
gave
I'm
me
going to the
shit.
fight, I'm gonna support the man. I'm gonna support my man one way or another, either by purchasing a ticket. I purchased a ticket to Earl. You know that. I'm gonna purchase the ticket either to his fight or I'm gonna purchase the pay-per-view. One or the other. I'm not gonna cheat.
I'm streaming it, and I will be passing out links, especially from Max's account. I'm passing out links.
a sick Negro.
Hey, if y'all really want that Bud and Spence fight to happen, y'all should support this, man. Because
No, you shouldn't.
Get the fuck
Yeah.
out
This is a sick Negro.
All
Man,
it's
you
gonna
ain't
do,
buying that. You ain't foolish, Max. They
y'all better
They
support
foolish like
this
that.
shit.
Hey, listen, hold on.
You
I'm
don't
not-
support black businesses, Brandon. You
Listen,
a
Brandon
hypocrite.
Washington is
First
this
of all,
whole- hold on.
first of all, I'm gonna say this.
Man, let
You
me
don't
say this.
support black businesses, man.
Hey,
Hey,
Your
turn your
cookie
mic
all
up, Cal.
crooked.
Hold
Man,
on.
your
Cal,
cookie
Cal,
all
turn your
crooked.
Everybody hold on.
Yeah, everybody hold on. Brandon
Yeah, you gotta
Washington,
turn your mic up.
Mr. Black-owned business himself, the black man, the brother man, ass nigga. He the first nigga to shit on the fight. Man, fuck you, Brandon. You damn fraud.
It ain't right, bro. You know it ain't right.
Go
It ain't right,
can't,
Kyle.
we
It
can't
ain't
support
right.
this because this is listen. You can't do this. We need to get this idea that you could do what they just did.
Man, you hating on a
can't
black
go-
man
wait
getting
a
money.
minute.
I never
You
thought I'd
can't
see
go.
that.
You can't go.
Hold on.
You hating on a black man
pause.
getting money.
Pause for calls. We're gonna have some positivity after I ask this question right here. Are we gonna not support this fight because we're gonna be fanboying, or are we gonna be true boxing fans and support the fight? Because true boxing fans gonna watch this fight, and that's real. Now I'm just saying, no matter how you watch it, you're gonna watch the fight as a true boxing fan, one way or another.
I'm gonna
Now,
watch.
if
A matter of fact, everybody come to my
that ain't
new
being no real
channel.
fan.
We'll be streaming the fight on my channel. Everybody listen to me. We streaming that fight. Not supporting it. We streaming it. We will be watching it.
America. Do not attach any association of this to me whatsoever. I have nothing to do with such idiocy, such blasphemy, such ridiculous nonsense. This is so disrespectful. It really, really is.
This is a sick Negro.
Now let me say this right here. Now when PBC and all these organizations, all these other organizations put these fights out for $89.95, $99.95, $74.95, and all that, people crying about the fight. They're like, it's too much, this, that, and the third on pay-per-view. Now, this is not PBC, but this fight is $39.95. There is no, that's a UK price. There is no excuse for people to complain about that over here in the United States.
Hey,
It's
Brandon,
boxing.
what if
At
it's
the end
a
of the day,
great
it's
card,
boxing.
though? Hey, what if they put on a great card, though, Brandon Washington?
They not, bro. Who gonna be commentating? Blue Blood?
Me, nigga?
I think this company got more money than you guys realize. I think this company, from what I understand, they're worth over $2 trillion. The parent company for this company, so they ain't coming in here.
Not
trashing
black.
the fans.
No black man on earth or no black company on earth is worth that much money. So we can tell that
Shut the
somebody.
fuck up, you little prick.
They ain't black owned. Then.
I tell you, all right, go.
You need to shut the fuck up.
The parent company that they under worth over $2
White
trillion.
people. What
you say?
Man, come on. Cintos. With this
Man.
man, where you getting all these damn drops from? You gotta drop for everything. Damn.
Because Brandon, I'm disgusted with you right now, Brandon. I can't believe you right now.
That's all right. After the fight, we'll be back good again.
You need to leave that dope alone.
You haven't. So
He need to leave that dope alone.
We'll be back good after I crash. After I get like 5,000 people on my stream, I'm gonna start my new channel.
Damn it, Birdman.
I'm
Hey, look, damn it, Birdman. You should have sent it to my Cash App. Fuck. You need to start your support with helping support this channel, LOL. God damn it, you right, Birdman. I'm gonna leave this up for a long time. Salute to the family, god damn it.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna tell y'all something I've been thinking about for the last day or two. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna sicken y'all's stomach real bad. If this platform offer 125 to 150 million for that fight, y'all gonna be sick as a summer gun. Y'all gonna be holding y'all nuts and saying, my bad. If they offer $100+ million for this Bud and EJ fight to have it on their platform, it's gonna be some man. This they're gonna be like,
this fight is gone. This fight is gone. It's over. Gone with the win.
You think Earl Spence turned out 15, 20 million? You crazy? I don't care how well you think.
I do. I seen Deontay Wilder do it with the zone. I seen Deontay Wilder turn down a $200 million contract. So yes, I do. I believe they. I seen Adrian Broner turn down a $30 million contract with Rock Nation. I know that they lost to Al Heyman like that. They'll do it. I've seen them do it.
Let me ask you this, Brandon. Deontay Wilder had an option to get the money elsewhere. If EJ can see he can get that kind of money, he don't have an option to get it any other place. Then what? Because at the end of the day, these guys are older now. They're not youngsters. They're trying to put their squirrels put their nuts up for the winter, man. They got a plan for the future. Earl got kids.
But you having the same argument we had about the zone when they first came. And look, and fast forward now. It's the exact same zone argument. Remember?
Well, guess what?
It's the exact same zone argument.
Look here. Your man told them to go.
And nobody from Al Heyman's camp.
Look, Al Heyman.
Think of who went over there. Who left CBT?
He let Micah get the money. He let your boy get the money. He was still managing them. What's his name from?
No, Mikey contract was up. Mikey didn't have a contract with them when he did that. Mikey didn't come back to PBC after he left. Mikey didn't come back.
But listen. Your boy out of Brooklyn, the middleweight. Out of Brooklyn.
He wasn't. He left too. He left Al Heyman.
I know for a fact. I know for a fact Al Heyman was still managing his money. He's still managing that dude.
That's not true. Eddie Hearn said no. They asked Eddie Hearn flat out. That's not true. That's not true. Al Heyman had nothing to do with Daniel Jacobs. He had nothing to do with that. Nothing.
Hold on, Brandon. He may not now, but he did after a year or two. That boy was still with DAZN. He was still managing him. It was a
That's not true. Eddie Hearn said no. The moment. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
The man at his own mouth said he still get his cut. That's what Danny Jacobs said.
Danny Jacobs, that's what I'm talking about.
That's not what he said. I'm gonna tell you what he said. He said Al Heyman is not my manager. He is not the promoter, but he's still involved. He'll always be. That's my friend. He said he'll always be involved. He didn't say that was my manager that he promoted. He didn't say that. That's not what he said. Y'all just stop it, man.
Bro,
he said he always gonna be involved. That's around my friend.
You know you my dude, Brandon.
That's code for nigga. I still gotta cut this check, nigga.
We don't have any business that we involve each other in. But we do, and we don't got advice from each other. But you ain't involved unless you get some money, bro. Period. Anything else outside that friendship is just a friendship. You ain't get no money in business, you ain't involved. Period.
And you already know that, Brandon. Quit horsing around, man, with these false narratives.
I'll take that. You know what? And I'll take that. Fair enough. I'll take that.
Hey, Brandon. Before you leave, I'm gonna give you a couple. I gotta find your drop. I took it out, but I'm gonna bring it back just for you.
Hey, leave my Brandon alone, man.
My Brandon Brandon got still around.
You already knew what that was about two things. Cinto, as soon as he said it, you couldn't do but laugh and like, here go Kyle on that bullshit.
Hey, you need to come on to Nebraska, man. December 10, holler at your boy, man. Hey, even if you ain't want to,
Man, I ain't got no jacket. I ain't got no jacket, Cinto.
I got you, bro.
Hey, Brandon,
I got you.
You lucky you actually have to show your face, nigga. I put your face on one of these memes.
Don't do me like that.
Hey, you lucky you wear the pack,
Hey, hold on.
goddammit.
I forgot. Hey, we thought your boy
Thank you,
was still.
thank you, man. You giving me a pass, man.
Hey, Brandon, we thought my man out of DC was more stealthy than anybody on YouTube. I forgot about you though. Hey, Brandon ain't showing that face nothing, bro. Hey, he Al Heyman Jr. If you don't know him, you don't get to see him. You understand me?
That's a fact. That's me. You don't know me, you don't get to see me. That's right.
That's right. Yes, sir. Hey, but no, man, come up there, man. Look, I'm getting off the plane with an extra jacket just for you, man. We can fit about the same size.
Man, Santos is cold, man. I don't even know if they're gonna have flights out of Dallas to go to Omaha. I think I have to catch 5 flights just to get to Omaha.
I'll check for you. Hey, look at
Tell Kyle. Tell Kyle. Kyle, you think Blue Blood? If I go to the fight, gonna remember what I said? He ain't gonna know it's me. I'm just gonna be quiet. So he's streaming your fight on YouTube right now. I'll be streaming that shit on YouTube right there.
Hey, Cal, you going to that fight?
Man, listen. There's a great opportunity for me to go to that fight.
Hey, blow your horn up, man. Your horn low, man. I can't hardly hear you.
I said there's a great chance I go to that fight. I'm trying to get this meme for Brandon Washington before he go, because Brandon Washington be on that bullshit. So I'm gonna do a couple of these drops before he go.
You think
I'm at work. I gotta get this bread.
Hey, Brandon. Man, I gotta get back.
Hey, we're gonna be the pop of this thing. Hey, we're gonna be the pop of this thing in Omaha when we do go, Cintos. They ain't never seen nothing like us in Omaha. They probably ain't seen.
Hey, we need to get up and go anyway, for real.
When is the fight?
December 10th.
December 10th. Don't even know what it is.
I'm going to the Russell concert, man.
You going to what kind of concert?
I'm going to the La Russell concert and possibly going to La Russell. You know, come on, Brandon. You know who La Russell is, man? He's a super pro black rapper. You'll love him. If you love Nas, you'll love him.
Yeah, never heard of him.
Hey, if you love Nas like you say you do, you'll love La Russell, bro.
Put his name in the chat. I'm gonna look him up. Put his name in the chat for me. It's Lil Russell, Lil Russell.
No, L.A.
Oh, La Russell, like my name. Yeah. That's some 80s shit. I know, man. My mom and them gave me the lie for my middle name. I hate that. We was either Lee's or Lies. Lee Brandon. Lee Brandon. I hate that. That's some 80s shit.
Brandon, you're right. That was the going thing back in the day, man. They would put all the young
I know, but I hate that shit. That's my middle name, man. I hate that shit, man.
Hey, I know LeBron, and you got LeBron, and then I know a cat named LeBron. You know what I'm saying? It's true.
I know a Ladell, a Leader, a Ladell, a Lakeith, a LaKendrick, all that shit, man. I hate that. Lakeith. I'm like, man, they don't even go together, Lakeith. Like Lakeith Stanfield, the dude who played that. Like, that's an 80s thing, man. The black people just went crazy with the Lees and the Lies. I don't know what that was about. Like the Shatakas and Shakinas and the Shinquakers, and I don't know what happened with us in the Shies. And I don't know what happened.
Hey, anything in front of Keita, Mika, they went crazy. Hey, they just have trends, man.
Misha, Misha.
I made up my own, my daughter. Hey, Brent, I made up my own, my daughter. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
what you call her?
My daughter's name is Shalikra. Shalik Cry.
I told you. I'm gonna tell you all my
Hey, look
nieces'
here.
names. One of my niece named
What did you
Shakina.
say to your daughter?
But now,
Yo,
what you say about my dog? What you say about
What's
my
the
dog?
name? What you say the name was?
Shalik Cry.
You need to leave that dope alone.
You haven't. So you
He
haven't.
need to leave that dope
You
alone.
haven't.
This is a sick Negro.
hey,
Hey,
I got a better one. Hey, I'm finna give y'all my niece's names. One of my niece's name is Shakaria. My other niece's name is Shakina. My other niece's name is Jakaria, and my other niece's name is what's my what's my fucking niece Jamaria. So I got a Jamaria, a Shakina, and a Shakana. I mean Shakina and a Shakaria. Ain't that something?
hey,
And a
look,
Jamaria.
I made up my
Hey,
name back in the
hey, real
80s.
quick, y'all.
Brandon.
Hey, real quick. This is a word from our sponsor. This is Brandon watching this commercial. So shout out to our sponsors.
The ambiguity that I feel never justifies itself. There's always the pungent odor of life's constipation that surreptitiously conflicts with the detrimental instability hitherto 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate?
You foul, bro. I been getting that for
I used to,
Hold
hey,
on.
you know what? I used to love when they used to do that because there's always a cat around talking like that.
Man, that's Brandon
Always.
watching.
Always. See, you gotta tell with the defibrillation, with the nation.
Right. Hey, I remember about 2 weeks. For about 2 weeks while I was in high school as a freshman, I was running around being that dude. And I was using my little hands and everything, you know. The infliction of the proclamation of exclamation. I was saying whatever. Everything had a shun on it. Like Mike Tyson and any other TINON.
Hey, shout out to Brandon Watson for another commercial, man. Appreciate that.
Hey, man, I heard y'all talking about the love names. Bruh, I work with two dudes now. One named Lil Dunn and the other one named Lil Quentin.
I'm telling you, bro. We tripped out. Black people stupid with that shit. I don't even know what that is.
Brandon, my brother. Bruh, this the killing part. Lil Dunn is a white dude.
He French. He Creole.
Yeah, he Creole.
Do not attach any association of this to me whatsoever. I have nothing to do with some idiocy.
Hey, one of his parents don't kick it in the hood. That's all I can say.
Hey, check this out, man. We got another message from Brandon Watson, y'all.
Right, exactly. Okay, brother. Okay. See, all you doing right now is flatulating your liquids. Okay? Because I believe it was Homo erectus that said to expose the hemorrhoidal ramification would merely delineate the colonic orifice, thereby separating the gluteus from the maximus. Well, Homo was very deep.
Bro, that was actually a well-written bit because basically he just said about taking a dump. Basically, what he said. I don't know if y'all caught that, but that's basically what he was talking about taking a dump. I swear. He did. That's what he said.
Y'all see Brandon can relate.
I speak the language.
Hey, Birdman, I shit you not, bro. I shit you not. He ain't mixed. He ain't Creole. None of that. LaDon is a straight up white dude.
Yeah, I grew up with a black dude named LaDon.
Hey, the truth be told, LaDon is going to be a name of Latin descent. So the Spaniards probably used that name, very commonly many years ago. So it might not be too far-fetched for a person.
Smart ass up, Santos.
I know I'm intelligent.
I don't lie, I'm getting cooked.
You know what?
You hit him with what's it called? You hit him with the Troy Graham drop. Was that Troy Graham face?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you. hey, Brandon, when he showed Troy Graham face like that, it's just like the bell from the ring start. You know, like the round when you start a round and like you're in a gym and they ring the bell for the round the end or start. That's what it sounds like to me. Ding ding. I'm ready to fight.
Centos.
Show his face again.
Centos. Hey, Centos. A quick word from our sponsors. He called the nigga a pickle smuggler. God damn. Was you here for that, episode, Brandon?
I gotta give credit to
you know I don't miss them episodes. Come on, bro.
Hey, look, I started the pickle jokes with that cat, right? But I gotta give credit to my man being Israel for the name of the pickle smuggler. Hey, he heard me going in on Troy on Mark Nash, right? And that's when I started the pickle jokes with him. But my man Brandon said, "Hey man, he called you the pickle smuggler." Hey, that was funny as summer gun, man. Hey, that was the first night. Hey, Brandon, you on there that night, weren't you? Brandon.
Yes, sir. And I ain't seen Troy sing. You know, Troy stay mad at me. Troy stay mad at me. Troy can't stand me.
Hey, he got. Hey, listen, no disrespect to the gay folks out there. But he got very homosexual one night with us, bro. And I had to end the live stream, dog.
Wait a minute, what happened? What happened, Cal?
Centos talking about fighting, nigga. He talking about having his cousin.
Yeah, he started talking about gay
stuff. I was here for that too. He started talking that gay stuff. No, he was talking to Centos. He said Centos, and then he called his cousin. He told me he called his cousin Big Dick Gary. I want to say, hey man, how you know your cousin got a big dick, man? And how you know he take booty? And you gonna watch him take it? Mm-hmm. You a weirdo. He was like, yeah, he gonna like you. He gonna lay you. I was like, yo. Man, that's the kind of shit y'all participating in Baltimore. We don't do that shit in the South. We don't do that.
Yeah, I remember you in the chat.
Just so you know.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we don't do that.
We want to talk about fighting, then start talking gay talk. And real men don't like fighting sisters, no way. Real men don't fight sisters. Because you might take an L and it ain't a good look. Right. That ain't a good look.
Hey, Cento, bro. My sophomore year of college, I seen this dude get beat up by a gay dude, bro. I'm telling you. The dude tried to warn him. He told him, I am a 2-time convicted felon, boo-boo. You don't want to try me. Like, you might want to leave that man alone, dog. Oh, man. Oh, that dude got the shit kicked out of him, man. I was like, damn, now you done got beat up by a gay dude. Damn.
Hey,
you got to wear that ass whooping for a while.
Listen, I done seen some of the most basic niggas get beat up by gay dudes.
Yeah, bro, that's a natural fear for me. I don't want to fight a gay dude, bro. I really don't, man.
Real dudes don't fight gay. Don't fight sisters, man.
Not till you can't win, Centos. How you win? Because if you beat them up, you beat up a gay dude. If you lose. Right. You lost to the gay dude, like you lose it either way. Right. It's a hate crime on top of that, and they can.
Right. It's a hate crime if you beat them up, but if you lose, you just got beat up by a gay dude.
Gay dude, you can't win.
You cannot win. You cannot win, man. Leave them alone.
Check this out, though. I think about 2 years ago, it got released to the internet. I forget if it was. I don't know which social media first released it, but I'm gonna tell you something. There's this tall, slim, light-skinned gay dude. He dressed like a dude, got on gym shorts, sneakers, all that. But he obviously gay, talking, everything. Him and some chick together. And this dude talking is mad disrespectful to him, talking crazy to him. And he said, what you want to do? And the punk was all calm, cool, and collected. Whooped the dude real easy, man. I mean, whooped him so easy, the dude, every time he come back, he wasn't even sweating, whooping. He said, then what's up? He stomped him in everything. It was bad.
Hey, listen. Listen, my wife, her cousin Kevin, right? That's my man, 100 grand. He beat the dog shit out this straight dude. Threw the nigga in the fucking pond, tried to drown the nigga and everything, bro. Some of the funniest shit I ever seen in my life, boy. I'm telling you, man, them gay dudes, man, they still men at the end of the day, bro. I don't fuck what you talking about.
Exactly, Kyle. And that's something else I try to like. Look, don't think you just gonna hop on that man and whoop him because he gay. That's still a man.
Whoa, pause, brother. Hop on that. Come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, if you get in a fight with a straight motherfucker, you might get knocked out and he might run your pockets. But if it's a gay dude, he gonna run them cheeks, bruh.
This is a sick Negro.
Shut the fuck up, you little prick.
You need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Mexican with old boy with them, bro.
I'd rather have my pockets ran than my.
Shut your stupid ass up.
Keep trying to get that off, though.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you.
We don't.
I didn't mean to bring up your trauma, Kyle. My bad,
He's
dog.
trying to get that off. He's trying to get that off.
Man.
I ain't got nothing to say.
Please what? What? Please what?
Get those giggles.
Man, y'all killing me tonight, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I don't rather do nothing, Max. I don't even think like that. If a punk knocks me out, I'm not
You
thinking
ain't never
like
thought
that.
if a motherfucker knock you out, what's gonna happen to you, bro? Like, nah, that's
You need to leave that dope alone. He need to leave that dope alone.
Fuck that. You gotta fight like your life on the line, man.
Even when I was locked up, man, I ain't think like that. I'm a man. I'm gonna poke something, man. I'm a man. Ain't nobody taking nothing or touching nothing over here. Shit. Plus, for the first few weeks I was locked up when I was young boy, I ain't taking no shower. So if they were gonna take this, it was gonna be nasty and funky. Hey,
Brad, I remember when I was a youngster, right? Before I ever, did it at the time. We were working, right? Me and these guys, this white dude said, and this white dude could blow his tail off too, man. This white said, man, if I ever go to jail, they ain't gonna want no booty from me. He said, I'm gonna be nasty. he said, I ain't gonna never bathe. I ain't gonna never wipe my tail after I take a dump. That boy had me crying laughing,
this gonna be polluted. You won't think until I figure it out. Like for the first 2 weeks, I was like, yeah, ain't nobody getting it. It's gonna stink. Then I thought about it, I was like, shit. Soon as I sharpen a little something up, I'm good now. Shit. I take a bath and everything. And in Texas, they don't have shower curtains. They don't have shower curtains, so you be asshole naked taking the shower in front of everybody. I'm like, yo, this ain't for me.
Yeah. Hey, there's only two places I've been at that they didn't have no shower curtains, man. You had to take your shower wide open. No, 3 places. I had to take your shower just wide open like that, man. That was in Millington, down outside of Memphis. And then Atlanta, penitentiary in Atlanta, when you're in transit. And then El Reno, Oklahoma. That was the other place. Hey, just run wide open. You got to get in.
That's the wildest shit ever to
Look, I'm gonna tell you something.
in front of grown men. Like that's why that's traumatizing to me. Like these dudes, like I'm asshole naked. I'm asshole.
Right.
Oh, I gotta take a shit and it's a shitters. Like, bro, that shit never bothered.
Guess what, Brad? You constantly spinning around, make sure ain't nobody sticking up on you.
You gotta put a sheet.
And then check this out. I'm a dude that like to get in the shower and take my time. Man, that was the quickest shower I ever had in my life, bro. In and out, boom, boom. man, and I'm constantly turning around the whole time. I ain't look here. You ain't sneaking up on me. Bump that. We gonna fight before you get some of this. I promise you that. We fight, and then you gonna die before your time is up. Because if you get me, you can't live and tell everybody in the world about it. You got to die.
Nah, you can't.
This is an agreement I made with myself. I told myself before I got to prison, I said, if I got to kill somebody, I'm gonna kill him. Period. And that's it. And look, when I was out there in Texas, man, Texas, I count them. Now the Texans I was cool with. There's some fools out of other cities and states that was acting a fool. Texas cats, I'm telling y'all right now. I've been saying this since I've been on YouTube. Texas cats are dead cool people, man. Cool, respectful, all that. Good people until you cross them. But I'm telling you, these cats from these other cities and states, man, I'm trying to kill them. Man, I'm gonna tell you, man. They all knew I didn't sleep much. Matter of fact, the doctor got on me yesterday about not sleeping much. I was gonna crack. Look, if you lay down and go to sleep, you don't violate me if you want to. I'm telling you, you ain't gonna wake up, or if you do, you're gonna be in bad shape. I promise you. Hey, you ain't getting no bragging points off me. If anything, if you tell a story about me and you, it's gonna be that nigga got me back. He sure got me back. I promise you that. I didn't play that.
Yeah, you ain't finna take no in front of me. I ain't finna let that happen. It was finna go down. This county shit, man. I was like, yo, man, y'all ain't finna do that in front of me. I'm a man. Shit, right. You're not finna do that in front of me. Y'all gotta go figure out somewhere else to do that shit. Not finna do no punk shit in front of me.
Right.
Punks.
And that's
I'm gonna call y'all punks. Y'all punks.
Yeah, if you get involved sexually with a man, if you're a man and you're involved with a man sexually, I don't care if you pitching, catching, or if you were just running bases as a pitch runner. You're a faggot. I mean, I wasn't supposed to say that. I mean, you gay or sister or whatever you want to call it.
This is a sick Negro.
Either way.
I would ask America, do not attach any association of this to me whatsoever. I have nothing to do with such idiocy, such blasphemy, such ridiculous nonsense. This is so disrespectful. It really, really is.
Hey,
y'all going too far tonight, man. Y'all, come on. This went from.
Oh, Carl, I bet you didn't know they picked cotton in the prison down here either, did you? Did you know they pick cotton down here? When you go to prison, you a slave again. Cotton, did you know that? Did you know that, Cotton? We pick cotton, you pick potatoes, you pick whatever, everything is self-sufficient. You slaughter yeah, whatever you kill, that's what y'all eat. Y'all clothes are made off the sheep. Some prisons in Texas, they call them farms down here, and they all produce something. So one might be a hog farm, and they just produce nothing but hogs, and they supply it all throughout. Yeah, so just so you know, yeah, we still picking cotton down here, man. I know you already know that, but they is
still there.
They out there with you could drive whole squads.
Hey, Brandon, when I was in Texarkana, they made a garden, right? They made a garden. Now, I'm from Nashville, supposed to be country, but I ain't never seen a garden this big. That thing was 11 acres. I was like, to me, that was slavery, man. Man, I was so mad, Brandon. I was so mad, bro. Man, I researched and found out what classified as a farm, man. It was at 200 acres or more. I was mad or something. I said, these white folks slicking it or something. They know all the out there in this truck, all the farm out there. They know all the rules and regulations to get around all that bull crap.
They don't tell that part. She told most people to go to prison and have prison experiences. They don't tell you that part. They only tell you the stories about how they got into it with this person or the cool shit or this guard or that, but they're not telling you the shit that you really got to go through. That in the summer, a lot of Texas prisons don't have AC in them. That you sweat. That in the winter they don't have heat. They're not telling this shit.
Yeah, we didn't have no AC.
I know. They don't tell you.
Hey, let me tell you something. You will fight over them fans, bro. Them fans, a fan to get you killed up in the joint, man. If you steal somebody's fan, they know it. But you had to mark it. You know, you identify them, you mark them. But man, a fan was valuable, man. Man, Man, you right. I forgot all about that, Brent. We didn't have no AC, bro. They treat you. Hey, it's like slavery,
Yeah,
man.
but they don't tell that. They don't
Modern
tell
day
you that you
slavery,
got to
man.
strip down naked in front of men. That you every time you go in and out of the prison, that you got to strip down naked when you come back in. They don't tell you all of this.
Yep,
They just tell you, oh, I was down there with such and such kicking it, and shit, I did my little old time, and they're not telling you about the mental shit that you go through and the
Traumatized.
humiliating shit, the damn near deep. That shit
Very
is deep.
humiliating.
That shit is dehumanizing. Like like it's just so dehumanizing. Just fuck you around, but they don't tell it. But they'll tell these stories in the music that you killing all these people, you go to prison, but they're not telling y'all the real shit that you watching men break down, that you watching men fold under pressure, sudden pressure brought to them. These men turning on little boys, and you watch them cry out. And man, where you watch a man, I seen a man be broke before. Well, another man broke another man. Like this is something that shit, man. When you see that kind of shit, that's when you have appreciation for it. You're like, oh, okay, this shit is real.
And guess what? You if you see the realistic of it, if you don't have no mental issues in your mind, you don't want to go back to that, man. You don't want to go back there because it's not. I don't wish that on any man. You know. Now, I did want my brother to get some time. He locked up right now. I did want him to get some time. He too hard headed, man. He needs to learn. But I think this time he gonna learn from this because I think he gonna be gone long enough where he can learn. He wouldn't listen to me, so he got to go in there, and learn the hard way. He going in as a 49-year-old man, thinking he's still 17. He gonna learn today though. I promise you. It's a whole lot of stuff
that's
going on in
crazy.
prison that you don't want to see, man. And I'm just saying, man. It ain't
like rape.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I don't know about you, Brandon, but ever since I went to prison, bro, I never have kept an animal in captivity, man. I don't like seeing animals chained up, fenced and locked in. I don't like seeing none of that, bro, because it did something to me. To see how they did, man. Thinking about that, man, I get mad, man. The way they had, Brandon was were you in the state system, Brandon? Oh, Brandon fell out there. I'm gonna tell you, in the federal system, man, all that stuff you see in the history books of how they pack you in, like pack the slaves in the ships and all that kind of stuff. You see stuff like that, man, in a different way, man, on the buses, the planes, freaking sails and everything, man. They pack you in so tight, man. It ain't what you want, man. I promise. Anybody stand with anybody. Don't put yourself in that position, man. Ever. It ain't worth it, man. It's worth it. You stand out here doing what's right and abiding by the law and live your life. That's what it's worth. Raise your family up, man. It ain't necessary. I mean, I don't care how. Even if you were 2 million, 10 million, $20 million man out here in the illegal world of whatever you were doing, it ain't worth going in there giving your freedom up, man, and going through what you have to go through. It ain't worth it at all, man. Man, get the money the right way. That's all I can tell you. It's not worth it. But hey, fellas, but in another manner, in another subject. Well, let me just say this. I'm feeling good tonight. There's no person that can get me off my square tonight.
Grant, where you at, Troy?
Tell you, he can't get me off my square either. I'm gonna tell you something. I feel like Waka Flocka right now. You know that song he got, Round of Applause? That's me, Round of Applause. You know what I'm saying? Look, let me tell you something. I've been getting some little medals lately for doing a good job. But man, I got a trophy as tall as me yesterday evening because man, I was almost like a 20-year-old Cinto yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I pushed it down yesterday. You understand me? I look here. It was like it was Cinto of old. So I know that she's got me on her mind like Winsong Cologne. You understand? So I'm feeling good, feeling great. knowing I took care of my business like a great 8. And now we're gonna talk about this boxing again. Man, it's like a skunk out here. But look, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. Don't sleep on this situation, man. I mean, because I think Tank Davis is next, though. I really do.
Yeah, but y'all shouldn't be promoting this foolishness with Bud, man. That's bad business. That's not something that people need to be
who cares, bro? It ain't your business. Who cares?
Nah. When we crying about we ain't getting the fight, when y'all hollering about, we ain't getting the fight, and then the dudes do shit like that.
That's the problem. We want getting the fight, not this year.
Nah, we don't want the fight. We can't want the fight and be hollering about how much money they making. I don't give a fuck how much money they making.
Look, we were getting we were wanting the fight, but the fight wasn't happening this year. It didn't happen this year, so I don't really care. I mean, next year's next year, bro.
Next year it's gonna be the same
shit. If it ain't gonna happen this year, man, I ain't tripping about it, man. I mean,
ain't gonna be the same shit.
Next year. But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, real talk. If let's say that Bud didn't do what he didn't agree to this fight with another organization, and the negotiations didn't get finalized before this year end, then what would y'all say? Because there's no guarantee that there was no guaranteed money. There was no guarantee that the fight was happening. Now, I'm going to tell you, me and Cal were together back in April when we were told from somebody that's affiliated with Earl Spencer's camp that fight was definitely happening. That's what I've been banking on. I've been banking on that.
What did I tell him?
You've been saying the whole time it ain't happening. You said you heard from a reliable source it ain't happening.
Yeah, but this the problem with that. Look, this Bud is the same person that fell out with his promoter because he said the dude was doing bad business with him. PBC doing bad business with him. Now it's this little rinky-dink ass promotional company and nobody never heard of it. People got it. I'm not bashing. Let me finish my point. I'm not bashing Bud. What I'm telling you is that you can run through the ranks of boxing and you're gonna run into the same practices. Now we can say they bad practices, but they all practice the same way. So like when people start getting on this bandwagon, Bud's showing them, he's showing them. No, that's how them people move. We can say they bad business practices with Top Rank and the rest of them, but that's how they all fucking move. So you got to figure out the rules of the game before you get in that shit is what I'm saying. So we can't be beating our chests with these dudes. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do we as fight fans not only want to see the fights, but are we cool with I always wanted the fighters to get paid and paid handsomely because they are the product. I'm tired of the business of boxing, these suits getting all the money.
But that's the way it's always going to be, though.
Hold on. The fighters at the end of their career have nothing. They don't have 2 nickels to rub together. Some of them, not all of them. But Al Heyman kind of changed that. He kind of changed the game up. Then Eddie Hearn kind of changed the game up. And now this company changing the game up.
They ain't did no fights yet, so we don't know. They ain't done no fights yet.
But they talking right for these cats to be moving right now.
Let's see. I hope they perform correctly.
But hold on. Don't forget last year, Adrian Broner, I know he'd be getting drunk and stuff, but Adrian Broner last year was saying, or year before that, whenever it was, Al, I want my money. I'm tired of waiting on my money because it's rumored. I don't know. I'm saying it rumored. It's rumored that a lot of fighters have been guaranteed X amount of dollars, and they still getting paid from Al from fights in the past because they didn't have the money to pay them up front. So I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know about that, man. That's but look, all that was being said, and then your boy come out to he want his money.
Yeah, but he been but that guy, that's the same guy. After you say that, then you can't go back to the same promoter that you saying ripping you off. It's like you a contractor and you hire a painter and you say he fucked up the job and you go get another house and rehire the same painter. Why the fuck you keep hiring the same painter if he's not performing the job to the way you want it? So that's what I'm saying. Like we got but
don't forget
you got to make better decisions when it come to this business. We got to move smarter when it comes to business, man. We got to figure out how this shit move, and we got to move correctly. Like, we suffer as fans because these motherfuckers don't never fight. They fight people. We got to be trying to figure out who the fuck these people is I don't know who the fuck this dude fighting, but there's probably very few people knew who the fuck this dude is. They try to spin this shit, make it this and that. Nobody cares. Those two dudes were supposed to fight. They should have fought.
But don't forget that this is the same guy, Adrian Broner I'm speaking of, that said a few months ago, recently, matter of fact, within the past month, that we might have to fight on Twitter. It's something going on in the business over there with PBC and Showtime. I ain't going by what Fred said. Nobody else. I'm just going by what these fighters are saying, bro.
AB ain't no reliable source, but remember the economy. The economy itself is the economy itself is contracting. So all of this money flying around, companies that never lay people off, they laying fucking people off now, man. Like
yes,
companies that throw money around, like Google, Facebook, these motherfuckers is laying people off, man. So don't think that these TV networks are shrinking their budgets.
But guess what, Lamar? You got the likes of Eddie Hearns that's going out finding money for his fights, and Frank Warren too. They finding money for their fights that they're putting on the big money for these fights.
We don't know how much it is though, but we don't know what they was negotiating though. That's what I'm saying. We don't know where they started. We don't know where they ended. We have no idea. So we don't know.
I'm talking about the site. I ain't talking about the individual fighters' money. I'm talking the fights themselves. They getting 150 million, all this kind of stuff for these. They find the money. They going to Saudi Arabia, wherever they got to go. They find the money, bro. And they put these fights. Let me tell you something. Everybody can say whatever they want to about boxing, who the face of boxing is. But any real boxing fan knows who's getting the top dollar in boxing worldwide. That's Anthony Joshua. He's getting the most money of any individual fighter in the business. Period.
Yeah, you might. I don't know who getting paid.
No, I know for fact. I know for fact. He ain't getting more. Hey, Lil Simmons ain't getting as much on a consistent basis as Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua was getting the most money consistently of any individual fight per fight. Any real boxing fan knows that.
Yeah, I don't know.
So there is money out there. Period. The man still
fight though. Somebody got to put the money up.
That's what I'm talking about. Eddie's
somebody got to put that money up. Somebody got to put that money up.
And Eddie is finding the money. Why can't
but
PBC
somebody
find it?
But it's not about Top Right couldn't find the money either though, Santos. It's not just PBC.
Who's a bigger entity in boxing than between the two? The Zone. Now we ain't gonna say the Zone. We're gonna say Eddie Hearn and Matchroom, PBC and Al Heyman. Who's the bigger?
You got Top Rank too. But there's a number that all these businesses they not willing to pay past that number. Like that's just it. They got to make money. They not throwing money around.
Bob Arum, no matter how much money he finds out here, he's only giving fighters X amount of dollars. He ain't going
but that's what I'm saying.
I don't
gotta make money, bro.
I'm talking about the entities that throwing money at fighters. That's known for throwing money at fighters.
But maybe they're not doing that. That's what I'm telling you. They're getting tight. Money getting tight, Santos. They can't afford to just throw money away with no expectation of making money.
I know that money is not as plentiful as it was. I know that, bro. But somebody getting some money from somewhere. That's all I'm trying to say. The top 10% of fighters getting paid.
When? Not recently. They're not making those big fights. Not right now.
Okay, hey, Cal.
Yep.
Do me a favor. And will you look up to see what Anthony Joshua got in his last fight against Usyk? Or you can look up the last two fights or whatever. And we probably want to look at Fury and White. See what that fight paid.
That's kind of, I don't know, but see, it's kind of hard to do that and compare it to this because we don't know what them dudes was asking for in guaranteed money. Like we're gonna see what they totally made, but negotiations start with that guaranteed money. Who knows what they got paid?
150 million.
The negotiations are over for all those fights now, and those fights. I know these guys have got paid something. So whatever's out there now ought to be within range of what they got.
Look,
so no. But you're talking about what they got total. Remember the sticking point. A lot of that stuff that they was floating, which we don't even know if it's true, was about the guarantee. We don't know what these dudes was guaranteed. We know what they're gonna end up. Money they're gonna end up with.
We ain't worried about. We're talking about the 150 million right now. I don't care what the net is. I'm talking about the gross. Okay, Usyk 2, multi-million-dollar purse per Sports Zion. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is offering a massive base price. Purse of 150 million for the rematch.
So why PBC?
They bought that. They bought that fight.
So
what I'm saying is,
PBC sell they fight.
Thank you. If this man and his organization go out and find money like this, I don't care who putting it up. As long as it's legal, go get the money. If it's out there, quit shortchanging these cats, man.
Listen, ain't nobody shortchanging. Listen, at the end of the day, if that was the case, he should have. If PBC, if we want to believe that PBC can't make that fight, Top Rank could have made that fight. They didn't. The Zone would have made that fight. The Zone could still step in to make that fight. They feel like they're gonna make a profit off of it. They not.
Tell you something. Top Rank been saying it's PBC the whole time. Top Rank been saying it's PBC the whole time. They've been saying it the whole time, bro.
No, they did. They actually said that. Bob Arum said a whole bunch of shit. Bob Arum actually said he blamed the shit on Terrence Crawford. He blamed the shit on PBC. Bob Arum said a bunch of shit. So I don't know how much of that shit I believe.
Bob is out of the loop. He said a whole lot of stuff, not because he out of the loop, period. But
but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what to believe with that motherfucker. He blamed a lot of people.
That's what I'm saying. So,
yeah, he blamed a lot of people. Man. He don't never take responsibility for that. He blamed a lot of motherfuckers.
I remember somebody released a statement that Earl supposed to said. He said, "Get a man the money, give him what he needs." Talking about Terrence Crawford, he said, "Give him what he needs."
Yeah, but they not just cutting the blank check though. That's what I'm saying. They got to make money since that goes to Showtime, which is the first thing. PBC might have an exclusive contract with Showtime. We don't know that. We don't know none of the business part of that shit. I have no idea.
Guess what else PBC got? They got an exclusive contract with Fox also.
Who?
They in business with Fox and Showtime. It ain't just Showtime. And certain fighters are locked in with one network, and certain fighters are locked in with the other network.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't know how it works with them. I have no idea.
If you're not getting enough money right then and there for that fighter in your organization for a particular fight that needs to happen, shoot, you got to do something.
Nah, but they ain't gonna overpay though. Like they not.
Well,
listen,
why not?
They
why
feel
not?
like
What's up with y'all, man?
Okay, what do you think?
We want to fight, bro. We want to fight. I don't care about how kind of
what level of fight? What level of fight do you see this? Do you see this as a regular old championship fight?
No, Cinto, this is what I'm saying. This one
major fight, mega fight.
No, Cinto. If we want the fight, right? We can't. We trying to have it both ways. We want the fight. We don't give a shit about how much money they making. Then on the other end, they didn't get the fight, and we saying, "Oh, look at Terrence. He was such a great businessman." Nobody gives a shit about that. You need to make the fight. You was in the middle of negotiations. Make the fucking negotiations.
You don't care about the money. I don't care about the money, but the fighters care about what they're getting.
I know, but we can't be sitting up there like applauding that like it's some great ass move. Is what I'm saying.
But look, if you got an offer for something and it's not in your opinion satisfactory, how can I be mad at you if you go get a better deal? I can't be mad at you for that, bro. I gotta go play. Let me tell you something. I've had at least my 7 years of business. I've only had 2 teams of drivers, and I've had at least 8 guys under me between the 2 teams. And I have told each and every last one of them, if you run across a better opportunity, I applaud you and I will support you. I'm not going to be upset with you. I'm not going to hold you up. Go get the money. Because at the end of the day, it's about your well-being.
He signed it. The problem is, like we're saying, the dude said that he signed it, he agreed to it. You can't say one thing and then come back, double back later, say, had this deal and have people happy for it. I don't give a shit how much money they get paid. That's their business. But don't put out this persona like y'all working on it and y'all so close and then you signed your side. You're just waiting on his side. Like, don't do that kind of shit.
But see, last I checked, the only time anybody really contested what Terrence said is after he went away from them. They weren't contesting what he was saying before about he had already agreed to this, that, and the third. They weren't contesting that.
But that don't make it true, though.
Everything don't fell apart. Now they saying, nah, he lied. He
Santos, just because they don't test it, don't mean it's not true, bro. They never confirmed it either.
Hey, they didn't confirm or deny. So we
Yeah,
don't
they
know.
say nothing about it. He just
The
talking.
ones that really know what's happening is those people involved, man.
Exactly. But I'm saying he put that information. His camp put that information out there. Not nobody else.
But what at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, how can we be upset if a man's trying to better his situation?
Because the way and manner in which you go, it's not about what you do, it's how you do it. Always. As a man, it's always about how you do shit. You can do a lot of shit. Like you could make money, but how you making your money?
But do you think Donald Trump care if another man feel bad because or don't like the way he did business because he went and got a better deal? No.
And Donald Trump is a piece of shit ass human being too.
Okay.
He ain't nobody that you want your nephews and your fucking sons, your uncles, your dad. He's nobody for nobody to model behind. And that's just what it is.
You got a model behind it, but I'm just saying, I'm just talking business. If my man, what's my man over Berkshire?
Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett. If he see a better opportunity to make more money for his legacy and his account, what is he gonna do? He gonna take the money.
But you're not. But that's not it. You're talking about real businessmen. We're talking about boxers. These dudes are boxers. They're not businessmen.
Oh my God!
Let me say
They're not businessmen. They're not businessmen, bro.
When you talking millions of dollars, you ain't talking about no corner street hustler. You talking about business.
But listen, you can't listen. When you go into a contract negotiation with somebody, you can't go around the side and negotiate somebody else and say, peace out, I'm gone. You could get sued. The person that you negotiated, depending on how they did it, that person can get sued.
Okay,
so we don't need to stand up here acting like this shit is right. This is fucked up. It's not right.
Do you know if that information, if he ain't signed no contract, how can he get sued?
You still can get sued.
Listen. You say he ain't signed no contract. So if he hadn't signed a contract, it's got to be in a contract somewhere. You can't get sued for stuff like I know
that's
better.
Not
than
true.
That's
not true.
You don't sign a certain. No, you got to sign some kind of agreement that says that you will not negotiate in some other kind of way or something like that. Other than that, no, you have the right to negotiate whatever you want to. I know that
that's
for
not
fact.
true, Santos.
That's
absolutely not true, bro.
It's true.
That's not true. I just gave you an example. I gave you.
And I'm telling you, I know that for fact. I don't have business ethics and all that. And I'm telling you, I know that for fact.
Listen, I just gave you the example of Elon Musk negotiating that deal with Twitter. No, but that's a very public example of what you're saying is incorrect. At some point, Elon Musk decided he didn't want that company. They had already went to the board, voted. They ain't had nothing on paper. He decided, fuck it, I don't want it no more. That's what happened.
You just said
they had nothing in paper.
Hold on, they went to the board though, right?
Yes.
They don't did a whole lot more than these guys have.
What do you mean? They still didn't have no contract. When Elon Musk pulled out that deal, they ain't waiting no contract around.
When you get your shareholders involved in these negotiations and they looking forward to certain things, and you switch gears like that, that's different. That's a whole different legal situation.
Same thing.
No, we ain't got that here. No,
same thing. You can't pull out a negotiation at certain stages of negotiations. It's disingenuous. You're negotiating in bad faith. That's a lawsuit.
All negotiations are not the same situation, bro.
But you can't negotiate in bad faith. I can't negotiate with you to get a better price from Kyle. I can't do that. I can't start negotiating with you just to get a better price from Kyle and say, look, Kyle, this is what he offering. You better up your price because this is what he offering. And then Kyle give me the money and I say, fuck you, I'm taking this money. You can't do that.
When you got board members and stuff like that, you don't told them we're going a certain way, you don't include the shareholders. So these people are relying on that deal to happen for them to make a certain amount of money.
Elon Musk was pulling out of the deal.
Hold on. And then you go change that deal like Elon Musk did. Yeah, you were liable for that. You're right. You can't go to court for that and be sued, even without anything in right. But you don't went too far with the deal at that point. This ain't the case.
Ain't nobody negotiating in bad faith. That's what I'm telling you.
Who's guaranteed a certain amount of money?
Nobody was guaranteed with Elon Musk shit. You don't have to have a guarantee. You don't have to have a contract. You can't negotiate in bad faith. You can't do it. Now, when you can determine what bad faith is, that's up to you. But determination, that's where the courts come in. But you cannot negotiate in bad faith. That's the lawsuit.
I guarantee you we will not hear anything about a court lawsuit in this case here. I guarantee it.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know ain't nothing coming behind this, bro.
I don't know. I don't know. They can prove a point.
It's been look, hold on, bro. First of all, we fight fans. There's been many deals don't fell apart and other guys go other way. Ain't nothing coming behind this. Period. This man, lawyers been involved in all that. Now ain't nothing going on.
We'll see.
Don't believe that. Don't. But you know better. There ain't nothing going on, bro.
I don't know. I ain't nobody said it. I don't know what's coming of it. I don't know what's going on with none of this shit. All this stuff is speculation. I have no idea. I'm not saying it is or ain't. I'm just saying is that you can't negotiate in bad faith. Just because somebody doesn't sue somebody doesn't mean that they can't be sued. That's just the reality of the situation. That's not good business. You can't do that.
I think I'm gonna tell you what's about to happen. He's about to make this fight happen. He's gonna get whatever dollars and cents he's gonna get out of it. I don't know what it is. I ain't getting ready to call no Perkins. I've heard 8 figures. I've heard 8 to 10 million. I don't know what it is. It ain't my business. But I'm gonna say that he's gonna get that fight done, and he's gonna be ready to hear from Earl. Them. They might not want to fight him now. I'm hearing that Earl might give up 2 belts. I don't know if that's true or not. But at the same time,
not only just Earl. Now you got Showtime and PBC that you pissed off. It's not just Earl. But listen, when you start negotiations with people and you do stuff like that, you the parties that you got to renegotiate with, it's not going to be the same kind of negotiation.
But guess what? That party that wants to retain that party that wants to keep that business opportunity under their umbrella need to match the deal.
But they don't need to though. That's the
get
problem.
Out the way. They need to match it or get out the way.
Yeah, but that's the problem. We suffer when they do shit like this, and so that's what I'm telling you. We can't act like that because he walked away.
Bro, we wasn't getting the fight regardless. I've been waiting.
How do we know that?
Because I know.
In negotiation all them time.
Look,
all
man, I've been. You don't heard me say out of my mouth plenty of times. Yeah, we getting this fight. Yeah, we getting this fight. Man, look, when I come back from that Deontay Wilder fight, man, and Chad, I heard from up there, I knew we wasn't getting the fight. I was done with it at that point.
Listen, I know we're not getting it because of these actions.
This fight, no, this ain't what killed it. This fight is too mega of a fight for them to have not already started promoting it as of a week ago or 2. 2 weeks ago, they should have been advertising that fight, and they were not. I knew then it was a done deal.
If they got both sides signing and agreeing, they can't.
Okay, then which means that you were not going to get this fight this year. That's what it means.
Who cares? If they would have got at the beginning of the year, they still would have got the fight. So is Bud fighting? Yeah, is Bud fighting at the end of the year? Bud ain't fighting at the end of the year anyways. What difference do it make?
Okay, now with Earl, let me tell you something, man. If PBC don't sign a fight, make a legitimate deal with this guy, if Earl really want that fight, he may not now, then he get him, I don't know. But if he really want to prove that he's the best welterweight, that he's the top welterweight, no doubt about it. But if you want to prove he's one of the best welterweights ever fought in that division in the history of boxing by claiming, having the opportunity to claim undisputed, he'll want that fight to happen. If he truly wanted it before, he'll want it now.
They was in negotiations to have
hold on. Same with Bud. If he really wanted that fight, before, he'll want it later. Okay, now
so this is what business
hold on. Let me finish. Both of these cats been talking about fighting each other. Bud got put off to the side, and my man said, "Let me clean it up over here," and he did his thing. No one had a problem with Earl getting more money before they see each other. Now all of a sudden, there's a problem with this man getting more money before he sees.
It ain't about more money, Santos. They were in negotiations. If they weren't in negotiations, everything you said would be perfectly fine. They were in negotiations to have that fight. You can't be changed. You can't go in negotiations and say, "Hey, I want to fight you. Let's work out a deal and try to fight." And then pull out and say, "Hey, I got all my money over here." Don't nobody give a shit about that. What you want in negotiations for?
Complete. They've been talking about this fight all year, bro. I was in Dallas in April. They've been talking about this fight all year. This fight should have been finalized a long time ago.
When you negotiate,
hold on, it should have been finalized a long time ago.
It ain't on one side though.
Hey man, look, they don't have plenty of time to get this fight done if they really wanted to make it happen.
Says
too much
who?
pushback on both sides. See, I'm gonna tell you the problem. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you. I know for fact because I don't talk to some folks, and I know for fact this fight has been negotiated since the beginning of this year. I know that for fact. And they ain't got it done by now. It ain't getting done.
Too long to negotiate though. I mean, it depends on what they're negotiating though.
I'm gonna say this right here. If both fighters wanted this fight, but the powers that be were the ones holding this fight up, and that's basically what it is. I had never heard Earl say he didn't want to fight Bud, and I never heard Bud say he didn't want to fight Earl. It's the powers that be that held this fight up. If they really wanted to make this fight happen, they could have made it happen and been done with it a long time ago, booked it, and all of us have been flying out to check it out and all that stuff. They try, man, look, man, they ain't trying to make this thing happen the way it should happen because they trying to keep leverage on one side. They trying to keep leverage. Look, they try to keep more leverage on one side of the fight versus the other side of the fight. That's why we're not getting the fight.
No, that's not.
Period.
No, we're not getting the fight because one party didn't feel like they would get what they want.
Hold on. You telling me
they
that
in negotiations, bro?
If it was 50-50, if they did a Deontay Wilder Fury type situation, this fight would be done. But they didn't do that.
But neither one of them is Deontay, and neither one of them is one.
You got me now. You figured me out. You fucking income fucking poop. You figured me out. You got me red-handed. You got me red-handed.
Right, you're right. They're not. Neither one of them is Deontay.
Neither one of them fighters. They're not neither one of them fighters. So we can't put that benchmark. So it's not a 50-50 fight.
Listen. What you just said in a nutshell. Because see, Deontay Wilder calls shots. He has a big voice in what he does now. He didn't always have that. He didn't always have that. And see, a lot of fighters like to say, I'm the boss of my situation, this, that, and the third, but call Al Heyman. Okay.
But now, how do we know that? How do we know that Errol Spence not want to get ready?
Earl ain't calling no shots, bro. Period.
We don't know that though.
Earl ain't been calling no shots. Earl ain't calling
no shots, man. We don't know that. Just because Deontay Wilder felt like giving Fury 50-50, that don't mean every fighter behind him is going to be feeling the same exact way as him, right, wrong, or indifferent. We don't know what Errol was feeling like.
This is some common sense for your ass right here. I'm gonna tell you right now. If Earl was calling the shots, Earl said he wanted to fight. Bud said he wanted to fight. If Earl was calling the shots, we'd be done.
Why Earl got to call the fights? Bud is negotiating from his side. Earl they both negotiate from their side. They have negotiate about having a medium ground. It's not about you getting everything you want or me getting everything I want.
Bud didn't have no entity in the way. He didn't have nobody to worry about on that. He just had attorneys. He didn't have nobody tell him he can't have this fight anymore. He had that. He got that out of the way. All he had was some attorneys.
So why he didn't make the fight? Why the fight didn't happen?
Because your boy, his team, don't let him call shots. They call the shots. That's why.
What that got to do with anything? If he willing to, he said, listen. At the end of the day, if they want to fight, they have to
put that fight together. I think he would have put that fight together if he was calling shots. He ain't calling shots, bro. He ain't calling shots.
How do you know that? We don't know that.
I know he ain't. I know it because he always say call Al. I know. He telling himself, call Al. He ain't calling no shots.
That don't mean that because Al was, that don't mean that he ain't calling no shots. Because he don't want to talk about something.
He ain't calling no shots. He ain't calling no shots.
Stop it, Cinto. Just because that fight happened, we don't know what happened. I ain't putting it on either one of them. I'm just saying that practice that dude did, there's no shit to be glorified. That's all I'm saying.
That means you putting it on somebody then.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, somebody didn't get what they wanted. We don't know what the negotiation is. It could have been something as small as the ring size was the reason why the fight didn't go. We don't fucking know what the reason was that the negotiation fell apart. No idea. Man. We just speculated. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Y'all reaching, man. Y'all reaching and y'all moving the goalposts every time, bro.
Nah, ain't nobody reaching. They was in negotiations to make the fight. Make the fight.
You my dude, but you know you reaching because every time
I ain't reaching. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna be sitting up here. I'm not gonna be sitting up here acting like what because they was in negotiation. You decided to go do something else, and that's a great thing. That's not a great thing, man. I'm not gonna be mad at no man that's trying to do something for himself and his family. I'm not gonna be mad at that. I can't. I'll be disingenuous, and I'll be less of a man to feel like I can say something to this man negatively because I didn't get what I want out of it. When he's trying to earn a living and do what he loves to do doing it and trying to take care of his family. I am not going to do that. Wouldn't he got paid if he did negotiations? If they wouldn't have came to agreement, would he have not gotten paid?
I ain't mad about it. Look here. When I found out we weren't getting that fight, I ain't mad about it.
He still was going to get paid either way. Like he ain't accomplished nothing. He was going to get paid either way. We didn't get the fight. He got another fight, which is a much easier fight and a less difficult fight. That's all that happened.
Hey, where my man Pugils go to?
Oh, Pugils on here?
Hey, there he is. What's up, bro?
Yo.
What's happening, Pugils?
I see y'all going on. I see y'all going on about the goings on in the sport.
Hey, Pugilist. We got a word from Al Heyman.
Now, you got me now. You figured me out. You fucking income fucking poop. You figured me out. You got me red-handed. You got me red-handed.
See, y'all trying to put that on. I haven't got. I don't even know.
It's a lot. It's a lot, man. It's a lot connected to that shit, man. It's a lot connected, but it's just it's a big part. A big part of that is just simply how the way boxing is set up now, and
Hey, Puge, hold on real quick, Puge.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Birdman, what's going on?
What up, man?
What up,
Hey,
Birdman?
Santos, I'm gonna have to agree with the other guy on this right here, man. I ain't got nothing against Blue Blood for signing, dude, but Bud led us on. So we as fans have a right to get mad because we sitting here thinking he want the smoke, and he turned away. It looks bad, man. And everybody's hyped up for this fight.
We didn't have nothing as 2 weeks ago when I was in New York. We still didn't have agreed upon 100% deal. I knew at that point this fight wasn't going down this year. So at that point I didn't care because I'm trying to figure out when I'm gonna get a plane ticket. I ain't caring about it at that point.
But you had ESPN and all these other people spreading these false narratives like the fight's being made, it's being made, and we all hyped and we ready to pay to watch this thing. We thinking Bud gonna do the right thing, and he shitted on us. So we got a right to be mad at Bud and ESPN and all these other people.
But you know what? Just like Lamar said a minute ago, man, we don't know the intricate parts of that agreement that these guys had. We going by what they tell. Cause see, one party tells one thing, another party counters. You know, we don't know what 100% truth is. We're not a part of those negotiations. We didn't sit down on the phone and talk to anybody. We hadn't seen any contractual agreements, black and white at all. All we going by is what we have found out on the internet.
But we seeing Bud lay all these smoke and mirrors like he really wanted that fire, and we thought, okay, it's gonna happen because Bud's out here talking trash about it. Then he flipped ship. So has that ever happened in boxing before, where guys trying to get ready to get signed a contract to fight for a big major fight, and then all of a sudden go the opposite direction?
You're not signing anything if it ain't agreed upon. That's what everybody's talking about.
I know, but like in a big fight,
let me ask you this. Did Bud not wait long enough?
If they're in negotiations, man, you can't say that if he's negotiating those, Santos. That's
hold on.
If they're negotiating, if we on the table sitting down and negotiating, you can't jump up and say, hey, we're negotiating too long.
I'm asking you all the questions. Did Bud not wait long enough?
All right, let me ask you. I feel like we said
he's been calling for this fight for 3 or 4 years.
Hey, Santos,
Did he
I
not
feel like
wait
we
long
setting
enough?
up an excuse for Bud to get out of his responsibility to the fans when we say, did he not wait long enough? He been waiting. Spence been waiting too, but we thought that Bud was on the same train. You know what I mean?
Vince said he's gonna clean up his side of the street. He ain't say nothing about wait. He said he gonna clean
But
his
they're
side of the street. That's what he
negotiating, though,
did.
Santos. They're
Nah,
negotiating.
man.
Neither one of them are fighting. Neither one of those
Okay.
guys are fighting. So it's a flawed argument.
Okay.
Neither one of them are fighting. They're
Let me
negotiating
ask
with each
another
other.
question. Let me ask
Well,
another
let me
question.
say this. Let me interject
How
this.
long
So
does it? Go ahead.
let me just interject this. Like, see, it's a tough situation, really, for both of them, because and this is why I was saying when I said a little while ago in terms of just the way that the sport is set up now. I was talking to my former manager about this. That he just the way that the sport is set up now. Because see, had things been made more clear from both sides earlier on, because I agree with Santos that by a certain point, everybody should have known that fight wasn't happening this year. Because you got to promote that shit a certain way to get the maximum revenue out of the match. So what you have to take into consideration, like it affected both of them. Because same thing on Earl's side. Had his team really known sooner, he could have fought. He himself too could have been getting ready to fight this year.
Hey,
Because
I
you
got one for
gotta let as a fighter, you want to stay active. So
Hey,
it goes
people.
both ways. Now when you in negotiations, like this, now we all view Errol. Most people view Errol as the A side, the side, the more commercially.
You there, Pierce? I can't hear
Yeah,
anybody.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So as a more relevant side on the economic side, as far as the relevant side in the match. Now, so in that regard, see, right now, Terrence is in a real ill spot now, quagmire now, because he's negotiating these things without a promoter now. You understand what I'm saying? And this is still new territory to him and his team. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not as easy as people would like for that think that shit is. So he's entered a new realm, and without having a promoter to oversee this, it's really just not as simple as people would like for that shit to be. So when you get into that shit, you may want, like, you hear them both, because you heard them both say that they wanted to fight as the fighters. Now, as you heard both of the fighters themselves say that they wanted to fight and was going to make it happen. But they ain't the ones sitting there at those tables negotiating that shit. Even though they may be the bosses saying, I want it done. They're not actually the ones that's doing that shit. So when in a situation like that, and the little intricacies that's being brought to the table and done, it's a little bit more complicated than people realize. Especially on the Crawford side. Because Spence got the PBC and Al Heyman involved in his negotiations and all that he's doing. So, but it's like I said, with the economics of the fight, because the bad side about how boxing is set up now they're two of the top boxers in the world, and they both have some stardom, but it's not their talent is more than their stardom. Because there should have absolutely been money for that fight regardless from the gate. That shit should have been able to be made quick. But the business of boxing as it's set up now is a lot different. Like I heard you bring up like Eddie Hearn. See, Eddie Hearn, what he do is he get that outside investment money to come into that shit. Like them Arabs and shit, they ain't really into boxing like that. But they getting into that shit because they're looking to make money. So he could get those type of people to come into it. But Al Heyman, he's dealing with the entities here in America, like those networks and shit like that. And Crawford don't have nobody on that. Like if he still had Bob Arum could do that. but he don't have that shit now. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why it seemed crazy that he ended up signing with this new network that nobody don't know nothing about, because he don't have the full expertise and a company to really move him through those type of negotiations. He really don't.
But what I'm saying is, like, when Blue
So
said
when
he
you say
when Blue
no,
said
but let me just finish this real quick. So when
okay.
they saying like it's not that necessarily that he did that shit, he was negotiating not in good faith. It's like he really don't know what the fuck they doing. Keeping a buck with you, like
All right.
it's not their expertise like that. It's not. This is a whole new thing to him and the team, the people that he working with. That's not what they was doing all this time. They had a whole nother entity. You had a whole nother entity which was Top Rank that did all that stuff for him. So he may have been sincere in doing this shit, but at the end of the day, he got offered that situation to make that money, and he realizing that this shit ain't happening this year any fucking way. So they talking this game now. That shit may not work, because y'all remember just a few months ago, wasn't Triller the shit? Just a few months ago.
Last year, year before last, whatever. Triller.
Yeah, wasn't Triller the shit?
Yeah, beginning of the year was.
Now they not, but now you don't hear shit about them like that.
True.
You understand, son? So this is where we at.
But what I'm saying is, like, the anger with the fans is like when Blue talked to Spence. Spence said they sent the contracts, and he didn't like what was on there, so they sent it back, and then Spence said they gave him everything he wanted. So then we thinking the fight gonna happen now. The next thing you know, he signed with somebody else, and it's like, man, he just threw the whole thing up. That's what makes us think, like, is he running scared? Or was it a business move? I thought it was for his. But
let me ask you the question though: did you think the fight was happening this year or next year?
Shit, I can't even tell you. I knew it wasn't gonna happen this year because
I don't understand why y'all getting upset.
Yeah.
If you know it wouldn't happen this year.
Damn sure wasn't gonna happen this year.
No,
it wasn't gonna happen this year.
If you got a chance to make some money for this, what I'm saying, my argument all night has been: if you got a chance to put money on the books for 22, put it on the books. 23 will take care of itself.
All right, you're right.
And I cannot, in business 101, I cannot argue with any man trying to do right for his family.
You're
I
right.
cannot argue with that, especially if you got a chance in 23 to finalize and make something happen that wasn't going to happen till the end anyway.
Well, you know what, you're wrong, Santos. I'm gonna tell you where you're wrong. When Showtime and ESPN and Espinoza came out, and they have a problem with it. Now, it might have been a situation where they all realized at some point they could have had a meeting and said, "Hey, look, this shit ain't gonna happen this year. We're gonna do it next year." You wouldn't have heard nobody saying nothing negative towards anybody. They would have had that agreement.
The reports has already started coming out that the fight wasn't happening this year.
Nothing gets leaked.
They will negotiate for February of 23.
Is what I heard. Saying is, nobody leaks anything out of anybody's camp unless they want that shit leaked. Like, ain't nobody. There's very few people at the negotiating table.
Birdman, when was the last date that you heard that the fight was going to happen?
I thought it was set for November the 19th, but then they just moved it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, they've been moving it.
Hold on, let them talk. What was the last date they moved it to when?
I think that I heard something about was going to be like, I'm trying to make it for December 3rd or some shit like that.
They thought I heard the 3rd. I ain't hear the 3rd, but I heard December.
Yeah, sometime in December.
When I was in New York, I heard this fight was being negotiated for February the 23rd.
But hey, Santos, you know what would help it out? If EJ or Bud would just come out and say, "Hey, we're not gonna make it in 2022, but we definitely can throw down in 2023." That'll give me a little bit more confidence, like we're gonna see them fight. They owe us that at least.
But see, this is a situation where, like I said, Earl ain't calling shots, man. He can say who he wants to fight.
Earl? Who knows that? Stop saying that, bro. How do you know that?
Finish, bro. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Then you can have the floor. I'm saying, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing and what I've been hearing for years from Earl's situation, he can say who he wants to fight, but he is not calling shots on the negotiations end of the business end of his deals. And Terrence, like my man Pius just told us, he always had top rank in his corner. He don't have that now. Then he had the other cat who's on the investigation, had him in his corner. Didn't
Hey,
have that.
hey,
He's dealing with
Centel,
attorneys right now.
can I ask you a question, Centel? So could the belt that Terrence holds, can they just make Spence his mandatory, make him fight, get it on? Or, I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking.
Say what now?
So could the belt that Bud has, can they make Spence the mandatory, forcing the fight or drop the belt or something?
I don't think they can be.
They can't do it now because they can't do it now.
Yeah,
They
that's
can't
not
do
a
it now.
good point. But sometimes you can't say that he's not. You can't say that he's not calling the shot. But if he's employing somebody to do a thing and he let the man do the thing, then you can't double back and say, "Nah, he's not in charge." If I pay somebody to be my accountant and I got the guy doing all my books and shit, and I'm not doing the books, that's what I paid him to do. He's got a manager. He's got an advisor. Like he's got people like. Just because Bud don't have those things, we can't criticize somebody. Bud wanted to do it his way. This man decided to do it his way. So we can't be saying that one person is not in charge. He's employing people to do certain things, and they're doing those things.
I didn't say Bud was in charge of his business. I said he has attorneys now. He didn't have before. He had attorneys only. He had promotional companies. He had a management company. Hold on. He had a management.
You said Spence is not in charge.
Okay. When it come down to Spence, I'm gonna say this one more time. When it come down to PBC, I only know of 2 people, fighters, that have ever been able to call their own shots when it come down to PBC. Floyd Mayweather and Deontay Wilder. No one else. Everybody else got to call Al. Got to talk to Al. Got to talk to Al. Got to talk to Al.
Who's calling shots at Top Rank?
Well,
Who calling shots at Top Rank? Who calling shots at his own? It's the same thing.
Well, what happens?
Top Rank got nothing to do. Top Rank got nothing to do.
Well,
They got
that's right. But what happens too in a situation like, let's say, with like somebody like Errol Spence. Errol Spence got his own promotion now. And he works. He works. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
You hear me? Yeah. So Spence got his own promotion. He worked in conjunction with the PBC. But so y'all got to remember when he been doing business with them his whole career. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna take serious advice from Al Heyman and his company. So he's gonna definitely lend an ear to the things that Heyman and the company is saying. So the reason why you may not have heard him, he may have had an idea that the shit wasn't going to happen, and they had an idea that it's not going to get done this year. But it seems to me that it was like, just be quiet. We still working on it. So don't say anything publicly because we're working to make the fight happen. But that's why you didn't hear him specifically come out and say, well, the fight ain't happening this year. You notice you kept hearing him saying that we're going to make the fight happen. We're going to make it happen. Because from the PBC side and Al Heyman and them, they're probably like, look, we're going to make the fight happen. We just got to work through some things that we still have to make happen to make it happen. And whether it's this year or the next. That's probably why you didn't hear him come right out and say, well, it ain't going to happen now, but it's going to definitely happen in 2023. Because he's made it clear. He wants to get past this shit so he can move up and wait. So he probably was waiting. It seems to me he was waiting for the last moment to see exactly what was going to happen. If the fight was going to happen before this year was out or next year. But I don't think, from what it sounds to me, from listening to the quotes that he's put out, that he might have been looking more forward to the fight happening even to the end of this year in December, as opposed to next year. Early next year. And that's why you didn't hear him saying that. But his situation is different from Terrence Crawford. You understand? And that's why Terrence Crawford ultimately probably ended up doing what he did, in that circumstance. Because their situations is not the same in both camps. So it seems to me that that's what was going on. Because Spence has that arrangement with the PBC, which is a promotional company, that he fights through, and Crawford doesn't have that anymore to do those type of negotiations for him. That's why things went the way that they went ultimately, you know, at the negotiation table. That's how I see it.
For sure. What's going on,
I mean,
Pam?
but they.
Kyle?
Nah, I don't know if the fight gonna happen like now because Spence may really look. If Spence really make that decision, you'll know soon, and you're gonna know real soon if he make that decision to go up to 54 or not. You'll know. We'll know before the year. Very soon you'll hear exactly what his move is going to be.
Let me ask you a question, Pete.
Yo, Steph, hold on real quick. Listen. Steph been want to talk about Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford for months. Now, this is the first time in the history he gets to talk about this. So I hit him on Twitter, called him all the shit. I know he want to talk about this shit. So let him rock out, and then after that, everybody else can kind of do their thing.
Hold on. I gotta hold on, Steph.
Damn, since Toshi been talking all fucking night.
Hold on, Cal. I'm getting ready. I want to ask Pews a question. I need
Nah, man, no.
Well, anyway,
man.
hey, Pews.
No.
Who you think?
This is my show. I do what the hell I want on my show.
Hey, Pews. Who you think?
This is my show. I do what the hell I want on my show.
I'm still gonna ask. Pews, you think Earl is running the negotiations on his side or not?
Not solely. He's doing it in conjunction with Al Heyman and Al Heyman's company, but not solely.
I feel like they're reporting back to Earl. I feel like they're reporting back to Earl, but Earl is not really calling the shots.
He's gonna say what he's gonna. He has what he wants to get done, I'm sure, but he's not solely sitting around. He's not solely controlling that shit. Al Heyman is advising him. He's advising him as to what to do.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, he's advising him just like he's been doing his whole career.
That's why he pays Al Heyman to advise him. Exactly.
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
All right, go ahead.
No, you said he don't call no shots. That's what you said. The man don't call no shots.
He ain't.
Like he just sitting around waiting on Al Heyman telling him what to do.
He is.
Come on, man.
He is.
Yeah, stop.
That's his team, and Al is the one told to clean his side up. He don't told us that, bro.
Steph,
he don't basically told us that.
Go ahead.
Let Steph go, man. Go ahead, Steph.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, panel. Believe it or not, Kyle, man, I'll be quick. You know, first off, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with what, Crawford was the first to walk away from the negotiations, so I'll leave that opinion out of it. But I'm happy for him if that's what he wants. I am a little surprised that people think that we could still possibly get this fight. I know that's still a possibility, but we have been running through a crazy ringer ever since April 16th of this year when Errol called him out and so forth. If it's up to me, I would like to see Errol move up to 54. There's no reason to wait around and wait for this guy. And that's about it, man. I got nothing else. I'm really tired of this situation and ready to move forward. Ready to move forward.
Man, kiss my leg.
Well, okay. Well, hang on. Well, how would we get this fight again? How would we get this fight if it were to be prolonged? Anybody?
What if that app does really good? You know what I'm saying? And it brings all the good boxers, independent boxers over there, and everybody's going to want to see them, tangling.
Well, are they a distributor or are they a stable of boxers?
I have no idea.
Well, let's start there. And okay, let me ask this too: Is Crawford alone right now? Meaning, does he have backing, or is he signed to anybody, or is he just fighting on this BLK Prime app?
I think he's signed to them for a couple fights, right, Centaur?
I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we don't have no specific details. It's just people throwing out things that they believe to be true. His campaign officially said nothing.
I'm gonna say something really crazy. I'm gonna be that crazy guy. I don't come December 10th. I don't think he's fighting. I really don't. I could be wrong though. I could be very well wrong, and that's just what I think, based off the evidence and facts that are coming out about all this stuff.
And that company, we don't know anything good about that BLK Prime. Nothing good is out there about that company. So we got to see if they even able to pull this card off to begin with. But we start getting too crazy with this stuff. Because we just seen like in the summertime where somebody had a card and they couldn't pay the fucking fighters.
Sentos, do you? Sentos gone. Pugilist, you there, mate?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Let me ask you something, brother. Do you think that Errol and Al Heyman would offer Terrence Crawford another contract? Because that's the only way I see y'all's logical explanations of why this fight could possibly still happen.
I don't know. It's very possible. Who knows? It's possible. I can't say that it's not possible. It's not impossible. It's going to really depend on a big portion on what Errol Spence wants. Like if he decides that he just had enough and he's ready to move up, then it's a done deal. And if he decides that he wants to win, just to have a shot at winning those belts, to just put himself in a particular category, just on a personal level, then he may hang around a little while longer. But it's really up to him at this point.
Yeah, me too. I like that answer. But he also can't force Terrence to fight him. And nor am I interested in thinking that type of way about him or Terrence. You can't force anybody to fight you, man. So that's why I'm really at peace with all this stuff, man. Crawford did what he did. He chose to go that route. Whether I like it or not, or agree or disagree or not, it doesn't matter. I can't force Terrence to do anything that let alone for my entertainment value. So
what about the belt though? What's going to happen with the belt? He going to hold on to it, or
he's going to have to fight Boots? How about that?
That'd be nice.
Fight Virgil, because in fact, Virgil, Boots, Keith were 1, 2, 3, but he chose David Avanesian. So you fight those guys.
I just saw that Boots is fighting. On the 17th, December 17th.
But do you think Ortiz was wanting to fight any of those guys, or is he wanting to wait till the smoke settled to fight somebody after they beat each other up? What do you think?
That's what he's going to do.
See, I don't think that though. Of Ortiz, I want him to fight somebody, or Boots and Ortiz need to fight each other to see who's going to fight either Spence or Bud. And that'd be a problem fight.
Yeah, I just literally read before I got on here. I just read that Boots is scheduled to fight on the December 17th card now, and they're just trying to get the opponent. Possibly they saying Stanionis, but they haven't secured his opponent 100% yet. But he's definitely on that card, the December 17th card.
Interesting.
Do we think this makes him? We think this makes Bud have a better position when he go back to renegotiate. It weakens his power, or it don't change nothing. That's going to have some kind of effect when he renegotiates.
Ask that again, Pittsburgh.
Do we think that by Bud having this fight, if he does have the fight, does it change when they renegotiate? Does it make him have more power, less power, or change nothing?
I think he's in the same positioning, because here it is. Put your numbers up. That's what it's about. Yes, there's some other things, some other discrepancies, some other complexities, intricacies, think accolades and whatnot, but it's really about the numbers, the drawing power. Steven Espinoza told me that personally. I got to ask that question to him. I said, where do you start with trying to make a big boxing deal like that? Well, you start with the numbers. And that's the crux of it, gentlemen. Like, and frankly, let me say this too, and I'll shut up. It was never about the money. Because if you're going to sit here and tell me he wasn't going to make more than $10 million, I think you're crazy fighting Errol Spence. I think you're crazy, just crazy.
I thought
So
it was more too.
him signing for $10 million lets me know it was never about the money, and I'll keep my opinion to myself on that. But
And also,
yeah,
you got to think the same fans that like Spence also like Bud. So that was going to be a big fight. Because if you paying to watch the fight, you paying to watch both of them. Because we all like both of them. So they could have paid that man a lot more money.
what do you mean by that, Birdman? What do you mean they could have paid a lot more money? Paid Terrence?
Yeah, I think they should have offered Terrence a lot more money because I think he's worth it. Even though I'm a Spence fan, I think it's fair. It's fair. Those are the two hottest guys in boxing right now.
But he hit it on the head. It's about the bread, man. It's about the numbers. Like, see, that's why I said what I said earlier. Yeah, their talent, they're both on their talent level is that, but it's not like it's a different era when it comes to the being stars. See, it's not about like us. We boxing fans. Like me, I'm still in the sport. I'm still in the sport. Like literally in the sport. And and even though I'm in the sport, I'm still a fan of the sport. Having been a fighter and now a manager and coach and trainer, I'm still in the shit. But it's not when it comes to that, when it comes down to the business side of that, it's about them numbers, yo. And it's always been like that. It's not nothing new. It's always been that way. So, but the thing is, I was just explaining this a few hours ago. I was just explaining this a few hours ago to somebody. I said the sport is different. It's not the same. It's not the same. So when you have a star, what we call a star boxer today ain't the same as a star boxer just 20 years ago. It's not the same. You got guys like as good as Terrence Crawford and even Errol Spence is. The casual fans, there's some fans that don't know them. There was a time when a star boxer was one of the most famous athletes, period, point blank. That don't exist like that no more. There's a reason why certain fighters, like right now, like you see Floyd Mayweather, he came at that end of that certain time period. That's why he's known like that for the things that he did at the end of his. But it's also the situation at the time period in which he fought. But that's why you see somebody like even Mike Tyson still has a certain relevance because of the time frame in which he fought. You know, you got to get them non-boxing fans to be the ones to really get your fight over the hump for that money. And that's why, even though as far as their talent, yeah, they deserve that shit. But as far as their star power, it's not the equivalent to, like, let's say, like how Sugar Ray Leonard was. It's not the same. It's not the same. But you would just walk to anybody in the street after, yo, you know who Sugar Ray Leonard? Hell yeah, I know who he was. He was an Olympian. He was this. You saw him in the commercials doing the 7-Up shit. It's different. You understand what I'm saying? You ain't never seen, has Terrence Crawford been at between number one and number 3, the best pound for pound fighter for at least the past 5 years? Have you ever seen Terrence Crawford on a commercial? Never. And he's been the top fucking fight. He's been the 1 to 3 for the past 5 years. But you don't see Ryan Garcia ass on the commercial.
Sure. So
so it's not, your marketing is an important part of that shit, man. And you can't just give this money. So that part, Pittsburgh is right about that shit. Them companies want to gotta make their money too. They gotta feel like we're gonna make a certain amount of money back from doing this shit. And if you're not able to do that, it's not as easy to put it together. Although their talent is worth it. Their talent is worth it without question. But you got to look at it like are enough people going to actually buy this shit? And now we exist in this time of streaming. It's going to be mad motherfuckers that's going to stream that shit that ain't going to pay for it too. That's money lost. But back in a far bygone era, that shit couldn't happen. So you're going to have to see that shit one or two ways. Go to that shit or go to your friend's house that had that shit. But it's going to be, it was a lot harder to do. It's way easier to do that shit now.
Let me.
So you have to look at.
You're right, Pugilist. You're right.
And then some fighters aren't good marketers. They're not good promoters in themselves. And you have to be a good self-promoter for you to get that top dollar. So if you're not a great self-promoter and you don't have that kind of personality, that's no knock on you. But you're gonna there's going to be an effect from that on the business side of that. That's just what it is.
Fact. That's a fact. You're not wrong at all. You know, it's just like you take like back. Let's say back in the mid 80s, you take somebody like Pernell Whitaker. Pernell Whitaker became recognized as a top pound for pound fighter for a while. You never saw Pernell on commercials and shit like that. But you had somebody like Hector Camacho. Hector Camacho was always in the fucking news. You understand? Whether he was getting in trouble or whatever, but he stayed. His name was out there ringing bells, so people knew who he was. You understand what I'm saying? You have to be able to garner some kind of notoriety, you know, and publicity for yourself, good or bad. And if you don't do that, and people don't know who you are like that, no matter how good you are, you're not going to have that same star quality. Although we may say, oh, he's a star boxer, but people may not really know you the same exact way. You got to bring that. Just being good in the ring is not good enough.
Yeah,
It's simply not.
I
You'll
remember
never
when they used to
win.
have a lot of boxers used to have a lot of sponsorships too.
Yeah, it's just not like that no more, man. You got to be able to
But
self market.
see, you got these dudes now, Pews, like Bernie the Boxer, which is in Bud's camp. They floated out this notion that Bud was being offered this slave contract, right? And I'm not even getting on Bud for him saying that or for Bernie saying that, but just the idea that people are saying things like that is where we're at in the current times, where people are drawing that much emotions to the contract and you getting paid millions of dollars and calling it a slave contract. That's fucking insane. That's turn offish of a lot of people that they don't want to hear that shit. Like that's just like when the NFL go through those negotiations with the contract. Nobody really want to side. You kind of want to side with the players, but it's kind of hard to side with the players because the motherfuckers are millionaires fighting against billionaires. So that's the reality of the situation, and especially now when people are getting laid off. You go to the store, $100 worth of grocery, ain't no fucking $100 no more. Gas going up, everything going up, rent going up. So people, it's kind of hard for you to be bitching and moaning about money when you're talking about millions of dollars that people never gonna touch. It's annoying to people.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, you know, I understand that too. But you know, having been a fighter myself, and now, you know, I got young fighters I train and shit, and I'm gonna be looking, and hopefully they get good enough that I can manage them and shit like that. I don't give a fuck what y'all think. I'm gonna negotiate the best for my fucking athlete and myself.
Of course.
You understand what
With
I'm
that
saying?
being,
I can whine and cry all you fucking want, but because I know, having been in a fight, like when I fought, and my shit, my eyes swole at the end of the fight. None of y'all niggas wasn't coming there consoling me.
No.
That's my wife.
yeah. Wait, hang on, Pittsburgh.
I'm not concerned with that shit of the actual athlete. I'm not concerned with that being the actual athlete. You gotta do what you gotta do for yourself on that financial side. Because if you don't,
But it's not how you. It's not you ask for money. It's the manner in which they're going about it. Is what I'm saying. Athletes should get paid as much as they can get paid. Everybody pretty much agree with that. It's just the manner in which they do it. That's the problem. Nobody has a problem with an athlete getting because somebody cutting that check willingly.
yeah. So I'm saying
So that's not a problem.
no, but that's what I'm saying is when it comes down to that and the negotiations of that shit, it's different. Like, and I've said this all along, because you know, as I've said this shit before you look at somebody like Spence, you look at somebody like Crawford. Spence is a blue chipper. He was an Olympian. He was expected to do what he's done. Terrence Crawford wasn't expected to do 100% what he did. His shit came a little bit more out of there. He was good, but he was the level below them guys. Like my little homie, Saddam Ali beat him to make the Olympic team. You understand what I'm saying? But those guys was a level above. So, but Spence was expected to do what he did, and he's for most part his career, he's lived up to that shit. He was been expected to do certain things, being Olympian. He's done that. Terrence Crawford had to earn his shit a little bit more. He was like, okay, he was good amateur, but he wasn't that dude. You understand what I'm saying? He made himself as a pro into a good fighter. A little bit more than what was maybe expected to him. Whereas Spence always had that shit on him just by being an Olympian. When you make that team, you automatically put a certain expectation on you, whether you medal or not. Now, that's the expectation is for you to be a certain type of fighter. And he's lived up to that shit. And Crawford had to earn his shit a little bit differently. He was good, but the other guy was a little bit better as an amateur. And he's lived up to that shit. And Crawford has to earn his shit a little differently. That's why he took the path that he took. And that's not uncommon. It's just like you having Sugar Ray Leonard and Aaron Pryor. There's very similar roads that happened with Crawford and Spence. Spence is the way Ray Leonard shit went. Crawford is the way Pryor's shit went. They both was top amateurs. One made the Olympic team. He got this. One didn't. He fell just short. He had to take a different road. And that's one of the reasons. And that fight never happened, which could have happened. That would have been a big super fight had that shit happened, but it never came to be. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what that just kind of reminds me of. This kind of reminds me of that scenario. There's a good chance it may not happen. Now,
well, what Birdman says something that makes you want to say this, and you also said some things that make you want to touch on it too, and you too, Pittsburgh. For starters, I believe, well, I'm just going to say what Earl said. Earl said 60-40. So he gave the man 40%. That's more than a fair deal if we want to go by the numbers technically. That's more than a fair deal. I don't know how you get to 35 and all that other shit with nothing. Like Pittsburgh said, the narrative that was painted that he was getting fucked. That's a lie. Complete lie. That they were pretty fair with this guy. Not only that, he's been offered numerous contracts. He turned them down all. How do I know that? He's the one who walked away from the negotiations currently. In fact, did it blindsidedly. I'm trying to be really nice when I talk about this, because frankly, I'm kind of over it. There's just so much rumors and things to be said, and a lot of us don't even know. And I'm just talking strictly about the fight and the negotiating and the negotiations that lead up to the fight and how we get there. As far as Al Heyman goes, Al Heyman works for Errol. It's his job to advise him and manage and get him the most money he can get, not Terrence Crawford. Let me say that again. He works for Errol. Errol hired him to be his advisor and manager and to get him the best deal, not Terrence. So whatever road he took, that's not Al and Errol's problem at none given time. That's not their issue. They treat this man very well. And this is all my opinion from just all the things of me connecting the dots and what I've heard. They treat this man very well and gave him a fair deal each and every time. In fact, they said yes to any and everything that he demanded. Why do I say that? He's the B-side. What's the B-side? The B-side, I say this almost every stream. It's their job to negotiate as much as they can from the A side. And that's what he did. Errol said yes to everything. He just walked away from it, gentlemen. That's all. That's all. And in the process, you said a key word that makes me say this, Puch. It's how he did it. This man lied on Al and Errol. His camp lied on Errol and Al and said horrible, unnecessary things like that Slade deal, things like that. And just practice business in bad faith. How do you agree to something but say you need stipulations and approval of what they are spending on, or open the books, quote unquote, and then ask for transparency when you're already negotiating another deal? You may know this, pugilist, since you're a manager, box, and all that good stuff. Isn't it common courtesy to give to a fellow camp if you're negotiating with someone else, even though you're negotiating with that camp, so everyone can get their shit in order? But Bud didn't do that.
Yeah, you can let that be known. Look, we got to make this happen by a certain date. Generally, we want to let them know by a certain date. that if it's not
And,
done
and,
by
and that's not what he did, though. He didn't do that.
yeah,
He
it
did
would
not
be
do that.
that
He
would
did
be
not do that. How do I know that? I talked to
oh,
Steven myself. Steven said he was blindsided completely.
mm-hmm.
So fast forward, I don't think they're going to be doing business with him. That's no beef. That's no shade. That's no disrespect. They don't hate him. It's nothing like that. It's just, we're not doing that. You've already lied to us and shown us your cards and shown us your ass. And then technically speaking, bro, like Errol is a built superstar. Him and two other fighters are used to fighting in front of 40,000 plus. No one else is doing that. And as far as Errol goes, his camp and his handlers and whether it be Fox or Showtime, the PBC, they've built him up to what he is. He is the big fish. He is the cash cow. He is selling out arenas. So he deserves it all. And that's just what it is, gentlemen. And like, I'm not even kidding you. I scoff and laugh at the idea that like him going to BLK Prime and doing whatever numbers is like what? So he's going to offer Errol now? Is that what that is? Because the only reason why we even got to talk about this fight is because Errol wanted it and he offered the man. That's the only reason we got to talk to it. That's the only reason we got to talk about this fight, however close we have been to it. And that's just what I see, gentlemen. And I want to say it's a shame, but I'm not gonna lie. My eyes say Terrence don't want to fight this man. That's what my eyes tell me. That's what my ears tell me when I'm listening to the people directly involved, and that's aside from our conversation. Just the people directly involved, whether it's on this side of the camp or this side of the camp. This man does not want anything to do with Errol Spence.
Yeah, if it's going to happen, like I said, at this point, I would say that if it's going to happen, it's going to have a lot to do with what Errol Spence wants. Like if he, like I said, if Errol want to get those belts to secure that particular legacy, then the fight's going to happen. If he wants that to happen, then it's going to happen. But if he doesn't anymore, meaning like he did make the decision to go up to 54, then more than likely it's a done deal. But it's going to be basically up to him. Like if he decide, well, this is what I want to do. I want this shit. I want to go. I want this legacy. I want this on my boxing historic resume that said I was this, and to put him in a certain class, which it would if he won all them belts, for this era of boxing. If he decides that's what he want to do, then that's what's going to happen. But if he decide like, nah, I don't want to do this shit, I'm just going to move up, then it's definitely, without question, pretty much a done deal. And I think a lot of that's going to be dictated by him. Like, do he really want to do that?
When is Terrence scheduled to fight? When is Terrence supposed to be fighting? This fight he's supposed to be fighting. Is that this year?
December 10th. That's in 5 weeks from now. About 5-6 weeks from now, December 10th.
So if he have this fight, let me ask you this question, man. So y'all can answer because I like the way y'all talking. If he has this fight, let's just say hypothetically this fight happens in December. When do they restart the negotiation, and where are we starting all over again? Because they've been negotiating for months. So if he has a fight in December, he's not probably talking about that fight right away or trying to renegotiate another fight.
Let me be disingenuous.
Twice a year anyway.
I want to be disingenuous really fast, sir. I hate to answer that question with a question again, but there you go again. When does it, dude? How? If Errol is going to what? I'm going to ask you. Do you think Errol's going to offer this man again?
I think he'd probably be advised not to because he would have to wait now. So he hasn't fought this entire year. Bud just got finished with a fight in December, right? So now where does that leave Errol? Does Errol take a quick fight? Does he not fight again until they do negotiations? Like where now what are you expecting this man to do?
I don't know, Pittsburgh, and we just got to wait and see, sir, because from what I know, they put all their all into this, and that's why there were no other fights really scheduled for this second part of the year. And So everything else is really have to work out for not only Errol but the other fighters that he's in stable with. Think TGB, think Samson, think Ringstar, all those people who are under the PBC banner. Everyone's got to get their shit in order and get a fight date, and we will see, man. We will see. It's to be seen with Errol, but I hate to be a Debbie Downer, gentlemen. I don't see him. I don't see them. Why? Because the PBC don't have historical facts tell us when you fuck them over like this, they have a pattern of not fucking with you afterward. So Bud did what he did, and I'm not gonna shame him for that. That's him. He did what he did. Now, I'm okay with that. But again, he's the one who walked away. And what, Errol's supposed to just wait around and just, hey, you know what, man? I really want this. I really, 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 really want this. Let's do this again. This dude lied to him, lied on them, and is still lying to the public. I really, and like something what Pugius was saying, in this day and age of boxing, boy, is it cutthroat, man. Oof. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. The timelines don't look favorable. Because if he fights again, and Bud is not fighting twice a year. Like,
oh yeah. One more thing. I don't even think Bud fights December 10th.
Yeah, that's possibly. We'll see. It's a new
something's gonna happen. Something's going to happen. Something crazy is going to meet me. Like there's gonna be a postponement. There's something's gonna happen, man. I haven't even heard David Avanesian talk about this fight. I haven't even heard his promoter Frank Warren talk about this fight. Bud is out here representing himself. Blue Blood, a hot commodity in the YouTube boxing community, has favorable matchups. He's partnered with these people. They're a distributor. They worked out a deal to distribute his fight and showcase his fight. There's still answers. There still needs to be answered about that contractual stuff. It's a hot mess, man. It's a very, very hot mess. But you know what? I'll do one better. I'm going to talk to Brian Norman this weekend, who's supposed to be fighting for the same company. I'm going to ask him what their deal is. Like, who's representing you and who's representing him? How does that all go together? Yada, 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 that whole thing.
But it might make it worse, though. Think about it like this. It might make it worse because if he has that fight and he puts out lower numbers than his other fights, that creates another mess. Because they're not promoting the fight. It's very short turnaround that they're notifying you that there is a fight. So it's another mess that they're creating. This whole thing it just stinks.
Well, he said he needed to fight this year. That's what Bud said. Remember his statements he reported to Coppinger to give when the fight was announced? In fact, I'm going to read it to you guys. I have it right in front of me. This is this is crap, man. I can't believe this guy did this crap. What did he say? He said, yes, here it is. This is what Bud said when that fight got announced. I agreed to all of their bullshit, and they've been dragging their ass for months. Spence was nowhere to be found while I was trying to make the deal. I explained to Al Heyman and Errol that I was going to fight before the end of the year. Since they want to continue to drag their ass, I'm going to go fight another champion who actually has the balls to fight me. David Avanesian is a very tough task. He's knocked out his last 6 opponents, and this guy is dangerous. Once I'm successful against Avanesian, my plan stays the same. We'll throw Spence ass. He said he explained to Al Heyman and Errol that I was going to fight before the end of the year. I say, cool. How come you're not fighting Errol?
It ain't lying at all. I mean, it don't look good. It ain't nothing about this shit has been handled correctly. I mean, some of these people trying to spend this stuff and make this smell good. It just doesn't. There's no good business practices, none of this shit. And it's not helping us as fans get the fights we want. Because if you get another fighter that does the same shit. Now, if Canelo would have did this when he's in the negotiations with Charlo, we'd be all over his ass. So we can't be like spending this shit in a circle. because of somebody we halfway like. This shit is wrong, and we end up without having a fight.
Pittsburgh, who walked away?
Oh, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that the dudes are trying to spin this shit and make it seem like this black business bullshit. Like, stop it. We don't even know who owns this fucking company.
Yeah.
All right.
Black people actually own the shit.
So this is. Do y'all agree this is a duck?
Sure. Yeah, definitely.
Because it all just smells and sounds like a duck. You know, if you really want this fight, you're gonna do whatever it takes to get it. You're gonna stay a little longer. You know what I mean? That's why I say I think Bud just ducked him because he had to face the dog. I mean, because the fans hyped Bud up and he was believing his own hype, but when it got real, he got ghost. Is what I believe. He's expecting Earl to move up, so we don't have to worry about that problem no more. That's what I think.
Yeah,
He's only helping themselves. When they don't get these fights together, they're only hurting themselves. These fights are big enough to where they'll get casualties to come in. You can't just keep knocking over tomato cans and then expect people to just keep watching and stuff. And you can't expect the networks to keep paying for this stuff. They got rating numbers that they got to fill those blocks in. If you ain't getting the ratings up, then I mean you're only hurting yourself and the sport that you care about when you do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, I was mad, man. I wasn't mad at Blue. I was just mad. I said, man, Bud just ducked.
Yep.
But
yeah,
they're just painting. It's like so many pictures being painted to protect Bud. Like he had to do this. He had to do it. He was looking good by facing the negotiations. I had confidence, but after that, no.
Well, I mean, it's only a couple of promotional companies. It's like Hollywood. Those actors always talk about, or rappers talk about they get blackballed. It's only a couple of those companies. You're not gonna piss off one. It's like the NFL owners. You piss off one, they get together and they, hey, we ain't fucking with that guy. All right, cool. We ain't fucking with him. So like, you put yourself in certain situations and you know these people have monopoly over it, and they can flex their muscle on you. So I think not only this deal, but future deals, he's put himself in a situation. It ain't right. I'm not egging it on to happen, but that's probably more than likely what's going to happen. Because, like you said, them people they etch out a date for you. They have stuff they're negotiating with you, and they feel like you're screwed. And they're petty. They're going to try to get you back.
Yeah. I P, Birdman, I mean, fuck, man. Like I keep saying, I don't care. I was telling, I've always thought we would never get this fight because I thought Bud would come to the table with some BS, and it seems to be exactly what he's done. And he's got historical facts following him with that type of behavior. Not going to really get into that. But, like I keep saying, this is the bet he made. This is what he wants. I'm cool with that, man. I can't. I think I've trained my mind at this point now. Like, man, we can't force this guy to fight Errol if he don't want to fight Errol for whatever reason. Cool. Of course we want the fight. Of course I want the fight. But, like, can't force him to fight Errol, man. He doesn't. His actions say he doesn't. But his excuse saying money – you signed for $10 million. You were going to get 10 plus fighting Errol Spence Jr.
Yeah, it's going to be more than 10.
So it was never about money. You've been offered plural.
But you also got to know the room you in too. Like you gotta know the room that you in. Like you can't go on South Beach and charge for renovations a certain price and then come in the hood and charge. You're gonna charge two different prices depending on what's going on. Right now we're after COVID. We're in a recession. TV companies and the rest of these companies, they're not throwing out cash like that. It's gonna be a little bit harder for you to get these big, massive contracts. You're still gonna get paid. You're not working for free. But like those guaranteed contracts and all that stuff is it's a little bit tighter and harder to come by. Those numbers, they're not giving up those numbers like this.
Yeah.
So we just gotta realize what's going on. I mean, some of this stuff is the emotional stuff. When people say it's a slave contract, it's like, what? What the fuck are you talking about, man?
What's so slave about it?
Like,
what is so slave about it?
well, I don't know, and that was the problem. Like they felt like they put the emotion behind the business, and that's not how business don't work off emotions. And
Sure
that
doesn't.
shit don't work like that, man. They'll go take over. Like, you got a company, I'll come take your company over, backdoor you, pay you out, and we'll go to golf later on. And you'll be laughing saying you got 1-0 on them. That's how business people work. They don't take this shit off personally like that, man. And that's what we go wrong at with this stuff, man.
I like that, P. I like that, P. Because a lot of business gets done over dinner, to be honest with you. I've had the pleasure of being part of some business deals, and guess what? It was over dinner. It was over fucking dinner.
Yeah. Or are you in certain business? If you're in certain businesses, you gotta learn how to play golf. That's what a lot of business at.
Sorry, I got this torch going in the background.
Well, you know what, guys? If since that fight ain't gonna happen, I'm looking forward to see if Earl, if he did take the Boots or the Ortiz fight. That'd be a dope fight. All those fights be dope.
Think the Boots fight would be dope?
Yeah,
and is he ready for that? We'll see though.
You think to my Boots? You think he's ready? I don't think Boots ready just yet, but not yet. But he will be.
I like that. I like what you said, Birdman. I think the same thing. I like, hypothetically going up against Errol. Like, yeah, man, you're not ready for that. Errol would beat you soundly. But he beats all these other guys for sure. But not Errol Spence. Not Errol Spence, man. Errol Spence is a fucking beast. He's an animal. He's the champion for a reason. The real deal. The truth. Simply put.
Yeah.
Simply put. Again, I hope Errol moves up, man. The dude said he had one fight left. It was Terrence Crawford for undisputed, and after that, he moving up, man.
Who are you going to see in the fight if he moves up? Who are you looking forward to fight?
Either Jamel or Fundora. That's who I want him to fight, but he probably won't fight those guys. So he'll probably fight someone like a Lubin or even maybe Castellano.
Well, Castellanos, I think that's a good fight, but a dangerous fight.
No tune-ups. Earl will do tune-ups, dog.
And that's the same dude that fought Charlo, right?
Yeah.
Man, I had my fingers crossed that whole fight, so that's a dangerous fight for Spence.
Yeah, man, but Earl, I don't know, man. Earl, to me, Birdman, Pittsburgh, Kyle, like, he's the best boxer in the world, man. He's a very special fighter. He's a very special fighter. If not, he's top 2, top 3, but probably 1. Like, there's no, I don't see a lot of talents beating him, respectively.
The only one I put above him is 154 Charlo.
I think he beats Charlo's in a war, but soundly. Nah, he's smarter than him. He's way smarter than him, and as good as Charlo's jab is, excuse me, Errol's got even a better jab, world class jab, and what I mean by that is that he uses that jab for his whole facet of his game and whatever he wants to do. Errol is a master at controlling distance, but he's able to do that because he uses his jab to find openings. That's how he fights. He fight for openings. So he's going low, going high, going side to side, coming backward, going forward with that jab, and releasing vicious body punches. Because he fights, not so much anymore, but like on his come up, Errol is known for giving 5, 6, 7, 8 punch combinations to the body. I can't remember anyone in history doing that, respectively. Like, Like, no one does that in the game today. This guy goes to your body 5, 6, 7 times. No one does that. And people think he's so one-dimensional, but no, man. He makes it look easy, but what he's doing is very tough, and it's on the fly, and it's all because of his footwork and his jab. And he's got a really good corner, and he's a smart fighter, man. He's a smart boxer, and he's known for not loading up. Like, Earl hits hard, man. Everything that's coming is hard as fuck.
Yeah, but you're right, Beverly. These dudes oversimplify. So what you're saying is going against the narrative that a lot of these guys use for sports in general, where they oversimplify stuff and they dumb it down too much. Like, basketball is you gotta have championships. Boxing is you gotta have belts. But then if it's somebody they like, then they start moving the shit around and switching it up. So they oversimplify shit too much, and they always act like the old shit is so much. Old athletes are so much better than newer athletes, which is a lot of that shit is patently false. Most of the time, that shit.
Yeah, that's just vanity, though. We all do that. That's just vanity. We Vanity Fair. We love to just, pizzazz, charisma. We love to just exaggerate things. That's okay. But for real, Errol is the truth, bro. He's a very, 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 very smart fighter. And I kind of, to finish that up quickly, like, to give Charlo some points. Charlo's got a mean jab. He's a very mean fighter, meaning everything is coming at you 100 miles an hour with power. He's very athletic. You see nowadays he moves backwards now and fights on his back foot and basically gets out of the way if someone's beating on his ass. So he's very, very smart that way. What else? And yeah, he can knock you out at the whim, if he gets you. But I think Errol is smarter and just a better overall boxer than him. So if they were to match up, Errol would definitely get the best of him. And Errol is, he's kind of throwbackish in this way to the point where, no, man, he truthfully wants to fight the best guys. So if it's Charlo, so be it. So be it. I just got done talking to professional boxer Jesse Hart, arguing with him over on Twitter in a space. Literally, Pittsburgh, you'd have been mad at him, man. I thought he was sounding soft as fuck, talking about all this French shit in boxing. He made some good points, but since we're talking Spence Crawford and things like that, he was really making some bad excuses for Crawford, man. And I was just like, dog. But you know what? In fact, you know what he was doing? He was talking like Top Rank because he's a former Top Rank guy. He was backing his buddy. He was saying, I'm not lying, man. He was saying PBC might as well be Bernie the Boxer. He was saying PBC was handing out lowball deals and things, and they don't do business right. And I was just like, I just had to take it, man. I was just like, dude, I can't believe this professional boxer is talking like this right now.
From PBC not complaining, then why are people making these crazy narratives?
Because they're haters, man, and they just
that's like saying all Top Rank at Bob Arum don't pay nobody. There ain't nobody complaining like that. Not on a large scale, but they all running away. People
only
still
person
signing
that
with Top Rank.
complains is my favorite fighter, Adrian Broner. That's because he shit his money away. That's the only person complaining. Everybody else paid.
Yeah, man. But
That's
what he was doing.
People that are saying that shit.
That's what he was doing, though, man. That's what he was doing. I was shocked. I was just like, all right, man. I was like, and that's why I keep saying, like, man, I'm cool. Like, look, like, Terrence did what he did. He said what he said. It's obviously he doesn't give a shit, and he's the one who walked away. And frankly, real fast, like, he should have walked away a lot earlier than what he did. He wasted everybody's time.
I agree.
I'm not trying to like hate on the man. I'm just saying, you heard me tell it to Pugilist just moments ago. I said, look, man, it's common courtesy to give the camps ahead of time what you're doing. Like, it's cool to negotiate with Errol, but if you knew you don't want to fight Errol right now, you want to fight another guy, and you said you needed to fight before the year is over, and you claim you told them that, then what the fuck, bro? Why would you do this now in mid-October rather than fucking August or July? And I'm cool with it, bro. Like I'm really tired of talking about it. I'm tired of like trying to defend either or guy. I'm really actually that's the wrong. Let me rephrase that. I'm tired of trying to root the truth, like what it is. Tell you guys what it is, because I think it's A, clear as day, and then B, this guy walked away. So no matter what I say, I don't even care if you guys don't believe me or not right now. Like whatever I say, man, this guy still walked away at the end of the day. He walked away.
I mean, but you know what happens too? Like I equate this whole situation to a fantastic chef. I mean, the guy's Wolfgang Puck, but you give his ass a restaurant and he doesn't know what he's doing. Just because you're a good, fantastic chef don't mean you can run a restaurant.
Oh, what's up, Reggie?
It's not the same thing.
Man. Yeah,
not the
definitely.
same thing. He might have got in over his head with this whole situation. And we could criticize the people you hire to do things, but just because that's somebody's profession and you have a critique of it doesn't mean that you're able to do it. It's like this notion where black people had this idea where they have to be 100% ownership. No, you pay people according to some things that they're very good at that you're not good at. You might have some knowledge of it, but that doesn't mean that you know exactly how that shit goes or that you're able to pull that off.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you meant with that comment. I know what you meant with that comment for sure. For sure. I know what you meant.
Sometimes you get in over your head because sometimes, like in business, sometimes you can only do, you're one person. You're trying to do all this shit and it becomes too much. So you have to start paying people to do certain things. And they know after a while, they don't necessarily have to check with you to get your opinion. They just double check to make sure you still feel the same kind of way. They know you after a while. You're paying these people to do a certain thing, and they've been riding with you for all these years. That's what you're paying these people to do.
Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Fucking just look, man. People are stubborn, and that turns to arrogancy, and then soon before you know it, pride goes, and then everything goes. So it doesn't matter if you're black, white, Mexican, Asian, Taino, like everyone is fucking around. I know. I was just saying that, like, people are arrogant, man. Yeah. So, I want to see him versus David now. Since that's who he chose, let's see it come to fruition. You heard me earlier. I don't think he's gonna fight. I don't think they're gonna fight on that date. I think some type of crazy postponement.
I hope he either doesn't fight, or if they do fight, I hope it actually goes through without a hitch. The last thing he needs to happen is to go over to this company and it be a bunch of nonsense going on. Right? So if he goes over there and he doesn't put the fight on, hopefully it goes off without problems.
Also, too, I think, call me a conspiracy theorist, but, this was his way out, the LK Prime, of the negotiating of fighting Errol Spence Jr. Once this came about, that was his way out. And look, man, when you make a fight, it's, I'll remember, okay, before I say that, I'm going to say this. Remember when Errol was set to fight Ugas? They got that done in like 40, 50 days. Ugas had fought and beat Pacquiao in August of last year, 21. He fought Errol in April of 22. So and think about it, he got some time off. He probably got like a month off. And remember at that time of that fall, winter 21, the WBA was trying to like fuck Errol. They were trying to get that fucking WBA tournament going. Remember when they were reducing belts and they were gonna make everybody fight, including Ugas after he won. And Errol was like, "Fuck that." And then I'll let you guys know a secret. Truthfully, the WBA and Al Haymon are in bed. The WBA is just always hanging around the PBC. And then also to add to that, look, like as far as the welterweight goes, they've always had the belts. They've always had the belts since Floyd Mayweather. That's your answer. That's why. When Floyd was fighting and the PBC was being built in the mid 2010s, Floyd was winning and beating everybody, so all the belts were on that side. think the 35 belts were always on Top Rank side, except the WBC, because Mikey Garcia, he ran off with that and came over. But back to my point, now I'm forgetting. I said that. What did I say? Fuck. Gosh
WBA
dang.
had always had that belt over there. They always had that belt.
Yeah, but even before we even got there, back we were talking about that tournament. Yeah, so they were gonna do that.
I remember that.
Oh yeah, no, okay, I remember now. So I was talking about how fast the fights can be made. So, but think about that. So they made that fight. They made that fight, and it got done in literally 90 days or less, 50 days or less. You got to think, if Bud signed to fight David Avanesian, he's been negotiating that either the whole time during these Errol Spence negotiations, or at least for the last 50, 60 days. That's almost 3 months. Because think about it. No, hang on. Because why? He's got a venue already. He's got a date, and he's got a location. He's fighting in Nebraska. He's fighting on December 10th. They're talking about $10 million. That all got reported because of Coppinger. Who told Coppinger? Crawford's camp. So
yeah, but we don't know. We don't know when they. But we don't know. Salute Reggie. We don't know when. We don't know when they started that negotiation. That's the problem I have with the whole situation. Is like you said.
One more thing, Pete. Okay, so are you telling me he blindsided Errol because they came out and said we didn't know he was doing this?
Oh no,
he blindsided Errol. No, hang on. Hang on. So he blindsided that. You're telling me, and since that report that Coppinger came out, the initial one where he said he got lowballed, 65, 35, whatever. You're telling me in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks time, he was able to make a fight and get all that information done with David Avanesian? Because I just told you that stuff takes 50 plus days. I gave an example. I gave an example with Errol.
I know, but what I'm saying, listen. I only say that. Hear me out. I only say that because it's a new company. Now we don't even know if the company might be in over their skis. They might be promising some shit that they ain't got. So we don't know nothing right now. It's all speculation with all this shit. All this shit is a fucking mess. We do know that they were actually negotiating, and it's all a fucking mess. And like I said, if he does fight, hopefully it does go off. And it's not a word like we seen in the summer when motherfuckers in the dressing room saying they ain't going out there because the promoter ain't got the money. Hopefully it ain't like that. That could very well happen. So I never heard. I don't know nothing about this fucking company. You got people looking them up and tying their ass to all kind of weird shit, man. There's some strange stuff going on. It's not normal stuff that you leave that kind of negotiation at that level to go and do a fight on this level. Like it's something ain't adding up there. You can put the pieces however you want to.
Let me ask you this then, P. Let me ask you this. All that weird stuff that you're getting a bad, funky feeling about, who's doing that? Meaning like...
Terrence, 100%. Bad business. It's his deal. Yeah, he's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just don't want to... I don't want to be to the point where I'm saying I don't want to speculate beyond what I know. That's where I kind of pump the brakes a little bit.
Fair. I'm the same way. I don't like speaking on anything I don't know. I hate that, and I hate arguing, like trying to debate someone like that. We're like, dude, I don't know that. Like, I don't know that. I feel you. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
but that last
like PVC. Go ahead.
That last question, just like I always ask people this whole time. I was like, what have we heard from Errol himself? And what have we heard from his handlers? They want the fight. We believe the fight's going to happen. The fight's going to happen this year. We want it. I want it. We want it. I want to fight. I want to fight Terrence Crawford. Every time you heard from Crawford, misdirection, bullshit, and just bullshit on bullshit and negative stuff. He never actually said he was going to fight Errol Spence this year. Can you believe that? That's a fact.
No, he did.
He's never
come out and said he gonna have this fight either. He came out and said he having this fight either.
Man, so
strange.
Very strange. Very strange stuff. Strange stuff. And now I'm gonna get personal now. Or no. Now I'm gonna get biased. As fuck too. I hate hearing people lump Errol and Al's name and the PBC name with this shit. Because I just asked you, who's doing this? Where's all this stuff coming from? You just said Terrence. You didn't say anything about Errol. You didn't say anything, and that's not bias. You're just calling a spade a spade. You're just calling it how you see it, giving all the information in front of you.
These guys act like PBC is supposed to open up and write them a blank check. Like, nobody's doing that. Nobody's fucking doing that. And in this market, in this economy,
Well, why?
it's not happening.
Why? Because Al Heyman doesn't work for Terrence. He works for Errol. He's his advisor manager. Why the fuck would he be trying to hook this guy up?
Showtime too. Showtime ain't writing no blank checks. Listen, everybody got to make money. Like, this is business. Nobody's just handing out people money because they like them and they're great. That's just not how that goes. And if you look at even sports, the best players don't always get the most money. The most notable players get the most money. Sometimes the most notable and the most skilled. It's a combination of things. It's not just one. You have to be notable and memorable for you to get the top dollar market. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. Well, he bet on himself, and we shall see, man. Again, though, I just hate that people's names are getting drugged to the mud on a consistent and daily basis, which is, dare I say, normal behavior in human. We're just wicked as fuck. But in this case, since we're talking about Errol Spence and Terrence, amazing. And then, we'll never get it, man.
But that's certain people that like to take the opportunity to bash BBC, to bash Al Heyman, because he don't talk to them. You don't have to talk to them. You don't have to ever do a fucking interview. Like, people get in their feelings about that stuff. You can tell where a lot of that stuff originates from. You don't have to talk to none of these people. Like, even Bob Arum does a few interviews. Eddie Hearn does his stuff. Like, some people can be complete assholes. They can be not likable people and do great business. Just, you don't have to like people for them to do good business. So, like, the emotion side of stuff, people just got to completely remove that shit.
He's not a promoter. He's not, let me say it again, he's not a promoter, chat room. Now, I know in the past you may have heard he was a promoter. I know in the past you've also heard that he's been sued to be a promoter and whatnot and so forth. But he is not a promoter. The man is an advisor and manager, a major partner in the PBC, if not outright full owner. And he doesn't have to do anything, you or I or anyone who wants him to do anything. He doesn't have to do anything we want him to do. But let me say it again. He's not a promoter. And they want him to come out so they can shit on him for whatever narrative what they want to. So I think that's funny. You said something maybe that triggered me as I say that. The dude's not a promoter, because you said all these people come out and he doesn't. He's not a promoter. It's not what he is. He has promoters. He has promoters. I gave this example a couple days ago, a couple streams ago. I said, because people are always saying that PBC is broke. I'm like, that's the silliest thing I hear on a daily basis. The PBC is broke. Brother, I was just at Walter Hellenius. That was a success. I saw it with my own damn eyes. The shit was popping. It was sold out. There's 20,000+ there. Fucking idiots. But anywho,
yeah, but that's on the internet stuff, bro. That's not no real person saying it. That's just internet crap.
Right. And the Premier Boxing Champions is a boxing stable. It is a boxing company. It's a boxing stable and a major stable, but it has stables within that they work with. Think TGB Promotions. Think Samson Ledwidge. Think Ringstar and so forth. And there's so many smaller promotional companies that are working with the PBC. Now, the PBC has a lot of fighters too. Don't get that twisted. But they also work in conjunction with all some of those names I just given there. That's what they are. and people want to say they're bored. Go ahead.
Let me bring this up, Cleverly. You can comment on this because I know you remember this. You remember not too long ago with the Rockman situation with Jake Paul, whichever one of the Pauls gave him that contract, and you had people on this very plain platform saying that, oh man, they gave him a disrespectful contract. It's a contract. You either negotiate, don't take it, or you take it. It's up to you to do it. But like all this emotion and this conjecture about business is fucking nuts. Like it just don't make no sense. It's craziness. And then remember when Deontay Wilder was supposed to fight AJ, and they got to the point where they pretty much met all their terms, and AJ side said, "Hey, well, prove you got the money. We need to see proof of funds." Like some of the stuff that people do is just comical, and it just doesn't make sense. And these people have these levels that they keep wanting people to get to, that they don't have to do these things for people. They want people to do things that they themselves are not doing. They don't have to do that. Just because it makes certain people feel good, that's not the way that these people are running their business. And we are not the people to be telling these people how to run their business, because they've been in business for a long fucking time.
They are the standard. They are the golden standard. They literally, this is historical facts. They have the highest selling gate ever, and like I believe highest like viewership ever. And it's done 3 times, and they're all done 3 times by them, including one of the trilogies in that trilogy with Wilder in them. But they have all the records, bro. So like I'm baffled just as you, man, when I hear things like that. And frankly, man, to that AJ Wilder comment, that was just a cop out. That was their way to get out from fighting Deontay. That's what that was.
Right, but just the idea that they brought that up is like, it's so ridiculous. Like to even think, like whenever you ever see
and guess what?
crap like that.
And guess what? Because of that, that's why I think that's why A, we haven't ever gotten that fight, and B, I don't think we'll get that fight because they're not going to do business with Anthony Joshua, bro. He proved to be shrewd, hard, difficult, told a bunch of stories, and ultimately tried to fuck him. That's, again, no beef, no shade. They're just not going to do business with you, man. Al Heyman is a Harvard graduate. Think of it like a business analysis job. You know what a business analysis is? You know what they do? Like their definition of them, what they would do. A business analysis, what they do is they go in, like a company will hire a business analyst, and what they do is they go in, they study, they do all these case studies, they do all these things, and they basically tell the company how to be a better company. Al Heyman is that, but with finances, economics. That's what he's got his degree in at Harvard. He's a business administration, like all of that in a bag of chips. So him and his, who I'm sure his handlers and who they work with, who works with him, that's what they do. They advise contracts. They advise, but in this case, boxers. So they're not gonna. It literally it would go against their grain. It would go against what they stand for if they were to do bad business. So when people complain about in-house and all that stuff, like, yeah, because what they're doing is right. Vice versa for Top Rank, but vice versa, like for all of them, they all keep that because that's the good business. That's good business. So
they all do that. Top rank cards when they got all their fighters on there. Like that's nothing you beat. It's just some of the stuff that some of these guys say is just weird. They're like, how did you come up with this stuff?
Oh man, they're just thin air, man. Made it up, thin air.
Yeah, because some of these narratives, we don't know what Terrence was offering. He could have been asking for $30 million. We don't know what the fuck he was up. Errol could have been asking for $50 million. We have no idea what anybody was asking for. We do know for a fact that Terrence is the one that broke the negotiations. That's a fact. Now, what happened at the table? Who fuck knows? We don't know that.
Steven also told me this. He said this is one of the more, because I asked him outright, I said, has this been one of the most frustrating negotiating sessions you ever been a part of? For sure, without a doubt. He says usually it's A-okay, fine, straightening. This one, terrible. Straight up. Straight up, bro. Straight up.
I mean, it'll come out. It'll come out. We'll figure. Eventually, once they're not fighting no more, somebody, all this stuff always comes out.
Oh yeah,
no matter what, it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out. Not the stuff that they're floating around. You'll hear it. It'll come out. You'll hear it. And it's probably not gonna be remotely close to anything that we're gonna be figuring out what's happening. It's not gonna be anything remotely close to what you think it is. But it'll be the truth.
Yeah.
And it's a little different now. And then you got to think too, like now boxers too. These guys, like, look at Ryan Garcia. He don't really fight. He calls out everybody and backs out of every fight. So now you just got to, they have more things going on the internet than you do in the actual ring now. They've gotten away from the actual profession.
He's doing what Terrence is doing. Just calling people out to build up his name, but he'll do it. Check it. He'll do it while he's already scheduled to fight somebody.
Yeah.
Like the last 2 or 3 guys he's fought, he's literally been at the press conferences talking about another fight, and I'm just like, dude, how rude! Like, what the fuck? Like, what a clown, man! What a clown! Like,
yeah, but that's. Like like some of these other fighters, when they see dudes like that, they shouldn't even attempt to negotiate with these clowns. You know what I mean? Like,
and bet if he called out Devin Haney would pull up at his doorstep, be like, "Let's go, let's do it." But he wouldn't do that
because find some reason to get out of the fight. And then
that would ruin his image. That's why he wouldn't do it.
No, they're gonna spin it. They'll spin it. They'll spin it. You'll have another mental health day or something. Remember, he did that shit for Adrian Broner where he had to have a mental health day. And they never said anything about that shit. Like, when it's somebody they like, they spin that shit in a circle, man. That shit disappears in the air. And then they act like the words that are coming out of their mouth, they just disappear.
Black crime.
Yeah, it just disappears because they like them, so it don't matter.
Get that black prime, baby. That's hilarious.
Yeah, this shit, man, this stuff. Some of this stuff comical, man, but people can learn from this, man. When you can't, certain stuff you can't do, man. I mean, you can get your boys to hype you up to do certain shit. When you go in that room and you shut that door and you be about your business, be about your business, man.
Fucking Keyshawn Davis haven't said nothing. Bomac haven't said nothing. Nobody said nothing.
I mean, you're gonna get more stuff peeling out because people are gonna be trying to defend stuff, and they're gonna be saying stuff, and you just kind of read between the line what's bullshit and what ain't. Some people are gonna take the opportunity to attack certain people because that's what they do. They lay in the bushes and they wait. You're like, ah ha ha, got you now, nigga. They just wait for that mission to get you. That's what they doing. It ain't gonna change nothing though, because we see what's going on with this whole situation. But boxing's in a weird place anyways.
No, okay. Let me comment on that. Let me comment on that. It's not. It's just. Steven told me this too. They put all operations to a halt to focus on this mega fight. Sorry, that's my torch going off. I'm getting high again. So, at least from the PBC side, I can't speak for Matchroom and Top Rank, or I kind of can, but there just hasn't been anything on the table. So it's been a tough second part of the year, man, going into the winter, leading into the new year for 6-7 months. Because truthfully, like the last time boxing was rolling was Steph Fulton, Danny Roman time. That was early June. That was early. That was like June 4, 5, 6, somewhere in there. And rather, like, it's been tough ever since, man. We haven't like after that, the only thing that was on the schedule, like major, was like Triple G and Canelo, and everyone. We see how no one gave a shit about that. So, It's been a tough, boring part 2 of the year, so that's why if I could speak for you, you'd think it's, in a weird place. Other than that, man, we've been so blessed, even during the pandemic, man. Like, boxing's the best replay value in my eyes, but we have been blessed this last, 4 years, 5 years. It's been some great fights. And
I think boxing has changed when you get some of the streaming giants to take interest and put money in that stuff. Like you might get a Hulu or Netflix or Amazon, one of them to come in and buy some rights or something.
Someone was talking about that not long ago. Yeah,
Hulu
like
does
Netflix.
some of those fights because ESPN is a Disney product, it's Disney, and Hulu is a Disney product. So you'll see some of those fights on Hulu. They'll be on there. And Amazon does certain fights, but they haven't gotten to the point where they're exclusively working with the PBC, Top Rank, or they ever thrown up real money behind that shit yet.
I see it. Hold on, let me take this hit 1 second.
Yeah, it's not nothing real. And you got to think too. What happens too is that those budgets that they have are so massive. Like it's the contracts that they can throw around. It really wouldn't mean a whole lot to them to have those contracts. Throw money behind and get the venues and get the dates because they got so much fucking money. The amount of money that they burn up is crazy. You're talking about like Amazon is, I don't know how many billions of dollars they make per quarter. It's got to be over $100 billion or something ridiculous. Same thing with Netflix. Hulu is part of Disney. They make stupid amounts of money, so those budgets would expand and it get people interested in that stuff because it doesn't. It's a different experience. Now you don't have to stream it. You don't have to steal it. It's more likely those people are going to put that shit on for free. You're just going to have that subscription. So when that stuff starts to happen, I think it kind of will move in that direction at some point because the money kind of drawn up because you see Showtime ain't throwing money around like that. HBO got out of fucking box. ESPN is in it, but to a limited degree. Like it's kind of like drying up right now, and the recession ain't fucking helping.
Yeah, those are fair points. But yes, look at me. I might as well, man. PBC might need to be handing me a check. We're repping them right now. For their case, just using them for the example again, they're signed to Fox and Showtime. With Showtime, CBS. Those are major international media outlets, Mongols. And long as they're with them, man, they're gonna be fine. They're gonna be just fine, whether it's cable, pay-per-view, or even regular TV sake. And you can stream those, so they're gonna be just fine. But you made good points. Those are good points, what you made earlier, no doubt. I think you cut out switching through Bluetooth and whatnot. Don't cut out either, because if you do, I don't know if Kyle put you back in.
That streaming money is a little bit different.
Well, you you made good points with the streaming. Imagine if Disney Plus had boxing on it. Oh my goodness. Imagine if Netflix had it. But you countered that with current events, current actuality, like the economy. It's been shifting. Consumers have been turning away from kind of wants versus discretionary, So things change on the fly, and still, as far as a viewership goes, I think boxing's still good. The main state. In fact, I think DAZN needs to go. They need to go. I like DAZN too, for my reason. But I think they need to go because it's hang on, it's Top Rank and Fox and CBS. So the fuck you need DAZN for, man?
No, but you need diversity. You don't want to have these companies that don't work together.
You kind of Am I sounding robotic? Yours kind of sound like a robot right there.
It might be.
Yeah, you
I can
still
hear
sound
you
like a
fine.
robot,
You're
brother.
fine. You're perfectly clear. It's gotta be me.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay,
You
that's
talk.
better for you. That's better for you. Yeah, let me dream a little bit. I kind of wish they were just under one banner, man. Like everybody fights. Like you still have like your promoters and things like that, but like if they just fought under one banner, like more fights would happen, man. More fights would happen. But you could still have your promoters and like your divisions, subdivisions, and whatnot. But one banner, bro, because that's why I said Zone needs to go. Because Golden Boy's not doing anything. They don't fight anybody. They don't pay anybody. Everyone's like, oh, what if Terrence go fight Virgil? Like, bro, Golden Boy ain't gonna pay him. I mean, he'll do it. Don't get it twisted. But like, they're not. You know, that's not big money. That's not a big match because it's the Zone. No one's gonna know about it. So get rid of that shit. And like, if they're all under just one banner, but still keep your promoters and divisions, you just, you know, it would be easier, man. In my little perfect world.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that because we see that in UFC, and that's not so perfect. Because when you got a problem with the guy who's running a promotional company, you got a problem. You know, no matter how
Well, like I
good
said,
you are,
I did say keep your promoters. I did say keep your promoters.
Yeah, but you still would have a Dana White type person no matter what. So technically, you still would have like somebody would be the face of that company. So somebody technically would still be the promoter. Still would have a Dana White type running around saying, you know,
Or
trying to
like,
push.
or think of it like kind of like the NFL or like American sports. Like you have a commissioner, you have these teams. Like I said, you have these stables. Everyone's competing. Some are better than others. Some have more championships. You have like a collective bargaining agreement, but you have a commissioner who's kind of delegating and keeping order there. But again, like those teams would be like promoters or again stables, or you'd have to divide that up too, I guess. Yeah.
But they'll never do that because then they have to get rid of the Victor Contis and all those not so stellar people in boxing. You got a lot of scruffy, rough around the edges people with some shady past that still moving around in boxing. So you'd have to completely clean up boxing to do the thing you're talking.
Well, that's why you have the commissioner and the board. You know, so like think of it as like sanctioning bodies, but like an actual board who keeps those guys in line too, who keeps everybody in line. You would have like 2 to 3, I guess you'd call them boards, that keep one another in check, down to the actual boxer.
I don't see that happening. I mean, it sounds good in theory, but it's a good theoretical thing, but it's too much. That's like whenever someone like, since they can't get rid of Victor Conte, which I mean that should be a no-brainer. All that other shit is like, man, it's like it's a useless exercise. These people they're not serious about it. And then they always talking about Olympic style boxing when this man actually beat Olympic style boxing in the Olympics with a whole fucking team. So I mean,
someone told me they're going to stop the Olympics.
Huh?
So someone told me they're going to stop the Olympic boxing. Like after, it's pretty soon. I think it's like one more. If
so
not,
having it in boxing.
Yeah, they're not going to have it. Someone was telling me that.
I don't know. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I didn't tell you that. That's fucking me up.
They probably, I mean, they kind of be stupid because that promotes. I don't know, man. They've done dumber things.
That promotes amateurism. That promotes amateurism, then semi-pro, then professional. So like that cuts cuts the underbelly of like all of it. That's fucked up if they do that.
Yeah, I mean they've done stupider things. Nothing surprises me nowadays with some of the stuff they do in sports. Like, what? They did what?
Nah, you're just older. That's all. Nah, you're just older. You know more. You know too much.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, I don't know.
Trust me. You're just older, man. You're just older. Yeah.
I don't think it's going nowhere anytime soon.
Here, I'm gonna look at it right now. Shit's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, but that's at the end of the day. When you start looking at some of the shady stuff that some of this stuff happens, and you look at it, you're like, man, that one not surprised. That's some of the stuff that's happening. Because you look at some of these guys' history, some of the movements that they make, you're like, man, that's not surprising that they did some of this stuff.
Right.
So you look at some of these boxers, some of the promoters, some of the things, some of the same issues just keep popping up over and over and over and over again with the same set of people. Then you know what it is.
Can you give me an example that bothers you?
Well, look at the thing with the Irish mob with that Kinahan. What's the guy name? Can't even say
Yeah, you
his
said it.
last name.
Yeah, you said it. You said it, Kinahan. Daniel Kinahan. You said it.
That's been going on for years. They do that. What that was, man. Like that wasn't. These dudes trying to act like they don't know what's going on. They knew what that was. But boxing always had this weird thing with money and like some shady money floating around in Miami and Vegas with some of these events and things going on, where it's like a wink and a nod and nobody really asks questions about certain situations. They know what that stuff is, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Just
even the boxers, they know.
Just kind of always been surrounded. It's kind of just always been surrounded by gambling. So there's that money effect for you.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, man, money will. It's very hard for. Yeah, man, it's very hard for a rich man to get in upstairs with the father, bro. What I'm saying there is just that shit can be the root to destructing good, and that looks like good, bad, and ugly. So that's what that is.
Yeah, but look how long that dude had been hanging around, and then you look at not just the dirty actor, but then you
Not
look at
really,
some of the
though.
fighters that these guys are with. They're like
I mean,
great fighters, man.
I mean, I've only known Daniel Kinahan to be in the game for like 3 or 4 years as far as boxing goes. I'm not talking about all his other shit and what he's known for and what he does with that shit. I'm just saying as far as boxing, like I'm starting to like I'm starting to vaguely kind of in patchy memory remember him coming in, and I remember when all those guys signed with him, including some Americans. I believe Virgil Ortiz was even like an MTK global thing. So I remember when he came in the game. So he hasn't been here for a long time. He's only been here for his icing on the cake was working with Fury and with the Showtime shit, fighting Wilder. That's his icing.
Yep. I mean, but some of these guys never get to that point though. So I mean, I don't know how long he was in there, no idea. But just the idea that he got that far into that quick, and they know.
Well, I mean, he essentially just acted as a manager, and was a source of money to like give the boxers. So that's why they fucked with him, like you were saying. So if you're handing out money, yeah, if you're literally handing out money to like, and let's just go to the extreme, like the top guys who he was signing, yeah, and he wanted to have a boxing stable, yeah. But you're right.
A couple years ago when NBA got mad at
hang on, but you're right. Fuck him, man. Like fuck him. Like everyone knew what that shit was about from the start. So like fuck that. But go ahead.
They knew. But you remember a couple years ago when the NBA got mad at LeBron and they said who was it? The coach for the Lakers, what's his name? The one that does the whistle all the time. That was the coach that was the coach that went from the Lakers to the GM of the Knicks.
I was thinking about Mike Brown. Who's that?
I can't think of name.
Phil.
Dated Genie Bus for a long time.
Yeah.
Phil
Phil
Jackson.
Yeah.
Phil Jackson. Okay, so Phil at some point he was making note that LeBron and his posse just think they could run the whole league. And right after that, like within that very next year, they came out with this whole stipulation about who could be an agent. And the reason why they did that was because they were pissed off at I think it's Maverick Carter is LeBron's manager. They were pissed off that he was the manager and they felt like he didn't have credentials. So they tried to raise some kind of crazy ass credential level for him to not be able to meet or something. It was some weird shit they did. They were pissed off at those guys. The point being is that the league itself did that. There's no real league and no real structure to do those things. So like I said, anybody can stand around and just hand out money. You can't do that shit in all these other things. It's not possible.
Well, coming back to my little perfect boxing world, that's why you need some type of compliance. You need like a board. I mean, they have these things, and those things have been getting better over the years. But you know, we're painting pictures here, so yeah, you know, that's why I gave that NFL example. But yeah, man, you know. And on that note, like, man, I never really gave a fuck about no fucking Daniel Kinahan because, like, I don't know, man. Like, the UK is going through like a whole rejuvenation, you know, transitional stage because I think all those guys suck. So I don't really watch a bunch of those guys.
Yeah.
Like, and whenever I do, man, I'm just like, what is this? Like, it's like, first off, we get our style, in my opinion, we get our style from them. We're just more athletic, like American boxers. They're just more athletic. They can just do everything. They can do everything those guys can do, but better, literally. Those guys have like no style, bro, no style. And then some of them are unathletic to where like their fundamental game doesn't even come off good to me. So I never really watched that shit. And I'm just like, I don't give a fuck about the fucking cross seas shit, man. There's only like 2 guys who are worth a damn. I was watching like, who was I watching? I was watching this one guy. In fact, I was talking to Sonny Edwards, professional boxer. He's the flyweight IBF flyweight champion. 115. And I was like, Sonny, I was like, who should I be watching right now over in the UK? And he listed a bunch of guys. And I remember I went and watched this guy who he likes called Dalton Smith. I watched him. He's a super welterweight. Or no. He's a buck 40, I believe. I was watching him, and like, I don't even know how we got on the subject, but like, I remember now. But like, he's okay, bro. But like, bro, like this dude, like, I think Steph Fulton could beat this dude's ass. Like 122 pounds could beat this dude's ass. Like, probably beat his ass, bro. Because like, he's just not that athletic. I don't know. Maybe I'm hating, but like, fucking.
You're right. I mean, it's kind of hard. Oh, we got somebody trying to come in. Kyle or DJ, if you want. We got a couple people trying to come in. Probably not even know.
Yoshi.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of weird though, man. Because the way boxing is like amateur, and then when they're up and coming and an upcoming star, it's kind of hard to gauge them because of the talent that they're fighting. You got this one person that really, really stands out, and then the level between where they are and where they need to get to, it's like a huge gap. So it's kind of hard to measure somebody with that crowd. It's hard to tell.
I mean, okay. I'm glad you bring that up because like, he was facing the worst competition. It was basically like a showcase, and like, when he won 2, you would have thought they won the Super Bowl. But like, dog, the guy who he was styling on was just grade A garbage, like straight hot trash, like straight, like literally, like he looked like a guy like who they just grabbed at Home Depot or like a Ace Hardware store or some shit. And like, dog, like, I have this thing to where like, I watch fighters fight, man, and I hate guys who fight with their hands down. I just hate that. I don't know why I hate that, but I'm like, you think you're so damn good, you think you're just gonna like walk up in here and fight with your hands down? Like, dude, you're gonna get knocked out. You're gonna get really knocked out. And like, he was doing all that shit and just like, And like it was completely one-sided, but like dog, like I said, I think like that's their like that he's considered one of their best prospects, right? I think Steph Fulton can go over there and whoop his ass. 122 pounder on a 140 guy. Because I've heard. Go ahead.
But I think we got to go on the other end. Like, how many really good trainers do we have around right now that's training? How many? It ain't a whole heap of them.
Yeah, there's a few guys over there that I like Dave Caldwell. Who else? I do like that McGuigan guy because I pretty much watched Josh Taylor's whole fucking championship run. And like I saw Josh Taylor a long time ago, man, when he fought in Houston, Texas. Forget who was fighting. But that was like the first time, and then I got reacquainted with him during the tournament series and all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, his McGuigan trainer, like he ain't shit, but like I just like him. But the first guy I mentioned was tight. But yeah, that's a good point too, man. Our training like is top notch, man. Like I don't know. We're like I said, man. Like we fight just like them, but we're just more athletic. Like we can do everything better. Everything is better. Everything is better, man. They're just like stiff and just unathletic and just like. And when I say American boxing, like I'm talking about Mexicans too, man. Like they can't compete with us, man. We'll whoop those guys' ass every time. Every time. Those guys talking gang and shit too.
I mean, but American Mexican fighters,
I'm
that's
talking
that
about
weird thing.
Mexico too. I'm talking about Mexico too. Like that, our style.
Yeah.
Like, they always end up
Yeah,
whooping those guys' ass.
Yeah, it is. I don't think it's a good matchup for their style, really. I haven't watched any of them lately, so I don't know if they still all fight like that, though. To be fair,
They all
I don't
do,
really watch British
and
fighting
they
like
try
that.
to Philly shell and shit. And I'm just like, dog, stop. Like that. That's why Josh Kelly. So the guy who Crawford's about to fight, right? Avanesyan. He beat the shit out of like one of their up and coming prospects. And like seriously, the excuses that came out of that camp after that ass whooping was that like, oh, he wasn't really ready. It's like what? It's like what? But yeah, dude, he beat the shit out of this prospect they had named by Josh Kelly. Josh Pretty Boy Kelly. Beat him up, man. Like, dude, the dude was bleeding everywhere. Beat his ass. It was crazy. It was crazy, dude. That I did tune into. But he was trying to fight with the Philly shell, talking about the white dude, Josh Kelly. I was like, dog. I was like, Xander Zayas probably beat that guy. Now I'm exaggerating, but like, man, those guys aren't worth a damn lick. Like I remember when I told my brother, I was like, hey man, I was like, Canelo's about to fight again, and he was like, oh yeah, he was like, who's he fighting? I was like, he's gonna fight Callum Smith, and my brother was like, who the fuck is that? And I was like, I told him, and like my brother like looked him up, and he was like, oh man, he's like, who the fuck is this guy, bro? And we all, the rest is history. But like, dog, his initial reaction was hilarious. He was like, who's he fighting? I was like, Callum Smith. I was like, who knows? He might. And he was like, who the fuck is that? And this dude
He's
was
moved himself around now. Now that he's the money man, people ain't gonna criticize him. People ain't gonna criticize him. I love this. He's the money man. So people respect the money. Like if Terrence Crawford was making the most money in boxing, nobody would have anything.
Probably.
Yeah, because we're in a capitalist system. So some kind of way, if you make a bunch of money, then hey man, get what you did. Wash his way out everything.
I see how you're thinking. But yeah, man, Canelo is Man, he's flexing on his blessings, man. You know,
Yeah,
oh yeah, fucking dude.
still
Oscar
living
De La
off the
Hoya,
past, not future.
Oscar De La Hoya built a fucking superstar, bro. And then he's trying to do his best Canelo. I'm sorry, Canelo. He's trying to do his best Floyd impression. You know,
Yeah,
and it's like, and what I
yeah,
mean by that is like just be the big bucks guy, but he's not even
yeah.
close. He's not even close. He's not. He's a third there. He's a third there. He's not there. He's not even at the end of Floyd Mayweather. Made like pretty much who did he fight? Anywho, like his last 6 years in the game, bro, he was fighting for hundreds and millions of dollars. Not 20, not 30, not 60. Like literally, like the last I may have been exaggerating there, probably 4 to 5 years, man, left in his career. He was fighting for hundreds and millions of dollars, bro. That was his contract.
But
He's
Floyd,
making.
that's a different situation. The
I know,
timing
but
that
like,
he came
but coming
around,
back, to Canelo
yeah,
real fast, like he's just flexing on his blessings, bro. Because he's
of
like you say,
course.
he's that cash guy, and like I mean, the guy wears pajamas to weigh-ins. It's like, dog, it's
Yeah,
fucking 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock in the fucking afternoon, and you got PJs
yeah,
on. Put some fucking clothes on, please. Um,
you're not
so
gonna
he's
say.
flexing. He's flexing, and he's not even fighting anybody. The dude signs
Oh,
contracts to fight matchroom fighters.
yep.
Let me say that again. He signs contracts to fight matchroom fighters. Wasn't I just saying back there how bad the UK is and all that shit? Like I don't really be watching that shit. Now
Yep.
the Russians, like the Eastern Russians, like, I'm not talking Kazakhstan either. I'm talking like Russia. Like Eastern Russians, like think like Butiev and like Stanley Oasis, Bivol, Beterbiev, shit like that. Like those guys would beat your fucking ass. Those guys, like a lot of good fighters, like who come out of their area. Like those guys are good, but like Western Europe and all that shit, nah, trash. Um, including those birds.
I mean, but at the same time, though, most of those guys, if they get to that level, they only dream about that. And that you're asking a fighter to check themselves when he's been fighting tomato cans, making all this money. You're asking him to turn the switch off and just all of a sudden start fighting this top level of skill. I mean, he's not. Why would he do it? His people around him ain't telling him to do it. His advisor ain't telling him to do it. His manager ain't telling him to do it. Look at his bank account. That thing is nice and healthy. Nobody has a bad word to say about him. Other fighters that are in the division won't say anything because they want the opportunity to fight. Same thing with Pacquiao. You wouldn't hear nobody say anything bad about him. Really, Floyd either. They're the ones that fight.
I pissed somebody off in my Twitter space earlier. Like they were sticking up for Crawford, and I was like, and they're making like, and when I say sticking up for him, like we were talking about the negotiations, of course, and he was like, oh man, well Crawford's undisputed. No, and he was like, it's got all these accolades, and that should play in. And I was like, hell no, that doesn't do anything. I was like, Terrence Crawford has better accolades than Manny Pacquiao. I was like, Manny Pacquiao never went undisputed, but he was a fucking draw. He was the fucking man. He was able to put butts in seats. That's why he was able to command the money he was. Not because of that fucking belt. Not because of that fucking belt. He was a fucking draw. So like it's two different things. So but yeah. And then like when I said that, dog, they got so mad. They tried to flip it on me. They were like, "Oh, you're hating on Manny Pacquiao." I was like, "No, that's facts, you idiot." And they're getting real tight. In fact, it was Jesse Hart. Oh my goodness, it was Jesse Hart, dog. I couldn't believe some of the shit he was saying, man. I was like, dog, you fucking sellout, man. I was saying it to myself, and I don't mean that. I love you, Jesse. Shout out to you, man. But like, fucking, he was saying all of that top rank shit.
Yeah, but I was just about to say, some of the stuff, man, is by the group that they came out of. group stuff, man. Once they put you in these groups and these boxes, man, you fight the box. You know, if there's something wrong, you just turn your head and act like you ain't see it because you're in that box. You can't say nothing. Like that's where everything happens when you get in these boxes with the politics, everything, man. It gets bad. It was dark. They fight to the death.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I mean, we'll see. I mean, that fight that he's supposed to have, that thing is so quick. If it's gonna happen, you'll know pretty quick. If it ain't, it's gonna be more drama. But if that fight that he's supposed to be fighting, that's gonna be more drama really quick.
Well, hey, if you phrase it that way, man, I hope. Oh no, I don't. What am I trying to say? Actually, this is what I'm gonna say. If there's more drama with that, I don't care. That's not my business, and that's not anyone. That's not the Mega Fights business. So I don't want to hear anyone talking about like. I really don't want to hear people. Pretty much, we shouldn't even be talking about Errol at this point, man. People should concentrate on. People should concentrate on Crawford and David Avanesian.
Don't forget about Jake Paul with that mega fight this weekend. Man.
Oh, fuck! Don't even get me started.
Wheelchair and cane. Come on, man.
Fucking funny, man. That guy.
Oh, man.
Fucking. I hope Anderson Silva breaks script and just knock his ass out.
Is he Brazilian for real though? He's Brazilian, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure. Because I know he speaks Portuguese.
Yeah, man. Brazilian. Yeah. No doubt.
How is he?
But
40, he's 40s or in his 30s?
He's in his 40s, and he's gonna take a dive. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be really. Yeah, I can't wait to see it.
You're gonna be able to tell that dude that.
It's gonna be on. Do SportsCenter still have like top 10? Like top 10, like
yeah, they still do.
Of the night. Yeah. He's gonna be on there for getting knocked out. Watch this shit.
I mean, the last person he knocked out was who? Woodley. He knocked out Woodley, right? Yeah, that was the last fight that he knocked somebody out, right? Yeah, Woodley.
I've never seen a Jake Paul fight, bro.
No, I've seen the highlights. I'm not gonna. I mean, I didn't have no respect for Woodley when he went and tattooed. I love Jake Paul just to get the second fight. Like, dude, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing, man?
He did that?
Yeah, he typed it. He got a tattoo inside of the inner cut of his finger. He had the tattoo after he lost the first fight to get the rematch. He tattooed "I love Jake Paul," and Jake Paul was still trying to make the other fight, but it fell through. And then Tyron Woodley got that second fight. But he had the tattoo "I love Jake Paul." Like, bro, I can't even look at you the same, man. What you doing?
Yeah, man, it's kind of weak. Damn, I didn't know that.
Pride, a little bit.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's beyond weak. You got another man named tattooed just to have a fight.
All right, Doc. Oh man, don't get me started, man. That's some fucking some weak stuff, bro. Wow. Again, I've never seen this guy fight. I've seen like a total of like maybe one round and was like, yeah. I'm good. Don't get it fucked up. The dude can fight. Like, he's been training for however long he's been training. He knocked my ass out. But he's not a. I'm glad Kyle's asleep for this. He's not a real boxer. He's a celebrity.
Man, they gonna be like, he's the. What do they say? Whoa, man,
he's the face.
He's the face. Trying to hear that.
But he's a celebrity boxer, and I always tell people, boxing has always allowed this as a community, as sports. It's gambling. It's fun. It's entertainment. It's always allowed celebrity boxing into this. So, like, I get that. I understand that. I'll tell you. Okay, now, you know what's even more weak than what you just told me a few moments ago about like fucking punk ass Tyron Woodley doing that. Dog, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. Okay, bro. Okay, so what was that guy's name? Rockman, right?
Right,
Junior.
yeah.
Okay. Jake Paul pulled out of that fight, right? Why did he pull out of that fight? Because old boy didn't make weight, right?
Well,
He
it wasn't
fucking
selling. I mean, he can say what he wants, but that shit wasn't selling.
no. That's okay. See, that's what he told us. It wasn't selling. No, man. The whole build up, the whole that I know of, when I paid attention to it at least, was him finally fighting a real boxer, and he had been sparring with this guy. Dog, you train this guy to whatever, and he couldn't make it, right? But you pull out because he's like 10 pounds over. like what difference did that make? And you pulled out. Like, that was, to me, that was your moment, and you fucking pussed out, dog. You straight pussed out. Like, what the fuck? Like,
But that wasn't like an official weigh-in day, so I was always confused.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This guy pulled out.
That's something in the contract?
Yeah.
About the weight? Like he had to make a certain weight by a certain day or something?
Yeah. That I know of, yes. Okay. But he pulled out because the guy was like 10 pounds over. Pussy. Straight pussy.
Whatever.
Straight pussy.
Fight.
No,
yeah,
man,
that
straight
dude,
pussy.
man, until he fights somebody, I don't know, man. That is what it is, man.
ducked.
It's sideshow Bob.
He ducked his first boxer, bro. That made me laugh really hard when I heard that.
See, Rockman, he didn't help himself either, man, because he signed that
I don't give a
contract knowing
fuck.
that he had
I
to
don't
get
give
to
a
that
fuck.
weight.
I don't give a fuck. Rockman didn't walk away. He didn't walk away. Jake Paul walked away.
He didn't walk away. He was ready to fight. But I'm just saying, Rockman, he fucked up money on that one, man. He fucked himself out of that deal.
Well, true. That's true. That's very true.
He fucked up a lot of money on that situation.
That's true, P. That's true. That's true. But old boy
Oh,
pushed
your man
out.
got dirt in his face. He got dirt on his face for sure behind that. That wasn't a good look. He could fight Nate Robinson and be fucking, 40, 50 pounds heavier than the guy. But you holler about 10 pounds. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. Against a real boxer, too. He pushed out. He ducked. That made me laugh. I was like, dog. So every time Kyle says this dude's the face of boxing, and it makes me really mad, but inside, I'm laughing. Inside, I'm laughing my ass off because I'm like, dude, this guy ducked Hasim Rahman Jr. What the fuck are we talking about?
And
What the fuck are we talking about?
Last fight prior to that, too, right? What, like,
Yeah.
Rockman was like a world beater.
Yeah. This guy ducked him. But you just said something really funny too, dude. He fought Nate Robinson. I totally forgot about that. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, you remember that? They're the same fucking height, the same weight, the same nothing. Like,
You should have told me that. You should have told me that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, man, when they made the beat out of Buddy go put them to sleep, like, okay. I'd imagine if a 180 pounder fought a 150 pounder, I mean, no. Know what we're doing. This is weird.
This is weird. That is weird. That's weird. That's really weird. And man, now I remember it. He laid little man out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Oh my God, man.
And now he's juiced.
What he taking that? He taking that fertility drug that dude was taking over the.
You can't make this shit up.
UK.
You can't make this up. You can't make this shit up. This is crazy. Wow. That's the most I've ever talked about this guy. That's hilarious. Laughing my ass off, man. Dude, but he ducked Rocco Jr. What the fuck? Dude.
Yeah, but I mean, that's trying to go see too, man. Those guys, man, they like the earlier fighters, they weren't getting paid nothing, man. The Randy Couture's and all those guys, they ain't getting paid shit. I don't know what these guys get paid now, but they damn sure ain't getting paid money, even the silver.
And now you got Jake Paul.
Oh my god. Hey, but you know the guy who's running his stuff is his promotional company. That guy worked at UFC and he wasn't even promotions. I forgot what title he had. It was like a weird title he had. He worked for the UFC, but it has absolutely nothing to do with promotions or managing and none of that shit. I forgot what it is that the guy did for UFC.
No, I know
They
you're
just
talking
kind of
about.
like hang on his UFC title, like he was like an exec or like he was over some shit. Like, bro, stop, stop it.
It's funny. Fuck him. Oh man, that was a good laugh. That was a good laugh. I needed that.
I love it. If you want to see something funny, go look up the tattoo, man. I think he did like a whole video of him going to get the tattoo and this and that. Like, dude, what are you doing, man? Like, hell. Oh, man. Have some pride, man. Just a little bit, man. You're supposed to have some pride as a boxer. Like, I mean, you can do that in any other profession, man, but I would imagine your pride would have to be pretty high when you get in the ring, dog. You tattoo, man. Whatever, dog. Whatever.
Man.
Whatever, dog. Let me stop bashing you, dude, dog. That's
You told me, man.
said
You
about
told me.
my man with his tattoos.
man.
He loves
Nah,
kickball.
man. No, man. Dude, this guy fought Nate Robinson, dog. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait a minute. I totally forgot about that. I told you, man, I don't watch this guy. I totally forgot about that. You said that, and that just, oh, man. Dude fought who? What?
Maybe I got the brothers mixed up because there's two of them, man.
So his brother's the one who fought Floyd.
Yeah, his brother fought Floyd. He's still saying he didn't get paid with that.
Bro, man, he lying. Stop. No, don't. Come on. He said that? Wait, he said that? That's really fucked up, man.
That's what he says. I don't know how true it is. I have no idea.
Bro, he should be suing Floyd, not saying Floyd didn't pay you. What the fuck? But anywho, what
they say.
What did that look like? I didn't watch that.
That was another pointless. Seemed like Floyd was kind of carrying. Man, it didn't look like an exhibition. That's what it looked like. This crap he's doing now. That's what it looked like.
Oh, so he was really fighting?
He wasn't like real elusive, and he's walking through his punches, man.
That's fucking
straight
funny,
walking
man.
through him. Yeah, man.
That's
like these
fucking
dudes,
funny, man.
the
That's
UFC
pretty funny.
dudes. What was the first one he fought? The Irish dude that made him all that bread.
I'll tell you why I didn't watch it actually. Because I remember the build up to that, and they were at the Miami Dolphins Stadium, and old boy like took his hat, and Floyd was really mad, and they made that meme of him for a little bit.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't watch it because of that. Cause like after that craziness, I was just like, man, I ain't trying to watch this bullshit. Fucking good.
Man, bro. What was it? What you put in the hat? Something crazy. Yeah.
That shit was funny, man. I was like, I can't. I was like, I can't, man. I can't. That's hilarious. Did he knock him down?
Who?
Floyd. No?
No, he didn't trip.
Oh, man. I would have liked to see him knock that guy down. That's fucked up.
And that guy,
Oh, you know what? He was probably juice. That's probably what it was.
it didn't matter. He wasn't doing that, man. It just... I just, I think I don't know, man. Some of these guys, man, some of the stuff these guys are pulling off, and some of the crap they sell us. And the problem with that stuff is people actually legit bought those fights, man.
Oh, man.
That crap, man.
I know, man. I know. That's fucked up. And then you got the boxing section saying this guy's the face. But he fought Nate Robinson, dog. What the fuck? I can't. You should have told me that. I'm gonna roast him tomorrow morning. I'm gonna roast him. I'm like, yo, Pittsburgh told me that this nigga fought fucking Nate Robinson.
Let's make sure it's that brother, Jake Paul.
No, I
Jake
know he did. I
Paul,
remember. I remember because that
I know because
he
two of them suckers, man.
he knocked him out silly. I remember. I remember now. I'm starting to remember that shit.
Man,
Was,
it's
that was bad.
disrespectful.
That was bad. That was. That's what it was. That was disrespectful. Oh man. Dude.
Not smooth out, man.
The dude walking around telling me he's a boxer. That's funny. It's like me walking around like that's like me walking around saying I'm an all-star. Like, look at me, I'm an all-star. Like, gosh. But hey man, you gotta play that part. You know, act that shit out. But he got Amanda
I mean,
Serrano.
they both got.
No, he's an influencer.
Yeah, I mean, but him getting the money and the boxing part, those are two different things. I give credit for that managing part, that part of it. The other stuff, man, that's clown stuff.
Yeah. No, he's
all that Rockline stuff. That was pure fuckery.
Oh man, I'm never gonna let him let it down. Because I remember everyone was making a big deal about that, and I was like, guys, he ducked him. What are y'all talking about? They made such a big deal of like Rockman missing weight by like 10 pounds, or like really it was like 6 or 7, but like to me that's like 10. You know, he's a big guy. He's a big ass guy, like almost 300 pounds, big. So like for him, I mean I could be exaggerating too. He's probably only like 260 or some shit. But like even then, man, like he ducked him. So I'm never gonna let him let that down. Like fuck you, bro.
He was looking for a way out, man. He was looking for a way out of that shit. But that's why I fought Rockman. You know this man looking for a way out from the beginning. Don't give him a reason. Make the fucking way.
Okay, you got me there. True that. Should have made the weight so you could
No,
beat his
man,
ass.
he even said it like multiple times. You don't want to fight me, because I beat his ass in sparring, this, that, and the third. So if you know all of this, you're going into the fight. Why the fuck would you get the shit that you did at the end when you get a nutritionist and get your weight down? You need to keep, and if it's in contractually where you got to meet certain weight guidelines, you do that shit from the beginning. You don't get a guy no excuses.
Serafina. That's fucked up, man. Oh well, maybe Anderson Silva would break script and just like fucking totally knock his ass out.
But 40-something, man, a UFC fighter.
If he does, I will regret not supporting and buying it or watching it at least if he knocks him out.
You just want to watch it to get him slept, to see him get slept. That's it.
Yeah. Like that's how I'll feel after I'm like laughing my ass off finding out he got knocked out. I'll be like, oh man, I wish I would have supported that. That's fucked up.
Oh my god, that's fucked up.
Gosh.
Oh man, that's this Saturday, right? I think it's Saturday or Sunday, one of the days.
Yeah. It's whatever, yeah. Yeah, it's this weekend. I think Jojo Diaz is fighting this weekend too.
Jojo Diaz, right?
Fighting some other Mexican dude. This other Mexican dude looks kind of, I mean, he's young, but like he looks old. I always laugh when I see him. What's his name? Is it Willian? Like, you know, William, but like with an N, like Willian. I think it's William Zepeda. I think that's his name. But I got JoJo beating him, so yeah, I'm a JoJo supporter. JoJo's American, you know. He grew up around some of the best boxers, man. So like he knows how to fight. He's a come forward pressure guy, and all the people who he lost to are the best. And
that sounds like it might be a good fight though. He's fighting with him young good. He might get a shootout in the ring.
Yeah. But like I expect JoJo to pull away in the end. Like again, he's American, so he's fought all the styles. He should be able to pull this out.
I said AB's supposed to be fighting Rolly. Well, am I crazy? Wasn't AB supposed to be fighting Rolly like a month ago or something like that?
Who?
AB, when are they supposed to be fighting Rolly Romero?
I mean,
Maybe I was just
I'm
wrong.
I'm just gonna say, like, I'm sure they were like talking, like nothing serious. Plus, AB is BOK Prime now, so he's gonna be fighting on that network. So who could have seen that coming? Tay Jones on Twitter said there are more people to come to be signed to BOK Prime. So I wonder who. And let me say this. Actually. Like, I'm just gauging the temperature of a couple rooms, and like, I've heard comments of like, oh man, BK Prime, black owned, and over there, man, they're really about to get paid, and I'm like, dog, the PBC is the standard of that, the epitome of what you just said. And like, look, I'm not trying to like say which one is better or like say they're, when I know they're better than them. I'm not trying to like make it a I'm taller contest. I just hate that people are like, some of the comments are like ragging on as if the PBC doesn't already do that on what they're saying. Just because you think they're ripping people off doesn't mean it's a fact that they're ripping people off, let alone of color. So like, I'm just like, why would you even insinuate that? Why would you put those two together? But hey, crazier things have been said and done. But like that part like bothers the fuck out of me. And then like, there's already comments of like, oh, I'm not supporting it for even that reason. And I'm just like, guys, come on, man. Like, it's not that. It's and if people, on BOK Prime's sake, putting that type of energy out, like, oh yeah, we're those new guys on the block, and we're trying to get black viewership or black fighters or black fighters to be represented like that, then that's a little uncomfortable. That's a little weighty. And just because I take the school of thought of like, PBC is not in the business of fucking black people. Not at all. Not even close. Yeah. Not even close. And that's never been the goal or I mean, I don't even know how to describe it. Again, like, I don't know, man. Just those type of comments for me are just a little weighty and just like just frankly unnecessary and too much. Like, my mind didn't go there. Certainly when I first heard of BOK Prime 2, my mind did not go there.
Well, but see, I equate that to you could be black, but you got to be a certain kind of black. Like, you're black, but you're not the kind of black that I like. So now I'm openly criticized.
I see.
That's how I look at that. So if you come out in a certain kind of way that people are favorable towards, where you do a certain thing that they're cool with you could be black, but you gotta, like, you almost gotta be like a fucking robot with some of these people, man. You can't have your own brain and your own train of thought. With some things you agree with, and some things you don't agree with, which is strange, but that's how people think. And then they start throwing out the name calling and all the character assassination and all that foolishness right there. It's even more ridiculous because no other group of people have to think one way. They get to be whoever they are. Some kind of way with black people, like, you got to be like damn near a superhero, where you got to go fight the fly to all black people, and you got to hire all black people. You got to pay all your employees the most money that they've ever made in their life, deserving or not. When you're supposed to fire them, you don't fire them, you just keep hanging them around. And you got to be a super dad and super husband on top of that.
True
You're
that.
asking a lot out of a person.
True that. True
A
that.
lot to be asking, and make us and keep the business sustaining for multiple years.
Yeah.
So you're asking for a lot.
Yeah. And
Hell of a lot.
yeah. That's kind of just how I was thinking about that, but I like how you corrected me there. I like that too. On how
Yeah, I mean, it's weird though, because we got all kind of black people that do all kind of things and say all kind of things, and they should be able to, whatever. People are people. Feel how you feel. Some people ain't fighting the fight that you want to fight. Some people ain't moving the way that you want to move. But some people either they'll never get there, they're on their way there, or they're evolving to be there. We don't know where people are in their life, so I don't get too overly critical of people like that. I don't know what the hell people got going. Some people do some shit, and you can tell that their intention and that they just fucked up people, and they probably that's who they are. You can kind of tell the difference.
Yeah, no doubt, man. And I've been asking this question lately too, kind of coming back to Crawford Spence. Was there too much communication on that between fans and just hella information that was out there?
I've never seen a successful negotiation done in public. Never seen it. Never seen a successful negotiation in public. All that shit is done behind closed doors.
I like that too.
Never. When Wilder did the first Fury fight, the second one, like even the third one, they weren't telling you what percentage and back end and all. You didn't know none of that shit. Never know anything.
No one was complaining about money though. So,
yeah, but that's because they're successful. Whatever they figured out between them, they felt like it was fair between the both of them. Because both of them have to agree. And that's what it's about. All that other crap is nonsense. It is what it is. It's crap. They need each other to make this money. They need to figure out some kind of way to compromise or make each side feel like they're getting something. And that's it. Go about your business. And most people know that the first fight ain't where you make all your damn money anyways. It's the second fight. So I never got any of that. None of that made any sense. Because am I wrong? Ain't the second fight where you make all your money? Generally, the rematches.
I don't know. I feel like the first one's pretty good.
I mean, as a fight, but I mean, as far as revenue, it's usually the second fight where they make all the money.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and go out. Yeah. I'm going to take that with you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's revenue because now people are interested to see, okay, this will happen. Let's see what happened again. Because the first Wilder Fury and the second one, I'm pretty sure did a lot better than the second one. I don't know about the third one. It was a better fight, but I don't know like financially what the numbers look like.
Man, the second Wilder Fury fight really sucked, man, because like COVID started right after that.
Yeah.
And but like, man, like it was I don't know, man. It was very one-sided. Not one-sided, but like just like once. Yeah, okay, yeah, but
it was very one-sided fight.
I don't know, man. Like, yes, you're right. And I agree totally. Fucking, I was dating this chick at the time, and I'd like, in our time that we were together, I made her a boxing fan and whatever, and like she liked Deontay a lot at that time too, for all the right reasons. And I remember looking over at her, like from the start, like we were just like we were both like looking at each other, like, man, I don't know, man, like this is kind of something's off. Like that's just kind of the look we were giving each other. And then when he went down that first time because he got hit behind the head, we both looked at each other again. And I remember telling her, I was like, man, It's gonna be a rough one, babe. It's gonna be a rough one. I don't know if he's gonna. I was like, I don't know. Like even then, I expected him to come back, but I was like, it's gonna be a rough one, babe. And then it just got
the
worse,
fight where he
worse and
never
worse.
really had his balance? Is that the fight
Yeah.
he never really had his balance?
Yeah, that was that one.
That would just look. I don't know. It looked different from the beginning, like you said.
Yeah.
He never
just-
seemed like he had his legs under.
Yeah, the ops were bad, bro. Ops were real bad.
Yeah,
They just looked bad. And then
right,
again, like
yeah.
when he went down that first time, I looked over at her. I was just like, bro, I was like, this is going to be a bad one. Because she looked at me and she was like, dude, I don't know. And I was like, babe, it's going to be a long one. I was like, he's going to win, but it's going to be a long one. And then it just got worse. Real quick.
Yeah. That's the fight they had during Black History Month too, right? That was the Black History Month fight.
Yeah.
With the
And then
costume and all that. Yeah.
And then COVID started. And then
Yeah.
COVID-19 started, man. It was crazy, bro.
COVID messed up a lot of stuff.
That was a fucking weird, interesting month, man. Month heading into March. A weird time. Like that's 30 days. It was weird.
It's different, man. And even those, it kind of helps certain things, though. And some things it helped, and some things it definitely destroyed.
Oh yeah. I agree with that too, sir.
Yeah, 'cause we were stuck. We were trapped in the house. Like, man, let me get some kind of entertainment, some kind of something, and nobody was really, all this shit just completely stopped. So we figured out
Scary
what was
time.
going on. Yeah.
Scary time.
That's a whole nother topic for a whole another day, and I don't even know. It's hard to even talk about that kind of crap without even going into conspiracy theories and all this other stuff with COVID, man. COVID, I leave that stuff alone, man. That's what are we 3 years into that now? Is it 3 or 4 years? How many years is it? 3 years?
Yeah, we'll
About
be
3?
going into the third year. But to be fair, they said it was going to be a 4-year pandemic. I've always said that, just the beginning. That's kind of just how I've always looked at it in general, though.
That's something like that. Not where I was when I kind of halfway before the news let out what was happening. I was over in Europe. I seen a bunch of Chinese people getting on the bus. All the motherfuckers had masks when they got off on big limo buses, like the ones that the kids go to, like the prom and whatnot. Like, oh hell, but I don't even know what's going on. Some just say fucking good.
Where was this at?
I was in Malta. On vacation. I was over there for a couple of weeks. They're getting out, all these motherfuckers getting off of the bus. One of those big, like the ones you do the tour buses with. A whole bunch of Chinese people. They all had that mask shit on it. Nobody was wearing a mask. Like, what the hell's going on around here? It was just odd.
That's interesting.
It was like January of that year, January-ish. The very beginning of the year, before the news really started hitting. They knew way before that. State Department, all those folks know way before that. That's a whole nother thing. But the point is that them people were leaving from about it earlier in the year before they started really notifying. I guess people with money with some fees were getting the hell about it. Which that's a whole nother situation with the Chinese people, man. That stuff over there, they got it's different.
Well,
they say lockdown, they be locked down.
Yeah. When you study epidemiology, another young lady I dated, she was an epidemiologist, postgraduate, and I remember she told me this in 2013. She was like, all world diseases come from Asia, and I was like, I had to kind of register that for a moment. I was talking to myself. I was like, is she tripping? I was like, what the fuck is she talking about? And I was just thinking about that all dinner and shit. And then I started asking her some questions, and she started putting me up on some game. And I was just like, damn, man. It's just like, that's that.
I don't know. Yeah, man. I mean, there's definitely a lot of history behind that stuff, and that stuff is weird, though, man.
No, she was right. All world diseases come from there. I mean, elsewhere too, but like, you know, the harsh ones, man. In fact, all of them, all the harsh ones come from there. Think all your crazy cancers, man.
Oh, from Asia.
All that shit.
That kind
All that shit. All that shit. Yeah.
I'd be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't be surprised at all. But you know, too, another part of that too is just the population that they have there, man. When you get an epidemic amongst that many people, man, that shit spread like wildfire.
Yeah. Fucking Hong Kong and Beijing, man. Yeah. No doubt. Dude, I got these dogs, man, and they're just fucking crazy. Fucking dogs. Pets. And they're both in heat right now.
Make a lot of money off the things, depending on what you got over there. Make some bread over there.
Got the German short hairs, pointers, hunting dogs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gotta get a new stud though.
What fights we got coming up? We got this Jake Paul thing this weekend, and what that's it for this month. As far as big fights.
No, like I said, JoJo and Zepeda.
Oh, JoJo. Yeah.
There's some small weight guys going at it. I forget. I think Karaguchi. I think that might be minimum weight or something like that. There's something else going on too. I think. Oh, top rank card. Lomachenko and Ortiz. And
is that this? That's the end of the year. Yeah.
No. That's this weekend.
That's this weekend.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure.
Huh.
So you got that. The Richard Torres, the heavyweight, Tiger Johnson, the welterweight. Those guys are in action. Yeah.
Interesting, man. We should have some stuff going on again this weekend. We'll have a lot of sports.
Of course,
Lots
the
of
NFL.
sports, man.
Yeah, of course, the NFL. We got some basketball back. I still haven't even watched any basketball game yet.
It's way too early.
Yeah, it is, man. Straight up. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Very early. These commentators be overreacting, and they just they already calling who's gonna win, and like just relax, man. Like,
who's supposed to win this year? Warriors.
I think you got Warriors, got Los Angeles, got Warriors on going down. So early, bro. Like,
did you see? Did you see Draymond lay out Jordan Poole?
Yeah, I saw that.
But it was kind of like I think he went to like kind of go like slap type of punch, and then he ended up kind of like choking him. I think he really hit him, but like at the same time he like caught him because he tried to do more damage, kind of like a UFC style where like you punch and then grab the back of the head and you still kind of do that corralling thing. But everyone that kind of like surrounded them. What'd you say?
My question was always, where did the video come from?
I think that was the main camera.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why would the camera why would somebody from the Warriors? Because that was them at practice. Why would somebody from the Warriors leak that? Like, why leak that?
Oh man, that's money. Come on now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, whoever that dude is,
that's sick. No shame.
Yeah, they got to track his ass down to get him out of there. Get his ass gone, man. Like, that's the motherfucker that's doing the Patriots over there, selling your plays and shit. You know, that's the dude right there selling the tapes. You got to get that motherfucker out of here.
Dude, how about that motherfucker who stole Tom Brady's jersey and it ended up in Mexico?
Man, the FBI investigated that shit, man. That was the crazy part about that whole situation.
Fucking white guy, bro.
The FBI would have ran that bitch down, man. The FBI would have got that damn jersey. That's how they ended up in Mexico with that shit.
It's fucking hysterical, man.
Yeah, they can't find no other crime, but they can find a fucking cloth jersey. They can find that shit in a whole nother country.
Yeah, FBI's got cameras everywhere, man.
When they want to use it.
They do. I'm for real.
They
like,
want to use it.
I like when.
I know that.
Yeah. Like I remember that. When
Oh,
that
hey,
Kyle
well, then
Rittenhouse.
we can have our AI conversations. Since ain't nobody on here now.
Oh man. Oh yeah.
Yeah, remember our AI conversation when DJ was on? Like, nah, we're gonna let DJ because DJ know all that boxing stuff. I want to hear what DJ had to say about boxing. And we can do the AI now.
Yeah, I remember that. Hold on here.
Shoot your theory.
Well, I'm trying to remember what I was chopping on at that time. Like, oh yeah, I'm starting to remember now because we were kind of talking like robots taking over and shit, and I was saying like nah, we ain't gotta worry about that. And that's because man, I think, and what did I say? I said like artificial intelligence. I was like, what is that? I was like, it's coding. Like you code that stuff. So someone has to be coding that. And I think overall, like you can't just dump a bunch of information into, let's just say, a box and then expect it to just be able to review it however fast or however different outcomes it can come up with, and that be enough to outsmart a human. And then I stated some things like we don't even know how our brain works. For starters, we've never even copied like an MRI, but like an actual copy of like a living brain and see how it's working. We haven't even done that, let alone a paramecium, like the smallest amoebas. Like we haven't even done that of their brains. So that whole like coming to into the world type, Cassandra type complex, apocalyptic thinking, like that's just kind of for me like fictional. And
It could be a lot further than you think, man. I think we're a lot further along than you think. I know we're involved.
But you know.
Remember, the artificial intelligence is software. Then they need the hardware concept to make that work. Like,
right.
Okay, so
right. But
like,
hang on.
But
hang on. One more thing. Like, again, like, let's kind of go back to our brain, man. Like, the complexities, the intricacies of like a brain cell. Like, we haven't even broken that all the way down to like to see what's inside of its that type of intelligence. So to say, like I said, to keep just dumping information into artificial intelligence and thinking that's gonna be able to take over, I think would be a little foolish. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, I feel like this artificial intelligence is just the ability for the software to keep adapting and artificially learn or have some type of intelligence, right? So saying all that, we already see it with some of the devices that we use, where there's a lower level of intelligence, be it your movie selection, your music selection, what you buy, stuff you like to watch on YouTube. Like all of those are just examples of artificial intelligence. But they're on a lower scale because the devices that we're using, they're not that strong. You know, they don't have a lot of information. They don't have the resources of the government. So they're not that strong. You start now, for instance, you take that same information. We're only talking about the social media part of it. If you take that same information and you dump that on a supercomputer and use those same things, now it's able to perform those tasks and those functions at some stupid amount of speed that it's not even incomprehensible how fast that thing can compute, and just because intelligence, so it's constantly learning and relearning and learning and relearning. It's like just running through a maze. So by the fact that they having the adequate software and the hardware, it could, I mean, depending on how complicated the software is, it's not that far away. Trust me, it's not. You ever seen that Boston Dynamics robot, the one where it looks like human, it's a robot, and you got these guys that look like they're in like cami gears and cami, and the thing has a gun that's trying to shoot, and somebody has a bat, and they just kind of hit it, knock it off, and it kind of turns and gets back on target, and they kick it down, and it stands back up. So I mean, they've got different adaptations of that, and they also got, I don't know if you're aware of this, Microsoft has like a whole headset where you put it on and they actually use it in battle, where it pulls up a map of the area that they're in, pulls up the comms where they can talk to the people. Like they've actually got a functioning piece of device that actually works like that. They've had it for some years now.
Well, I've seen a lot of cool stuff, man. Just like you too. I've seen a lot, in fact, some of the things you just mentioned, very mentioned right there. And I'll raise you one better with some of the examples you gave. Yeah, man, that's all man-made, finite, articulation. Like think like our phones. It's able to mimic our face, and we're able to open it. Little things like that, and like you said, algorithms that like check our favorites or things we don't like. It's able to just compute and do things. Like you're saying, you mix it in with some hardware there, but again, come back to the actual hardware. We don't even know how our own intelligence work. Like I said, I tried to break down those neurons and those at the cellular level, like that intelligence. We don't know, brother. We're like,
oh no, but we don't have to. That's what I'm saying. If they took any of those programs,
so how's this? So wait, hang on. So how is a computer artificial going to know that if we're the ones dumping the information into it?
Which information? The chemistry in our body and all that stuff?
No, just or just like the start of something. Like I just broke down at its intelligence. If we don't know, how's it gonna know? Because we're the one designing the software and the hardware and the hardware.
Okay. So I was having more so of a computer being able to take over and speak. Like that.
I was with you. I was with you. I was following along with you. I'm with that.
Yeah,
like I said,
that's a different conversation. Yeah.
But you're still dumping information into it. Is what I'm saying.
Not really. If you got our true artificial intelligence, it evolves and it's learning by itself. It's like those movies when they got the talking voice that's talking, and it figures out what's going on, and they can identify what's a threat, what's not a threat. That's a true form of artificial intelligence. Now, what we talking about, like with the apps and the thermometer, knowing your smart thermometer, knowing what temperature you like it, or your car, knowing what song you like to play. That's a very simplistic, not very complicated system. The stuff that it has to do in order to learn that is a very complicated system for it to learn. It has to constantly adapt. It had to have the software to initially get it started, and then it would have to have the hardware to be able to compute at a crazy level to constantly being able to rate and learn that kind of stuff. Because even our movements, man, just to move your finger around in your hands, I don't even know how many movements that is for a robot to do, to be able to compute and do that. It's got to be some crazy amount that we don't even take into consideration. So you got to have some serious hardware to do all this crap. So who knows? I don't know. We don't really remember. Every time, the way I look at this stuff is we always get stuff late. Like they've already had stuff in the works by the time it gets to non-commercial use to us, where it's not military and they don't have it private. By the time it got to us, they've aired it out and had it for a while, and they built out the infrastructure and they've had it, and they know how far these things can go. Because did you see the telescope that they pushed up that took over the Hubble telescope? I think it's the James Webb. I think it's the James Webb telescope. They launched that. I want to say it was last year around this time. I could be wrong with the date. That particular telescope is, I think it's like 50 times more powerful than the Hubble telescope. That telescope was supposed to tell them They're supposed to be able to look back in time and see some things from the time because of what the images that they were getting. They weren't using the standard images. It was based
Wait
off
a
of
minute.
some other kind of technology.
Wait. Hang on. Are you saying that a telescope could go back in time, basically?
No, they can't go back in time. Well, this is the way they presented it, and it kind of fucked me up the way it's messing you up. What it did is the way that they shoot those images out, right? Instead of those standard images that they had, the way that they were shooting the images out, they could tell different things about the soil and things that they couldn't tell before from those standard images. And the images were a lot clearer, obviously. I don't even know how long the Hubble telescope been up in the air. It's been quite a while. But they could actually go back and look. You got to look it up. It's pretty interesting stuff when you look up some of the things that they look up at. I'm pretty sure it's called the James Webb telescope. And if you look up the history and how they built it and why they built it and all of that, it does some kind of way. They'll explain it. I ain't even gonna try to explain it being able to look back in time. They explain it a lot better than it. It's not like it's gonna disappear and go in time and come back, but the way that the camera settings are set, they can tell some things about the past. So they've got some different. We got a lot of different stuff going on. It's not being that some of it gets overshadowed by some of the, a lot of the drama make it to the front. People don't care about that kind of stuff. They care about drama. What Kanye said, this person said, care about drama. Care about that kind of stuff.
See, interesting.
Yeah, but you look that one up, you'll see that thing, and then they had to. I think they launched it in the air in different parts, and it took them a couple of days to put it together some kind of way. Even the way they had to put that thing together is pretty interesting.
Gosh, there was that reminds me, as I was listening to you tell that, I will though, James Webb telescope. There was a documentary on Netflix many years ago, about like 5 or 6 years ago. I forgot what it was called. I always want to say it's Going Clear, but I also know Going Clear is like a Scientology documentary.
Oh, is that the one with Tesla cars? I think I know what you're talking about. That's the one with Tesla cars?
No. Listen, hear me out. It was basically, dude, like the smartest physicists, the smartest engineers, the smartest like builders, the smartest, like, I'm just throwing this in there, linguists, but that wasn't what it was. Like the smartest of everything. A lot of different scientists got together, including engineers, and they basically built this. And this took like over like basically a 20-year period, like a 10-year period. I'm exaggerating, like about a little over 10 years, at least at that time. So it's got to be like 15, almost 20 now. They basically built like a machine, like. They're basically looking for God, and they built this. Yeah, they built this machine that like shoots a transmitter like in the novas, and they want to see if they can get a signal back. And they're basically looking for an energy force, right? And they shot it, and what do you know? They got an energy pulse back. It was, and then of course it ends, and like it's a case study. It's like ongoing study. But I thought that was really fascinating, and I did a horrible job describing that. But like that's kind of what I walked away from that, and I've always wanted to watch it again. I just could never remember the name, man. I used to tell people about that story all the time, and here I am telling you. But the story's gotten less and less because I can't remember it as good. But that's the gist of it, dude. Like all the smartest, and like it was over in Europe. Like they built it in like Switzerland, and they were over in some place in like middle Europe, something like that. But they had like some designs over in like California and whatnot. But like I said, all the smartest of everyone got together for that project. It was over basically a 20-year period. It's nuts. Really nuts. Like the machine also, yeah, more importantly, the machine they built, dude, it was fucking nuts. This thing was huge. Like you remember
when was
that
2000? Is that recent? That's a recent documentary?
Yeah, but it's been filmed over since like 2000 though. Like they
Oh,
been,
okay, got you.
yeah. Like I said, the whole project, like just building the machine took like 10 years, man. And then they were like,
Yeah.
you know, that the engineers are designing like the actual itinerary, the map of like how it's gonna work and explaining it all, and like they had like board of like trustee meetings about it, and like it had to be voted upon at different points of the project, and like it was nuts, man. Colin Cowherd put me up on that. That shit was crazy.
I mean, they got some wild stuff, man. Look at Tesla with those rockets. When they send those rockets up, you ever seen those rockets come back? Where those motherfuckers land like some Iron Man shit, where they come and they land like the same direction that they left in, and like pinpoint X-ray from coming from fucking outer space, and just land right back on the platform. Like, what the?
Definitely. Well, they have satellites like all around our Earth and orbit and world.
Yeah.
Like so like everything's being controlled, man. And right now, SpaceX has the most. Like our federal government works with hand in hand with SpaceX and NASA, but more so SpaceX because they own all that shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, like, yeah, but you're right. I've seen some cool technology, dude. Do you remember like 15 years ago that guy who base jumped from space in that Red Bull's like spaceman suit? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
Dude,
That dude,
me and my dad and I watched that together and just like could not stop laughing. We were busting up, bro. Like it just seems so unbelievable. So fucking like this dude literally jumped from space, man. Like at the part to where like if you fuck up, you could fly off the fucking and just go tossing like gravity. But like, dude, and like how fast he was falling and like all the tosses and turns, and then like at the very end, the fucker like makes it to Earth and like takes one small step back to life, falls to his knees and starts crying and laughing like hysterical. I was like, oh my gosh, like this is nuts. Never seen anything like that since, and haven't seen anything like that. Yeah, pretty much since. Ever before and never seen it since.
You remember that documentary about the guy in the desert that was building a rocket and he thought the world was flat and he was going to shoot this rocket up and he was going to prove that the fucking world was flat and he was building a rocket in his backyard or some weird shit. I don't remember what, I want to say he was in Vegas or I forget where the fuck he was.
Vaguely, but like, what an idiot. Oh my gosh.
He was fighting with him when the county said you can't shoot the rocket because it's not safe. And he was like, it's my first, he's got constitutional right.
Oh my god, man. White people and rights, bro. Oh gosh, man.
He ended up doing it and killing himself, though. Remember the end of the story is he ended up doing it and ended up killing himself, obviously, because he didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
That sucks. But yeah, man, fuck. Dude, that reminds me, like, yeah, when the pandemic was like, man, dude, that's why people were fucking freaking out with those rights, man. That was nuts. That was nuts.
I mean, they got a point to a degree, man.
That shit was nuts.
They got a point to a degree, man. Because you know what they do too now, like, which most people don't even know, they have a FISA court. FISA court, which they made after 9/11, they go and get these warrants, these FISA warrants, which are from a federal judge, and they can get a warrant to search your house, and you don't even have to be home. They don't have to leave you any paperwork. They just go through your shit, leave, and that's all under the umbrella of 9/11.
Well, I mean, and I don't know. Yeah, well,
yeah, I mean, that shit gets kind of weird. I mean, it's extreme. They're extreme with the crap they're saying. They're not 100% wrong. It's just when you take these extreme positions, it's like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But look at the TSA. That wasn't a thing before 9/11. You used to be able to walk to the gate, get on the plane. You get on the plane and tell the person goodbye. Shit, you ain't getting nowhere near no plane to go to the airport without a ticket.
Yeah, brother. Yeah.
And you go in TSA and tell them what you ain't and ain't gonna do it. See how they work out for you.
Do you remember that dude who stole that plane in Seattle
Oh yeah, he learned from some of the guy who said he played video games. That's where he learned to play, learn how to
Something
fly.
like that. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. That's a lie,
You
but
know,
like something like that.
he knew how to took off. He couldn't land or something crazy. He was joyriding. He was freaking out because he never couldn't figure out how to land.
I like the part where he was like, a lot of people are gonna be mad that I did this, and I'm sorry, but I'm a little cuckoo. And dude, yeah, it was like his manifesto. It was crazy, man. Like it was sad. It was a melancholy for sure. It was sad, but like, you know, he was telling the truth, you know. And then he committed suicide. Yeah, he crashed the plane in the field. It looked just like 9/11. Yeah, it looked just like 9/11. It was nuts. Yeah, it was nuts.
Man, so
Think
he
of it
did
as
plan.
one
I
of those
know.
like.
I mean, you read for it. Yeah.
Think of it as like he stole like one of those big ass FedEx planes, bro. Shit was crazy. With like 200 people on it. Yeah. No one was on it, but like, yeah. It's crazy that he stole that plane. Man. That's nuts.
So, you know, the shipping company's got the biggest one of the biggest airport air fleets that there is. The shipping companies, man, moving all that shit around. I think UPS is the biggest one, if I'm not mistaken. They got to move a lot of crap. Man.
Shit.
I mean, but if you did that times definitely changed, man. Just the sentiment behind certain shit you can say and do nowadays, man. Somebody say mental health, it's like, oh, okay, leave that guy alone.
Show.
It's a little different nowadays. When was that last fight, Adrian Broner? That was the end of the summer, the tail end when he canceled that last fight, right? That was summer, right? That wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, that was Omar Figueroa, and that was
yeah.
I think that was like August.
With the whole mental health thing.
Yeah.
That wasn't that long ago.
Mhm. Yeah. He just wasn't in shape. Dude, will you stop, Cora? Damn. Fucking dog, man. Yeah, that was August. It was August, brother. It was August.
Who's Broner fighting? You know who Broner fighting? I asked you know who Broner fighting on the black card?
No, I do not. I found out when you found out today.
I don't know. I don't even really care, to be honest with you.
He looked at. What do you think? Did he look happy to you? Dude, stop. Damn dog, man.
I mean, I think the problem with Broner is always the same thing, man. He get in these fights and he just don't let his hands go, man. Like you know, we wasted, like, how many fights he's gotten into where he gets in the fight, you're like, oh, some fucking punches. What are you doing? And remember, he fought Pacquiao before anybody could take a shot. They had a chance to take out Pacquiao. He was the first one to get a crack at him. So I don't know.
Yeah, was that 2018, right?
Yeah, he got the first crack at him, and he wouldn't. Same thing. He gets in rounds, and it's like he's just there. He's not letting his hands go. Same criticism. Everybody, he had the first crack. Yeah. Even if he would have lost, if he would have just let his hands go, I don't know. He's like a pretty chick, you know. You want to go talk to her, and she just keep teasing you. Running over there, keep talking to her, she keep teasing you. Keep going over there, like, man.
Fucking cock tease, those are the worst, man. Oh man.
Yeah, keep teasing you,
See,
man.
that's
I mean,
like,
he's a fan
that's a
favorite.
prime example. It's a prime example of like why I like getting older, because of wisdom, man. Like things I wasn't smarter in before, I'm smarter in. So I'm just like, I ain't even fucking with that. I'm good.
Yeah, I don't have time.
I'm good. Yeah. Yeah, Broner, man, you know.
But he's the reason why. Paulie still, you know, he got this little hate in his heart for black people. Beat him up, took his girl, embarrassed him on national TV. Like that shit is a classic after that fight, man. beat your ass and took your woman. We said I took your chick, and then you took my side chick, and it was just that shit is comical, man.
Yeah, AB, man. I know, man. I think he's only like 33 too.
Yeah, rough one, man.
Oh man, but he looks
A
like
lot
he's
of
like
opportunities.
he looks like he's like 37 or something. 36, 37, something like that. But he's like 30. I think he's like 32, dude. I think he's like 32 actually. Honestly.
But he's got another problem too because he can't really have any money because of those lawsuits. Because he went in court and told them people he had no money. Remember, he went in court and told them people he got rich friends that just give him money. He ain't got no money.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, man. Dude got like this AB behind the A ball for real, man. Wish him the best, man. But that situation ain't good, man. It's a bad situation he got himself in.
Damn.
Because he missed the plateau and the peak of all that boxing shit. And he more on the downslope than the upslope at this point.
Right. Oh, well, don't say that. He just signed with Black Prime. You know, they're about to give Bud $10 million. You know, 8 figures. 8 figures. 8 figures, dog.
Have they put on? I want to know if they put on fights before where they started coming out with these crazy numbers.
No, they have not. They have not.
So
they have not.
That's why when people start saying all that it's a great business move and it's groundbreaking and all that, like, wait a minute, you were with the tried and true PBC, which is a black guy, you walked away from that deal and you're gonna take a risk for this nonsense? Like, nah, man. If it's true, because he still hasn't come out and say it's true yet.
He signed with some black people. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. He signed with some black people. It's all good.
It's like remember the Ricky Williams contract with the football contract he signed with who he signed that with? Master P. Master P was his agent, and he had this contract with all these incentives in there. And Master P was saying, told the story is that's what Ricky Williams wanted, and he advised against it. Everybody told him not to do it. He did anyways. And I think he ended up getting hurt like the 3rd week or something like that. That season, he ended up getting like little or no money because the whole contract was like incentive laden. It was so heavily incentive laden that he got screwed on that deal.
Bro, I was a big Ricky Williams fan too, man. Love Ricky Williams. Damn.
Ricky Williams was true. He didn't want to play no more for the Dolphins towards back in his career. He wanted to go smoke weed, disappear, and then they threatened to sue his ass and get back that initial that signing bonus. They wanted to force him to get back the signing bonus. He said, well, I guess I do like football now. He brought his ass back, start playing again. I think that's the year he ended up.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny, dude. That is fucking funny, man.
Ricky Rudd. I don't want to play no more. What you say? I got to give you what back? Oh, where my shoes at? I'll be back.
Hey man, at least it's football. It could be worse. It could have been worse. It could have been some gangsters, man. They could have killed one of his family members or some shit. You know?
Oh
like,
yeah,
that's fun. That's damn, dog. It's just football, man. Damn. Yeah, I do remember that fiasco now. I was in like, fuck, what was I, like 9th grade? Something like that? Damn. 9th, 10th grade. It's probably 10th grade. One of those two. Like, yeah, that's yeah. And then remember when he came back, he was all like fat.
Yeah.
He had to like work his way back into shape. I think that was when Nick Saban was the coach.
Was it Nick Saban?
Yeah, Miami.
Yeah. Nick Saban stayed there for a year. So they ran his ass. He couldn't pull out a college crap down there and put the pros. That ain't work.
Nah. He wanted Drew Brees, and that's why he quit. He didn't get Drew Brees. He was like, "Fuck that! I was like, I got to get the quarterback right." And he didn't get him.
Yeah, Nick Saban, I don't know, man. Certain players, certain coaches, I think that stuff that they do, that stuff he does only works in college, man. I don't think that stuff he does works in pros. I don't think that stuff works, man. I don't think he
You're
thinks
right.
it works. He would have came
No,
back. He would have came back to the pros because he offered other positions.
No, you're right. But like Nick Saban's a little bit different. Like he just didn't have the quarterback, dude. Like their defense was pretty good. It's pretty good because like that's his area of fortis or expertise. So he was okay then. And just the quarterback. I don't know. Things are hard.
I mean, some are worse than others. I think the worst example is Urban Myers. He had to be the absolute worst in recent times with college coaches trying to go pro. It was just an utter disaster.
Yeah, that too. I like Urban Meyer though.
Remember, he was the same one he was a Tebow, like, he was trying to bring Tebow on the team to be a receiver or a tight end or something weird and crazy, like, say, what? You want to do what?
Was he?
Yeah, man. They were bringing Tebow, was like a commentator for like a year or two. He hadn't played, and Urban Meyer got that gig. They were bringing in Tebow to play, not quarterback. I forgot. I can't even remember what it was. Some strange shit. Like, bro, this is not college. You can't just like. It just was weird. I think when he started off wrong when he started that crap, because I'm pretty sure he pissed off a lot of people. Like, there's people who that's their career, what they choose to do. You just gonna bring some guy that's in the booth out here, like, come on, man.
Right.
That's some stuff going on, man. I think that was the beginning of it, and it just went downhill from there.
He got caught with that underage girl or whatever, and they fired him.
But he ain't the only one, man. A lot of them dudes be doing some strange things, man.
Oh yeah.
Strange thing. Remember the dude from the Patriots? The owner got caught down in South Florida at one of the massage parlors, man. You don't really hear him say nothing about that.
Oh no, he was in a sex like scandal ring or some shit.
Yeah, it's a massage parlor, man. He was at a massage parlor at a strip mall.
Damn.
Yeah, man. You don't hear him say nothing about that crap either. He mentioned it once or twice. Yeah, I don't really say nothing about that.
Like those hoes.
When he pays them to go away.
Yep.
Pay for the problem to go, not to stay. That's always be doing some. Maybe they trying to push one of them owners out now. He said he ain't going nowhere. Y'all ain't gonna take him out. Is it the Browns coach? I mean, the Browns owner? The Browns?
No, it's the Washington guy.
Washington guy. Commanders.
Yeah, it's Washington. Faux show.
Yeah,
damn, man. Man, fuck. I gotta start getting ready for work.
All right, bro. Well, I'll holler at you, man. Hey, to the chat and everybody, man. See you. Holler at y'all another day, man. Easy, bro. Have a good day, man.
You too, man. You too. It was good. I enjoyed it. I'll talk to you later.